The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Project Gap. As the go-to tournament organizer and production house of Europe, there's no better place to hone your skills, experience quality events, and have fun along the way. For more information, check them out on Twitter at Gap Project with a K.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Overwatch IVitational. We're here for day 2 of Europe. Before we get into the action, let's talk about our sponsors and then talk about the people alongside me, the fabulous people alongside me. I'll be a little bit kinder to you because you popped off so much yesterday. Anyways, the Overwatch Invitational is brought to you with production by Project Gap. We have some tech from Elo Health, and if you want to support the Invitational even further, if you do, I believe, exclamation point Opera GX, we can, download Opera GX and help our friends over there, and they can, support the Invitational even further. But before we go any further, I've got some lovely people alongside me. Jace and User Intel, how are you feeling about Group B today?
Looking forward to it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited, especially after the amazing performance from Group A.
Awesome, right. Let's talk about Group B. Actually, let's talk about Group A. I just went right off our script, haven't I? Anyways, Group A yesterday, we had some interesting things. We had some things expect to happen. We had Granite, New 5D, and of course, we had Mind Goblin going through to next weekend's championship bracket. But let's not beat around the bush here. Let's talk about the major shock from yesterday. OT Pog going out. A team we definitely expected to go through. You guys actually got to cast them yesterday against Granite. So, starting thoughts with JS on OT Pog going out.
It's a bit of a head scratcher just because off-brand alone. I think OT Pod, we all know they're a top team and they've been up there in OD. They've been, just touching around on trials and high finishes, particularly in that open division here in Europe. But the OT Pod that I recognise and I've casted in the past, it's not the same one that I saw yesterday. I think I was actually on broadcast. I was very critical of Andrew, their wrecking ball, but I went and I looked at the VOD and it kind of missed me at the time. But shocking revelation to anyone watching: Moira Anna is not a good backline, and Genji Torb is not. And Genji Torb is not very good against Brawl. I think he got griefed by his DPS and supports. I'm going to be brutally honest, and that's why they're out. I'm not going to pull punches. Their DPS and supports completely griefed, and that's why they're out.
Yeah, I mean it's super unfortunate. We wanted to see them in the championship bracket. We
We
wanted to
did.
see the OT Pog of old. And let's now talk about the teams we expected to go through, the teams that we're actually gonna hopefully see next weekend pop off and potentially cause some upsets. New 5G, Granite Gaming, and Mind Goblin. Of course, you got to see Granite yesterday username Intel. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts with them.
I gotta say, honestly, I think their performance was absolutely beautiful when it came to a first game, because I think we now kind of understand what they're really going for and what they're trying to kind of their end goal is. Because I think just the fact that they were able to kind of play consistently throughout the entire series and even kind of bring back fights that were very close. I think they're now setting themselves up to be kind of one of the top tier teams and kind of living up to how we kind of expected them to be.
Awesome, right. And last thing on actually, I think Granite. We didn't even see Brave and Tracer once. No Tracer out of Braven. No, Ash. I think we see a little bit of Ash from Braven. Come on, bring out the Tracer, man. And especially next week, if you play New 5D and you don't bring out Tracer and we don't see Braven and Mr. Dragon logo on Tracer Jules, I'm going to be sad. But yeah, that's going to all happen next week. We'll see those teams again. Let's talk about today. We've got Group B action for you today. And let's talk about who's in this group, because this is interesting. Let's kind of talk about that, because yesterday, we saw some of the top teams in group stages and teams we expect to go through. Today, we don't really have any expectations. We have a lot of really strong teams. Munich Esports, which used to be an old German team. I don't think it is the case anymore. They're here, and of course, I believe they are still at least managed by Julian, who has a role in Falcons Esports, who have a lot of success. We like Koalas, which are led by Demi, sorry. You know what? I worked on a team with Demi for like 3 months, and I still can't get it right. So that's fair. What other teams have we got in this group? We've got
Frog.
Beaumont Forte, which is like Frog as well. We've got some like top tier 3 teams that are looking to prove a point today. We don't know they're top tier 3, but we expect them to be in and around that area. So that's what we've got today. What pressure do you think is on these teams? Right, these teams are all very, very close. They're going to have a lot of action today. They have to play each other in a double elimination bracket. Top 4 teams get through to next week. What pressure do you think is on these teams?
I think it's honestly the pressure of the world, because we don't have too much expectation. So, if one team managed to win, that's basically all we're going to be able to kind of reference off. So they want to make sure that they're having a good start to where analysts can go back and say, you know what, they played very well, or some type of room, especially kind of against the other competition in the other groups, and especially some of the contender teams that we have. I kind of think that you're sitting there and you're like, we have to play good. We have to do good, and we have to like go above and beyond if we want to make sure that people see our names and don't see us as like just a joke and as a team that's going to be eliminated.
Right, yeah, I definitely agree. This is interesting because the group stage draw kind of went out exactly how I would have wanted, right? We've got 4 really good teams. We actually lost one of those 4 really good teams in Group A yesterday, and now we've got the really close group with the teams that are looking to prove a point. What do you want to see from teams, JS, right? Do you want to see them proving when they are trying to prove a point? Do you want to see identity to their roster, or do you want to see them do whatever it takes to win? Which one of those sides would you like to see from any of these teams today?
I'm going to politic it a little bit and dodge the question before I answer it. When I'm looking across these teams, I'm seeing 2 to 3 plays that I'm like, I know you've proven it, you've done well in an OD, you're touching Charles, as I said, but there's a lot of names I think you guys will agree that are slightly unknown, ones that have come off ladder and that aren't that around the scene. They're sort of new, potentially upcoming, and ones that are really looking to make a splash. And I think it's those that we saw yesterday that kind of made the difference. I think we can look at this bracket. We know what we're going to get from plays like Demi, from Abels, from Greece, and from all these players that are, as I said, well known. But it's about these new players that they've grabbed off ladder, that they've scouted, and it's how can they pop off, how can they integrate, how can they play alongside these players. So to actually answer your question, Ocean, I think it's about how teams play as an identity. You have to play your strong heroes. It's no myth. Meta at this level can be thrown out the window. Obviously, we've seen with the success, but admittedly failure of one-trick teams today. I just want teams to play what they're good at. Even if you can't play six-man, don't play six-man. Rush is a perfectly viable option. Most of the time, I'm always happy when a team plays around their strong points, particularly if that's like the main tank position.
I kind of agree with that. I love a team with good identity as well. So one of my favorites for actually responding with the answer I was looking for in particular. And now we kind of get to the point we have to kind of set up this group. What teams are we excited for? I'm going to start off. I'm going to steal a little bit of the show. Personally, I'm excited for We Like Koalas because I know that Demi's on this roster, right? And if you when you kind of watch Demi play, you know he's the leader. Everything is going to revolve around him. When you saw that in half pace, everything was kind of the Dragon and Demi show. I'm expecting Demi to have a good performance today. They play Munich first, which is going to be interesting. We're not going to see that game on stream, I don't believe. But like the fact that that's the first game, that's extremely interesting for them, and we can hopefully see Demi have a commanding performance today. User, who have you got your eye on?
I got to sit there and I really got to think about kind of the potential and everything that's going to be happening. But honestly, I've got to say the Monty Corhart, I think that they are definitely the team that I'm going to be looking out for. And I think they're very much kind of having the ability. They have a lot of pure talent. They have players who have been in this community and have been working as hard as possible, even some from the World Cups from different years. And that's absolutely amazing. That means they have so much potential, knowledge, flexibility, and I don't know how you're going to be able to defeat something like that. It's absolutely big brain.
Right, so that's an all Icelandic team. Just for anyone else, we have Hafako on that roster, ex-British Hurricane as well. So users got their eye on them. And Jace, I think I know where you're edging for this one.
I might have to swerve last minute. I was looking at these rosters just now, and I noticed that sort of AdFriend are there. And AdFriend are a team that I've seen and tested many times. I think Chaos is still on that roster. Absolutely crazy off tank. One of the better divas that I've tested for sure. His defense matrix is just exactly where it needs to be in the situation, spot on every time. The exact opposite of a London bus or a London train. It's always punctual. Ghost on this roster as well. They kind of swapped it around as some names that I don't quite recognize, but they've still got that tank line, that core, I think, from their last OD season. So my pick, would be AdFriend.
Oh, well, you know what? That's awful because, the team that you were going to go for pre-broadcast is the team that I actually wanted. So, do you know what? We're going to give Frog a bit of a spotlight. And the reason we're going to give Frog a bit of a spotlight is because, well, you talked about Greece and Apples earlier. Yeah. And they've also got Vori as well. They've got 3 really good players there that could steal the show. But as you said earlier, we're kind of looking at the players who we don't know, especially in group stages, to kind of put on a show, make sure their team gets to the championship weekend, and then later on we'll be focusing on the big names. But let's talk about group stages and just the IVitational some more. Yesterday we had an interesting surprise at OT Bowl going out in Group A. Kind of gave us what we wanted. Group B is a completely different narrative we have today. We've got really close teams. I actually, just out of curiosity, while we have a little bit more time to talk about it, which of those do you prefer? I mean, I actually think it's great that we got both, just from a narrative perspective, but which do you like more? We'll start with Jace.
More out of?
Just which type of group would you like? One where we can see a potential shock, or more where we've got 6 really close teams? Because we have 2 different types of groups here.
I think you sort of already made the point for me. There's not too much I could say that you wouldn't have already said, Ocean. I think for sure this Group B looks to be really spicy. I think a lot of the teams are within even of each other. I think it's fair to say that there are 2 teams that we would expect to be slightly below the average. And we'll get onto them in a bit. But there's a lot of teams here like Prisma Midnight. This team is... They could potentially make a splash. They could go all the way. They could crash out. I'm just not quite sure, and at least to me that's exciting because testing the unknown and seeing these plays develop and they could go on. I was really excited to see from Group A Mind Goblin their run and sort of their force in OD, and then now into this Invitational, and they went all the way through. So I was excited to see them grow and then become a proper team. I always like seeing the start of a team's adventure, almost like the Pokemon journey, the first onto Route 5, and we're almost getting that here today, I think, for some of these teams.
Yeah, and User, I've got to switch the question up a little bit for you. Since you're the resident platinum here, me and Jess have got the big brain peaks.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's 4100 on console peak, top 29 at one point.
It's like
Jess,
diamond
I
on
believe,
PC.
is just at GM. I think you're just.
No, I'm like a Watch Time Masters player on PC.
Yeah,
We'll take it. And this kid's plat. So we'll ask you about two
Poor
of the weaker
user.
teams in this group. We've got two easy crit farmers, and I've actually just forgot the other two.
Altera.
Altera, thank you very much. Altera, Azerbaijan card. Those two teams are going to be going ahead in our first game. You guys are on the cast for that. So when you're a weaker team or a weaker player, what's your kind of mindset? Do you want to kind of just enjoy the spotlight, or do you want to try and upset the narrative a little bit?
I think you're 100% looking to upset this narrative. If you're a weaker team, or more importantly, a weaker player, you're using every opportunity against a better team to improve. You're not going in with the mindset we're going to lose because they're better. You're going in with the mindset we can win this as long as we try our best, and I think that's kind of what they're going to be looking out for. The narrative is what matters the most, and I definitely think it's easily rewritable, but you just have to have the good mindset, especially if you are considered a weaker team by most.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think these weaker teams should be using these games as information and an opportunity to learn. That's an important thing for them. And just kind of a last point. I hope you don't break our narrative, because otherwise I'm getting fired. So that's not ideal. I hope you don't do it. But I think that's it for our intro show. So we're going to end things off here. You're still going to have Jason user intel in a bit for that first series. We just talked about two easy crit farmers versus Altera, Azerbaijan car. And I'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey, welcome back, everyone, and I'm pretty sure you are massively excited to be able to see, because I know that's what I'm at least. I've very much been enjoying these matches when it comes to the Will English Invitational, and honestly, I gotta say, I wonder how this match is really going to turn out, because I think you already got to see me and Jace give our types of opinions, but this is where we don't get Ocean here nagging down our neck. We can say our true opinions, and honestly, I don't really have anything different. I think I'm pretty much, my sentiment is the same. How about you, Jace?
I don't really know these teams well. I know the owner of one of these teams decently well, George from Too Easy. Shout out to Mr. The owner of Too Easy. Hopefully see his team pop off, just as a bit of a personal bias. But by all means, these are two teams that I think could make a splash. They could not. Their odds are ones that I think are a bit more casual, a bit more lower based, a bit more not quite as high tier competitive. I think that's fair to honestly say. A lot of their teams in these two organizations center around Masters and Diamond, if I'm correct. So it's going to be interesting to see how sort of their big boys and their top dogs do. Altera have a couple of teams that have made a splash in OD, Sequoia being one of them. So let's see how the younger brother, the younger sister can do. For Crit Farmers, this is their top team, so it'll be interesting to see how the little brother of one org does against the big fish of another one.
I was worried that you have a lot to live up to, especially when you're working off of an org type of team. I think there's a lot of scenarios where teams, they get these many players, they sign them up, and then you're like hoping that they work out, and sometimes that can kind of be a morale or maybe a slap in the face when they're not doing as good. But right now, we're rocking with these kind of tier 3 to tier 2 teams. I think they're at least even, and kind of once we get a sentiment of how they're wanting to feel, then we'll get an idea of the potential and possibilities that they can kind of do, especially with a lot of these teams more focusing on kind of high value compositions that are high skill, high reward.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor for me is that the macro for these teams will not be the best. They will not be the sharpest. But once they do, they will just be a little bit late on the rotations. I think they will get there in the end. They will find the right composition. They will find the right answers. They will find the team fight. It's just when. And it's sort of a case of it might take them a little bit longer than we normally expect.
Yeah, honestly, definitely agree. But something I want to get to kind of an idea on is just how heavily focused that these teams so far have been onto type of wrecking ball compositions. I don't really think we've seen much of a traditional brawl unless it's kind of one of those meta maps, more specifically, like for an example of King's Row, maybe of like Lijiang Tower, specifically the point. However, first map that we're going to be going to is not anything like that. We are kind of just moving directly onto one of my favorite maps, and I got to be real with you. It's going to be Nepal, and well, not Nepal, Oasis. Sorry, you see, Jace gave me the sickness, so now I'm the Busan. I'm rocking the worst day. Jace, you gave me your cold, and honestly, you know what? I just want to talk about how these teams are going to be rocking most likely not with any kind of traditional things. They're probably relying very much onto maybe Wrecking Ball, you know?
It depends. I think Wrecking Ball is often a hard hero to integrate, and I think it's completely dependent. I would expect these teams sort of, admittedly being the lower level and being a bit more basic, I would expect them to probably run 6-man when Ball, I think, is more optimal. Maybe these teams will just completely throw it all away in the bin because you could play double shield on Sanctuary, as I said, where Ball is good. You could play double shield or rush on Downtown, where Dive Ball, again, is still very, very strong. And on Mecha Base, I kind of expect both these teams to play Reinhardt. I think it's just something that teams at this level, I think it's fair to sort of base both of these teams at a similar-ish level. There's a lot of maps and points where teams have set strategies. They'll always play Mei on Control Center. They'll always play Ryan on Mecha Base. They'll always play Double Sniper on Junkertown first. There's just sort of set things. It just makes the game a lot easier to process, and it makes it a lot more predictable and readable. And I think when you're in a tournament like this, there is absolutely no time to deviate from that. You know, you don't need to reinvent the wheel in a situation. Play what you've scrimmed, play what you've practiced, and hope it works out, because you have to throw everything else into thinking and sort of outmaneuvering your opponent. So come with a set strategy, and you just got to stick with it.
Yeah, I do think a big issue though is that set strategies often give to very static type of gameplay where they're basically almost reading off of a script of what they want to do. And when that breaks, that's often when we're seeing teams struggle, similarly to the game that we cast yesterday, when you're not being able to play what you want. When you're not able to do what you want, it's going to break down, and that's when you immediately start to lose, and a possible 3-0 is in the opening. I'm definitely thinking I want to see a lot more variations, maybe a Doomfist a lot more, because he is such an annoying hero and not everyone plays against it. That means you're going to be rocking kind of just the ability to dive in, and they're like, what are you doing? Get out of my backline.
Doom is such an annoying hero, and as I said, it's sort of the similar thing to Ball that we saw yesterday. It's the correct attention and the correct idea of when to divert your resources and when to split into groups of 2 and groups of 3 to deal with it. Comps like Ball, Doomfist, Tracer, if they manage to find the engage timings, it can be so difficult because they've got to deal with the ball. And often you will see worse teams overcommit resources to kill the Wrecking Ball, and he's just going to roll away on 200, 250 HP with that 4-second grappling hook. And then, hey, guess what? They've used Bash, they've used Sleep, so then the Doomfist comes in and one-shots one of them, and then, hey, you're down resources, and you've just lost your Ana as well. So it's one of those where I don't think it's the best comp. It's not the most skillful comp. I technically call it cheese. I would say that my definition of cheese is something that takes more skill to beat than it does to execute, and I think Doomfist is definitely one of those heroes. But, you know, that's my own personal perspective. That's not technically correct at all. It's just how I see it. So I would avoid teams, especially in tournaments and scenarios like this, to stay away from the cheese. Just play what you know, because even if you do end up getting beat, it's good practice that identifies your strengths and weaknesses. There is more to your team than just how you perform in the Will English Invitational. You can go further. You've got OD, you've got GG, EU, NA, for example. So you cannot be results based. I think if you overseed your your success and your implementation with your strategies just to try and get the win, to try and cheese a win, I think you're hurt in the long run because of it.
Yeah, and I definitely got to say varying opinions, but I think the more thing is kind of why you also want to stay away from cheese is that a lot of teams are kind of looking at you. I think there's an unspoken rules when it comes to competing in Overwatch tournaments, and there is kind of just that like honor, like, hey, you don't run Bastion, we won't run Bastion.
Yeah.
You won't use cheeky teleporters to TP a shatter into our backline. We won't. We don't often see those kind of big
That's
brain.
meta now, unfortunately.
Oh no! Okay, so the rule was broken, but however, this rule isn't broken in any sense, as we see them basically running out in something a bit more stereotypical. More exactly, Altaria, they are rocking kind of the golf / shadow dive, whatever variation you really want to call it, versus the wrecking ball. I still think that this is an amazing pick going up against Crit.
Yeah, it's going to see. I think the 6-man comp is very, very good into the Wrecking Ball. If Blizzard Star, who I did not realize was on this roster, Blizzard Star, very, very good DPS, by the way. He's so crazy. So I trust him instantly in the neutral fight on this Sombra. What Altera needs to do here is they need to scout the comp, they need to find the Sigma, they need to hack him, they need to run him down, and they need to kill him as quickly as possible. They cannot allow this Crit Farmers comp to set up.
Oh, I definitely agree. Look how they're already just trying to scout them out. Unfortunately, though, they do have to rotate as a team, and we already see Crit Farmers on the opposite direction. So they have to take this rotation. They have to kind of get set up if they want any chance to be able to win this out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little bit of poking phase here. First control will go over to the comp that has the most sustain, which is Altera, but it looks like Too Easy getting in here any second now. Elo Minardi, though, very low on the resources. Means they hack the ball.
Oh,
did they kill the ball?
That's not looking good. They may not be able to kill the ball, but more than anything, they're building up ult charge. However, the bad part is that they just lost their Tracer, and they're not being able to finish anyone out onside Crit. This is still in favor of Altaria until they lost their Sombra. They really need that if you want to be able to push forward, especially popping in that Coalescence. You don't really get to get as much value off of it as much as you want. And look at that, even hit is going to use those mines to stop anyone. The Transcendency's luckily pressured out, so at least in the future you're not going to be worried too much, but those ultimates are built so incredibly fast that Crit are able to kind of take back the point and kind of the victory of that point fight.
Yeah, Altera just going to back up here, I think, and they should take that as a victory. They get out the Transcendence, they trade it for Coalescence, and they build up lightning fast towards the EMP. Now that Terak is gone, it's a perfect re-engage opportunity for Altera. Vital Slam 2, by the way.
Yep, this is now where they kind of want to have some form of a setup as Altaria immediately move in, using that Sound Barrier as a quick engagement, and they're getting off a massive amount of poke damage. And that hack, this is what makes Sombra so good against the kind of Wrecking Ball comp.
Yeah, they struggled a little bit with it in the neutral fight. Blizzard Star found 2 really good hacks onto Illuminati and onto Hitori, but the team just weren't able to collapse. The lack of the Reaper, I think, really denying them the burst damage that they can get onto the tanks, because they've gone with the Tracer instead. But luckily, Vital found 2 crazy picks in that last fight, 2 really nice solo kills just to swing his team back. Looks like he's going for another one. That's Windfall down.
Oh, that's a big yikers, honestly. Look at them already taking a massive amount of damage. Altaria just able to kind of rely on that pulse bomb to help win the fight. They didn't even have to use the EMP, which I think you want to be saving for as long as possible.
Yeah, it's so good for Altera here. They're playing this very, very clean, so aggressive. We saw this yesterday from Granite Gaming on a rush comp, on the Rhine comp, but they just kind of W-keyed it into the ball comp. They found anyone they could, and they ran them down. Now, 65% on the board. They've got EMP, they've got Coalescence, and they kill Hitori again. So that's no engage for Too Easy. This clock is draining for them second by second. Every second they waste is another second, another fight. That means that they have to walk into this EMP. This is really, really scary hours for Too Easy Crit Farmers right now, Intel.
I definitely agree. They are taking this opportunity, though, while they're resetting to set up as a team. However, this is giving Blizzard enough room. Look at this EMP already being set out. They are going to kind of expose themselves and then immediately leave. That's going to be a small issue as you take time to set up, but you're being able to save it throughout the mid-fight. Now with the Gravitic Flux trying to catch out, of course, they don't have a Sound Barrier to save it out, but the Coalescence is just more than enough to kind of peel in, while the EMP is able to find out, too. You're not able to get any value off of it, and now this is where Crit Farmers, they're going to feel so grateful that you used it and it wasn't going to be followed up because it's at 99%. We're in an overtime moment, and Altaria have no room to capture this.
It's a little bit of a beef from Altera. The Flux comes in from Illuminati to lift 3 or 4 people up, and that kept the backline, that kept, I think, the Diva as well. They were just unable to collapse onto the EMP that Blizzard Star got. He only found 2, but it was the Zenyatta and the McCree, so they would have been 2 really good picks if he'd been able to find them. But unfortunately, Altera just, I don't think were ready on the go. They were not quick to the draw, and for that they give up their primary win condition. So now tempo, I think, is swinging back in the side of Too Easy on this ball comp.
Yeah, but they've already taken out the win condition for crit farmers, and it was completely that transcendence. Look as they use the sound barrier as a reason to be able to move forward. They have ultimates. They're gonna use it. They take out the wrecking ball, and they have, while crit are relying on to that rally, it seems to be had built up just in the nick of time. Look how much burst damage they're just immediately being able to use as a team to take them out as well. Just the fact that Denzi is kind of going in, hitting these head hitboxes is doing absolute goat damage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dangerous maneuver there from Too Easy. Not quite sure if it was intentional, but they sort of just baited them in there. They used Windfall and Terak as bait. Altera paced it onto the backline thanks to the beat of Citrus, but from there, Denzi and Shadow just collapsed. They got rid of the Winston, they got rid of the Diva, and it was the story. But now it's final fight. Blizzard Star has to build up this EMP, has to build it up fast.
Oh, you've got to build it up more than fast. You've got to get value. You just lost your Winston, and that's going to be a big issue. The Coalescence is what you're looking to even find anything, but then the Lucio gets stuck, is unable to leave. The EMP is built. It's going to be able to cancel out the mines. That is so massive. However, the Primal has to be used just to be able to touch point, and now this is where you're starting to get your momentum back. It seems the Pulse Bomb was all that you needed, combined with the Diva Bomb, but Heaton kind of got a bit distracted trying to get that. Dave wasn't able to go back on the point, try and contest that out, and they are going to be losing at least this first round, but I think we're seeing kind of the center idea of what they're rocking.
Yeah, unfortunately, they got a little bit baited there. I think Heaton has to go for the McCree there in that final overtime fight. As we see a replay, the CMP comes in, but it's just not quite there. Altera really fall because of the fact that they have to force themselves onto the objective. If they would have been able to split apart and take these 1v1s, they would have been able to win that fight because Heaton already had the McCree dead, and from there it was a simple recollapse onto Windfall. But Overwatch is an objective game, and ultimately they get punished for that. I think the main mistake, though, is definitely that EMP engage. They're going to be kicking themselves that they wasted that, and now they have to go again and regroup on Mecha Base. It's a standard Brawl Comp mirror for both teams. So, which Reinhardt will go down first? Let's find out.
I think it's going to be the one whoever gets hit with that Maywall first. It's definitely a fight of Denson versus Blizzard kind of at the centerpiece. Because look, Hattori is already too scared to kind of overcommit. If they push in a little too far, that Maywall's going to shut them down. This is why you see the poke. Now they use that speed boost. They do lose their Dave, but they are able to find out Heaton, which is a basic, almost guaranteed to win it until your own main take manages to get found out. And now the rest of Crit Farmers, they want to reset. I don't really think they have any opportunity to bring this back unless they get a massive bunch of value besides from Densi almost building up this Blizzard. It's already at 89%. They're still alive, so this is now somewhat back into their favor. But with the team kind of rebuilding together, Heaton also back, you have no control.
Yeah, Freezy's window here is going to be so good at denying the rotations. They do want to go to point. They get the mech, so that's going to deny so much coverage and so much just defensive utility from this Too Easy composition now. But Terak's got a window of themselves, and let's see if they can manage to flip this, because point control has been captured by Altera.
Yeah, but look, the Blizzard, before it can get any room to be used, that Heine was absolutely utilized to its highest value. Now everyone else is just hoping to escape kind of alive or dead, whichever way you're feeling. That Diva just doesn't want to get demeched.
Yeah, really nice bait from Altera. I thought for sure they'd potentially thrown it, giving Terak the opportunity to window them from that high ground, but it was nice and composed. The high noon from Van Helsing found 2, and it was huge. Just 2 of the better picks you can get, those 2 squishies. They went down, and the Too Easy crit comp fell apart because of it. There were 2 crits from the Cowboy, and down they all went. And here we're sort of getting a lull in ultimates, not really too much, but Blizzard Star with the Blizzard. Probably going to find 2 or 3. He gets the all-important May. Can they kill? No. Good shield.
Yeah, but they do force them to rotate out, and while that Shatter is really good, The bomb stops them from pushing out. The sound barrier also keeps them alive from any true issue. Unfortunately, Citrus just doesn't have any room. As we see Hedon manage to get that counterplay. Even if it doesn't work to their favor, they do manage to get out this window because a little too far. We're going to be seeing Crit Farmers kind of move in. They want to ignore the entirety of this fight and just try to get as much value as possible. Although Altaria, they are somehow bringing this back off the brink. They were down when it came to this fight, and they're inside the enemy's territories, but not only with this charge, but this quick teamwork and focus fire, they managed to bring it back from the brink.
Yeah, really nice play throughout the fight from Blizzard Star and Hedon. That main round 2v2 is so good. Little bit of quick lore history for you. Blizzard Star, a collegiate UK player, played on the University of Bournemouth, also known as Busted. One of the better collegiate teams that I've casted and seen in sort of the last 3 to 4 years or so. He's very experienced in the broad comp and in these clutch situations. Altaria needed their mate to come up big, and absolutely he did this now. 96%, too easy, need to scramble to the point unit. They just get the touch.
Yeah, the Diva's going to be able to do it, and they are going to be able to kind of play down. However, it matters who's going to get more value out of the ultimates, because we see the High Noon combined with the Shatter is going to be almost taking out Hedon until eventually the rest of the side of Crit Farm are going to be able to move forward. They don't have any ultimates to truly invest, but there's no one on the side of Altaria that can kind of stay alive. So we're seeing a similar of what happened to point 1.
Really nice individual clutches from Too Easy, actually. They get the Kree. They get IVitational early, and then from there, Denzi helps clean up the rest of them as well. It is potentially quite scary considering the lack of ultimates that they've got, and they're going to have to walk into this ultimate of Blizzard Star, who hung onto it in this final fight. So that's going to be something that should be coming up their noses anytime soon. And we've got an early wall here into a High Noon combo. Can it find anyone? No, but Shadow gets Hedon.
Oh, the Blizzard was absolutely beautiful, and the High Noon is not going to get anything because they just walk onto you and you're not going to be able to stay alive. So at least we now see Crit Farmers building up to the defensive ultimate.
Yeah, the defensive ultimates are going to be coming up online, but it's 37%, and once again, that Blizzard, and the reason that I'm sort of hyper-focusing on this Blizzard is because this May ultimate is so important in this sort of mirror composition. You force so many cooldowns, you force basically everything if you hit it correctly in combination with the wall that can come out from the Chinese Chi Banshee, and it just means that a composition cannot deal with something like a bomb or like a window that they're going off with to start. Can they find anything? They have to keep winning.
I heard the Blizzard pop up, I didn't see it get Ian. It's gone off to the Hail Mary. The sound barrier is giving them room to be able to kind of overstay, but it's still somewhat of an even fight as no team has the true advantage or pick off. However, Hedon is now dangerously low, and that May wall immediately falling down. It gives room for that Diva Bomb to just go high in the sky. They're split from their main tank, so we're not even going to be able to see them kind of freely escape. Still somewhat of an even fight. 6v6, well, 5v5 until they manage to lose out to Tori. The Shatter is absolutely free onto the May. You can use that High Noon all you want. You can try and install it for as best as you need it, but you're really only able to get out the Baptiste, and that may kind of help you out in the favor, especially when you've just lost yours. You're getting these pick traits. It's all that matters in the end, because the rest of the side of Altaria are now struggling to finish it out. It's still of an even fight. It's still kind of in anyone's favor, but the respawns are not in are kind of in Altaria's spot. As much as Crit Farmers want to be able to build up ultimates and kind of focus fire down, there's just not much that they can do. We already see their Moira coming back, trying to heal up the main tank as much as possible, but they're already struggling as much as possible. They're not being able to. Altaria, they're the ones who built up the ultimate, and the Blizzard is the clutch factor that builds this back. They managed to get the recapture. They're managing to kind of get more focus fire, and the respawns aren't there. If Denzi can try to get a massive pulse bomb, it can maybe kind of put it back, but it's just not enough. And we're going to be seeing Altaria. They're not going to repeat their mistakes, and they're going to be able to finish this out, bringing us to the 3rd point.
And there we go. Altaria just about did it. I thought that was a C9 there, so I had to sort of recalibrate my own senses, but the ultimates and the numbers advantage was over. We saw about a minute and a half extended play there from Citrus, who was just bouncing back and forward. Full Euro beats on Blast, did so well on the Lucio. Forced Fade, forced forced Moira Orb in the 1v1 against Terak, which meant that the Moira had to go out, which meant there was no healing left on anyone on the point for Too Easy Crit Farmers, and from that it meant that Blizzard Star and Lucid could just keep cleaning up, picking them off one by one. And when they picked them off one by one, it meant that ult charge could come through. And in the end, once again, that overtime bit the bullet. They had to rush to the objective. And when they rushed to the objective, they just ran into the Blizzard that came through. But Too Easy going to be going here with the nice 6-man rush. This is a very George comp, if you know who that is, and it's going to take early health pack control. So Too Easy got a very nice base to start their rushes and engages from.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can really do, though. The Widowmaker is being contested onto the high ground, but your Divas lost their mech because of it, which is a big issue. Now, the side of Altera, they're not going to have anyone who can really contest them. I mean, you could try to hack and dive onto them, but look, as they take the rotation trying to find anyone out of position, and they get the point capture, they lose their Widow, but that's the point of it. They're a distraction. You're getting baited, and now you've dropped onto the point into this massive brawl fight. We see the Monkey trying to do as much as they can to the Reaper, being able to get some good hits in, but no hack is committed or really able to be found out. This Shatter does hit the ground. It's going to be able to be missed, and the hack managed to hit, but they've lost the Reaper. I don't really think this is where Crit Farmers can push in anymore, as much as they're still trying to poke out, playing on the high ground, playing down low. This is really where they just kind of need to reset, but they are just so determined to push it. A Vancouver Titans type of move, if you know what I'm saying. Look at that. The Coalescence even popped out. This is kind of a room for them to be able to kind of
Freezy
find
with
anything.
the window?
Yeah, but Hedon is just not going to be able to do much. The window is also in a very poor position to where they can't even have it long term. So now Easy Crit Farmers, they're getting paid off with their patience, even if this time bank is now going kind of in more of the 45%. They're getting the picks and they're able to eventually finish it out. And I can't believe that they managed to stall that until it worked in their favor.
Yeah, both teams, we talked about it a little bit in pre-show, didn't we, Intel? Both teams being a little bit indecisive. These skirmishes going on for a little bit too long, and it's bagged 49% for Altera. Both teams have got their primary win conditions up here. It's going to be Mayo with beat, and it's going to be EMP. So this could be a flurry, a barrage of ultimates coming in this next fight. But if you're the side of 2 Easy Crit Farmers, you need to extend this trade for as long as possible. You cannot afford Altera to take a quick flip.
I definitely agree. Look, we have the Blizzard built, so they can definitely try to just invest all these ultimates. We see the EMP Blizzard combination, but that bomb was there, and a beautiful setup to save them, especially with the sound barrier. Woo, man, you've almost got to feel a little worried.
Tough lines too.
Yeah, you're fine too. I gotta say, that's at least impressive, especially from the angle, but you don't get room to move in, especially with the Monkey using the Primal Rage, going in, making sure that you're not going to be able to stay alive. I'm feeling like they can't really have this long range type of comp when Crit Farmers are playing around it so well.
Yeah, absolutely. The two dive tanks from 2 Easy just give so much coverage onto these DPS, and if the brawl goes late, then the backloaded damage of 2 Easy's crit comp just becomes so deadly. Denzi cannot be cannot be allowed to live late in these fights, because he's just going to chew through everyone in this rush composition that we're seeing. And now it was sort of both ways, both teams winning a hyper extended fight, and now with 72% on the board, 2 Easy don't have EMP, but they have Coalescence against, honestly, pretty much bone dry from Altera. So it's potentially a disastrous couple of fights here that could go through Altera. They need to find someone big, and one of the ones that could have come up big was their Widow, but they've fallen to Hattori.
Hey, I respect the solo Shatter. What I don't respect is the fact you don't finish up and clean off the Sombra. You do manage to find out the Reaper while the rest of the team are going to try to kind of get you
Lucio
off.
diff?
Even the boop onto the Lucio, forcing them onto the train track. They're going to have to hit that subway. And now the rest of Crit Farmers, they really got caught with their pants down, not being able to unify as a team. So they'll at least have another chance to come back when it's in one fight territory.
Yeah, it was off screen, but I'm questioning how Denzi died there. 2 Easy should be funneling their resources into this Reaper, exactly as I said, but him going down means they have no damage, and then it doesn't even matter that you trade 1-for-1. I think Altera will trade 1-for-1 in anyone in this composition for the Reaper of Denzi every single day of the week, because it just means that 2 Easy do not have the damage to kill them. And now we're getting into what is potentially final fight territory. This window from Freezy should buy them just a little bit of time, but never mind, it buys them 2 supports.
That was absolutely huge in this last fight scenario. With this Shatter built, they needed it. The Death Blossom is able to kind of help the Reaper be able to find out too, but they're forced to touch. The Shatter is going to hit that baby Diva, but they should be more worried about the EMP that's on point that you weren't able to kind of use to shut them down. The Moira is going to come back and looking to just give some sustain. They are kind of trading in picks, but what matters most is that not only is the Reiner still alive, but the Baptiste. Notice how they're being able to enable each other just by kind of being like a kind of relationship. So when the Monkey returns, not only is the ceiling still there, but they're able to walk forward, boop you off the point, and Altaria, they're going to be winning when it comes to Busan.
When he needed it most, Hedon was a little bit quiet that map, but top of the ninth, he steps up to bat and he threads it through. He sends it out of the park for a walk-off home run. That's game, and that is the map to Altera, and off just a brilliant window fire strike combo. He found both supports. That's exactly what they need. They could not have found anyone more with that composition. It's going to be so good. One away to win that first map for them. They get 1-up, they get 1-0, and it's honestly really well deserved. Altera played these Reinhardt compositions so well. Hedon and Blizzard Star were everywhere on Busan.
I gotta say, at least for me, I'm feeling like Altaria are looking like the stronger team. Even when it came to point one, they got it to 99%. I just think they made a lot of early mistakes that kind of cost them, and obviously that's why you see them kind of have to bring it back, and it was still close to a 99-99 going back, but what makes the difference is that they're cleaning up their fights a lot better, and they're kind of building these ultimates to save them. While I do think the opponents are kind of doing the best that they can, crit farmers, something doesn't feel as right comparably. I feel there's something missing when they have these engagements that is making them not kind of get as much value and benefits as they're trying to work for.
I mentioned it like 2 or 3 times there. I think they played a composition that I know they understand 6-man. I know that they know that they have to keep that Reaper alive, but I think Denzi fell too many times. We saw in fights where the Reaper was allowed to stay alive, where they were allowed to keep these DPS of this 6-man rush comp alive. They built up EMP, and this Reaper was going on an absolute killing spree. But it was just at times that they were scattering, and it was ultimately costing them, because in the 1v1s, Altera were so much better, particularly in that 2v2. As I said, Hedon and Blizzard Star were just everywhere. They were winning 2v3s at times, as a little bit of an ego shatter onto the Baby Diva to finish it off. But from there, the damage was already done. Altera not quite looking dominant, but looking very, very strong when these skirmishes go late and they go sort of into small duels across the map. So hopefully Too Easy can bounce back as we get a couple of highlights here going into the next map. Too Easy, though, not to be counted out. They took a map and they were very, very close in this one. I believe it was 99-99 basically all the way across 3 maps. So absolutely they could have brought it back, but I think it's a little bit of a foretell that in these final clutch moments we saw mostly people from Altera able to come up big here.
Yeah, I think kind of the main points that I'm looking on, at least when it comes to crit, is more on Denzi and Windfall. They are being the small factors that are kind of helping them out when it comes to the clutch. We also saw Windfall win when it came to the Lucia 1v1 being able to boop off Cetrus off the map. So it's at least helping them out, as well as not only are these defensive and aggressive ultimates working well in tandem, they're being able to find value to where I don't really expect them. They're also kind of forcing, like, they had to try to solo shatter Denzin just to take them out because they understand how much of a threat that is. You've got to be tilted, but you now understand what you need to do when you're kind of going against it.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of the Blizzard show here. We have Blizzard Star on the May, and now we're going across to Blizzard World. So, little bit of a conspiracy there in the bank. Not quite sure what's going on there, but
I think it's fully scripted, if you ask me. I think this is where Ocean is trying.
Agreed.
Ocean's tired of just seeing King's Row be played continuously, so this is why we're going to be seeing them kind of fully try to rock out on this. And who do you feel this kind of benefits a bit more?
Ocean and his narrative, the bane of us all yet once again. I'm trying to just think out. I think Too Easy, they've got some compositions that they could pull out. I'm for sure certain that either of these teams could play Double Shield, which I think is probably the strongest pick on this map, just because of the geography and the geometrics of it. But I didn't see Double Shield from either of those teams this map, so it would be something that I can't really guesstimate. So far, the fact that Too Easy have been able to play this 6-man rush composition gives me a little bit more hope. Altera, though, been very, very strong on these Reinhardt compositions that we saw, playing the counter and playing it very, very well. So I think I'm probably going to give the early edge to Altera, as I said, just due to the clutch factor from them. But here right now, I sort of just want to hype it up and sort of think what Too Easy can do to get back into this series. We saw bright spots from them. We saw their DPS pop off. We saw their tanks make some big individual plays. We saw their supports. They were racing towards his ultimates. I think Terak got that Transcendence extraordinarily fast in the first opening fight of Busan. So I wonder maybe if they go towards Double Shield, they can allow for more individual plays from some of these carries from the flex support like Terak for Too Easy, and maybe get themselves back into the game this way. But I'm not quite sure. Blizzard World is always a funny one, and who knows? It could be close, or Too Easy, or Altera could just roll up and complete the map with 5 minutes left on the clock. I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, I still feel we're in a kind of area where individual player talent can outshine team compositions and values the way that they're trying to work, and I definitely agree to that sentiment. That Double Shield, enable your Zen, building trans in one fight, especially first fight, is not only critical, that's MVP candidate status, in my opinion, because you're being able to get more value than you're truly. That's like being able to consistently hit headshots against discorded targets. However, I think this is still in kind of a mid area. We've seen these teams mostly kind of rely on these bigger to rush comps to kind of how they're working with, and we haven't really seen anything to, I think, kind of benefits on Blizzard World besides from the initial rush. Maybe that dive, because we've often seen it used to have that oppression on high grounds, but even then I'm still a little bit too uncomfortable to be able to say that one side has this, because I think at least it's still Altaria is looking like the better team, but Easy Crit individually, they had their shining moments.
Yeah, definitely, and I think if they go over to a comp that allows them to individually pop off more, something like a double shield or a double sniper, that could be it. One thing that we did mention and we sort of brought up and skipped the past that I would like to hop back on is that first fight where they traded Coalescence for the Transcendence. That was a lightning fast Transcendence for Terra. One of the reasons that you play Moira is so that you can beat every other flex support to your ultimate, but it didn't happen. But I think if I remember correctly, basically Too Easy ended up losing that fight. I think Altera ended up flipping it back quickly. They might have won it actually. But it depends how this goes, because Windfall and Terrak, where we're budding up these support ultimates, lightning fast from Too Easy, which means that A, Too Easy are taking a lot of damage, but B, these supports are also very, very, very good. So it's going to be interesting and a hypothesis to see how we get into it next match. You can sort of gauge the general skill of each team and each individual players by how quickly they charge their composition, their ultimates, their key ultimates in the mirror. Both teams clearly understanding the win conditions and the engage timings. Altera, though, looking like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, going to go with this brawl on the defense, which I like. Too Easy, they might be trolling us. Who knows what they're going to be going with here. I'm kind of questioning the ball on this point. I think it's probably one of the worst ones in the game for it, so I'm expecting Hattori to swap, but...
Listen, I'm going to hit you with
honestly,
that tisk, okay? I'm going to hit you with that tisk, because I don't think people realize how good of a state Overwatch is, to where the Wrecking Ball may not be as great on Blizzard World, but it's 100% viable. This composition is going to be looking for those sight lines and basically pressure them out, and I'm more scared for Altaria to be able to properly rotate against it and not be immediately killed throughout it.
Well, the ball from Hattori just absolutely needs to find the displacements. Andrew was able to find them yesterday, but there was no follow-up that could come in from the DPS. But from Too Easy, they've got two of the better ones to do it with the Tracer and with the Pharah. It's going to be a slow fight. They're going to have to get Denzi in these angles and finding this poke. Altera, though, taking a very smart rotation up to the high ground. They do not want to mess with this Pharah ball.
Yeah, they even get the point. They even get touch onto the point. He didn't immediately gets antsied. Their shield goes up, they get pressured out, and the immortality does not last. This just hurts so much to see. They want to be able to do anything when it comes to holding. That's why you see them go inside that small room, but 2 ticks have already been captured when it comes to this point, and when Altaria are looking to focus them down, they don't have any opportunity. That's why you now see Blizzard switching over to the Sombra. They need hard counters if they want to shut this down.
Too Easy crit farmers there. Hattori with all the patience of a monk under a waterfall. That was so well timed, just to wait for the shield to break. They heard that noise, and once they did, they went instantly in. The anti was applied onto Hedon. Denzi went right over the top of that Reinhardt and down to the backline. Those rockets were raining down, going to be rewarded with some further downpour with this barrage that can come in from that Pharah in this next fight. But Altera, though, once they lose the fight, they lose the first fight, they swap. Absolutely, that's what they do. And they make the adjustment over to the 6-man rushes. They've got their eyes set on the Ana of Terrak.
That is
but it's a pure barrage.
It's such a nasty barrage. Everybody was going in to get value off of their engagement, and I think they had the right idea. Totally forgot that a Pharah was there and was damage boosted to be able to kill you in one ultimate.
Yeah, I cannot afford to look away from this bird for even a second, because justice well and truly rained down. It was a perfect pure barrage to save the mother. It's some nice mother-daughter bonding relationship there. You be the bait mom, and I'll barrage all of them. But now for Altera, they need to get back into this fight fast. They did not get any time to build up the all-important ultimates, but hey, looks like they don't need them as they find to open an all-important reach and test fight here.
Benefit of the rush of what I like to say, but this is not the benefit. Not only is this Valk being used to kind of heal and damage boost, but Denzi is being able to hit direct hits that are shutting down any squishy. That bomb tries to do as much as it can, but the rotation's absolutely perfect. It's gonna be able to pick them off. And this payload, while it stopped moving, it's not going to stop going, especially killing off that Sombra so early. They had that EMP. You have set yourself up for victory. Crits are looking good, and they're going to be able to capture the second point. And I think they set themselves up for a good type of contest when it comes to the third point. Until the sound barrier gets used, trying to stop them onto this. But the barrage is there. It does a considerable amount of damage. The EMP has no room to follow up when the entirety of your team just got hit by that. And you used the 2 massively big ultimates. And for what?
The EMP from Blizzard Start was so late. I can understand why he went for it, but the Nano Fire was just so dangerous. They had to make sure that they could absolutely kill them, because they should have just given up and gone into this point where Farah isn't the best anyway. An inside point, a lower objective. We see here on the replay, look, this Farah sees the beat from the Lucio, gets the nano boost in, is just completely uncontested. Where is the Diva of Lucid? Reacts so late to the coverage and gets punished because of it. Denzi so far though has been carrying Too Easy, and they've been on a rampage so far this map. The Egyptian bird flying high, flying strong, and carrying Too Easy crit farmers all the way through. And as I said, they've got an electric time bank so far here. 4 minutes, and they're carrying on going.
Yeah, just look, they're able to win off that fight. This was Shadu's moment to say, hey, don't forget about me. And I think this is truly going up to how well they're executing these dives and these pokes. Hattori, like I said, the Wrecking Ball is so good right now, and it's such a good state that just being able to CC them around and not let them play in the same position, you're giving so much room to your Farah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the last thing you want to do, until give room to the Farah. But it looks like the coalescence from Freezy should be a resurge back into this fight. They have to go big with it, and I think so far if they can chase the Farah, it's going to be step 1. Oh, they get the Mercy though. Even better pick.
Is interesting. That Mercy's going to be coming back incredibly fast, but you have now set yourself up for glory. The fight is going to be going on to the point 1. Denzi's looking to pop out this barrage, but doesn't have any healing. Is going to be eventually melted down. That Sleep Dart managing to find out the Tracer kind of out of nowhere, but still, crit farmers, they don't really have much when it comes to being able to win out this fight. I think they just have a disadvantage of spawn, and really they didn't get to use their ultimates. More of a dry fight.
Yeah, I think the ultimates that came through for Altera are definitely so much better. The respawns, as you mentioned, came through thick and fast, and ultimately maybe the benefiting factor in that fight, the benefactor, the deciding factor, apologies, in that last skirmish. But looking here though, 2 minutes 40 left on the clock, so this time bank for Too Easy is draining slowly. But I think one thing that is not drained is the wealth. It's a monsoon. It is not quite, it's anything far from a drought. For Too Easy, they've got so many ultimates, so many options. If they can plan them out carefully, then this could potentially be 1 or 2 fights quickly in the bag. And honestly, an electric time bank tempo advantage, definitely. Here we go, the Nano Fire onto Denzi.
Unfortunately, though, that EMP just barely hit them. That is going to cost you. You don't get to set anything up, and they get that second initial hack. That's going to shut you down. Now your plan has to go to B. They do manage to get this res, place the mines on the point. While the bomb is going to be able to take out the vast majority of them, they still have to somewhat finish it. Right now, Altaria don't have too much when it comes to pure security. They did manage to find out the Farah and Diva, so there isn't going to be too much of a push. But Shadu and Hattori are still very much alive to be able to put in this poke. And with Shadu putting in that pressure, putting the fear in, causing them to waste the DM with this pulse bomb. Look at them. They're having to be worried. They've given Denzi enough room. They even solo barrage, trying to find as much room as they want. They don't even finish off Denzi. That's incredibly bad, because now they're going to be able to push forward. You use that coalescence, trying to sustain, maybe pump in some damage, find that early pick, but Hattori gets that mega health pack, getting that healing. They build up that nano, which they used at the early engagement of this fight. It's either been going on for so long, or it's been continuously going good for them. Now this is finally where they get the opportunity. Even if that hack is going to be able to hit Hattori, they're moving in, they're getting the picks, and nobody on the side of Altera. I think they're relying way much on these ultimates, because they're not winning the direct fights.
Yeah, this has been match 10 Overwatch so far, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams throwing everything and the kitchen sink into these fights, believing that every single skirmish for them is winnable. 55 seconds left there, so Altera have done it. They've drained the time bank successfully. Only another 50 seconds left to hang on. They need to win 1 or 2 fights. They can get the hack onto the ball. That's so good. The EMP could come in as just translocator out of range for Blizzard Star, so it's going to be a second for Too Easy to look for the re-engager. They have to go fast. They cannot allow themselves to get EMP'd. Here we go.
Oh,
it's
but
a really nice 3.
the person who needed to not get EMP'd just got EMP'd. Windfall has to wait. He's going to be able to use that Valk just barely fast enough, but not able to help out Shadow. The point now is in a very kind of difficult situation where they aren't really going to be able to push it. Spawn is not in their advantage, and they seem to really just want to wait to set up even if the Valk is still available. I'm guessing they want to be able to use this Nano combined with Denson for pure one-shot value.
Yeah, it's final fight territory here, and Altera have drained this time bank. Limbalin, this is almost fraudulent that they've managed to get away with this. This ball falls in so low. The Nano Barrage is yet again out, but it's covered up so perfectly by Altera. Denzi goes down. That's the Farad gone, and the Mercy gone as well. Perfect for them.
They're immediately going to be struggling. Sir Frizzy just goes on to the school bus, Miss Frizzle out in here, and absolutely dominates when it comes to using that ultimate as aggressively as possible. The DPS literally gets a bunch of value. You stop Crit from being able to do anything, and honestly, they were way too reliant on that win condition because it was a little bit too obvious.
It was too obvious. I think anyone above Masters knows that when you nano a Farah and you boost them into the team, then you know exactly where they're going, and they're going straight into the hands of the backline, and it was a beat, it was a coalescence, and a defense matrix. Altera said, listen, we are not going to get hit by this again. You've done it too many times, Denzi. No, sir, not here. And they are rewarded with a full hold because of it. 108 meters. Too Easy with a very electric time bank going into third. They stalled out and they broke down like a car on the side of the motorway, not able to finish the fight. They found the head, they found the stall. They were right between the eyes for every section of this map up until that last point where they were firing blank after blank after blank, and that gives a window, a win condition for Altera to go 2-up in this series. Intel, they just have to finish the map.
Yeah, I think they've set themselves up. At least they have a really nice win condition. I mean, the payload right now where it's stuck is in a very scary spot in my opinion, just because of respawns, but I don't think Altera are doing too bad when it comes to the Wrecking Ball. At least when it came to that last point, they finally figured out what they needed to do and how to play against it, and they're already setting up to kind of counterplay. That's why we see the Winston dive, and with, more importantly, the Sombra. Blizzard is just doing absolute goat work with kind of the hero I hate the most.
I think Sombra is probably a bit lower on my list of heroes that I despise in this game, but ask me again. In Overwatch 2, crit shout as well to SR Freezy, has been the driver behind the wheels of the bus. He's been so important. He's been the gear stick for this whole thing, just keeping them so well energized with these coalescences that he's been charging lightning fast, but Lucid gets a little bit aggressive, so no Diva means no defense matrix, and Denzi now can go on a killing spree.
I've got to say, this is a song waiting to be written, because that was such a breakup between the mech and the baby Diva. Now without the Wrecking Ball and the hack onto the Pharah, my goodness, they're just barely able to escape, and you've got to be happy. Now you can hold this for a little bit longer. You have some room to kind of set up, but this is where Altera, they now know what they want because they see where the squishy targets are. They're able to move in. They find out the Ash. Their team was low, but they get healed up. It's not too much of a sweat as the Winstons being able to basically play wherever they want. Unfortunately, the Wrecking Ball composition isn't as good without kind of that initial dive, the counter dive, and, well, you know, you're just not going to be able to do much, especially when it comes to stalling out this point.
And there we go. Altera take the bold approach of ignoring everyone. Everyone but the Farah. Denzi was just left to their isolation there, and Altera dared them to kill the whole team, and it did not happen. Altera were quick, they were fast, they were up-tempo, they found their targets, they got Shadow, then they transitioned themselves quickly onto the backline. Too Easy fell down, and this very little sustained composition of Too Easy, they can't afford to lose the supports in a long fight. They did, and they lost because of it. Now with 4 minutes 55 left on the board, the payload is unlocked, and Altera get themselves easy access to this high ground, and with EMP on board, it's going to be very nice for them. Don't think they can be able to land like a full 6-man EMP Blizzard Star, but they might be able to play with a little bit of bait with these dive tanks and hope that Too Easy get a little bit overzealous and collapse onto them. If they can, then Blizzard Star's just going to fire them into third point with the time bank, similar to what we saw from Too Easy. It's all about this EMP play right now.
UMP, those supports, you win it. That Nano is going to be the difference maker in the long run. Look, as they set up, the mines get placed, the Bob gets thrown, but honestly, waiting for it now, you've set yourself up for a beautiful scenario. Altaria, we see the EMP come out. It's able to hit out 3. It doesn't really hit the Bob, who's stuck inside the small room, but the Coalescence really, they're just ignoring it. That Bob's not going to be able to get too much, and the Nano does manage to hit out the Tracer, so at least you're getting a considerable amount of damage, and you build up that Pulse Bomb. But how do you just get clipped like that? It was so dirty. Now you're just trying to be able to hold out this point for as long as possible, because I don't think you're going to be able to win the fight, but you don't want them to go in with an over 4-minute time bank. So as the bomb comes out, you're able to take out not only Heathen, but you do manage to find out Blizzard. Hey, I bite my words. I'm wrong sometimes. I cast or curse every fight, as I like to say.
Looks like they finally managed to get it once again. The respawns coming up big on Blizzard World. Those spawns so close means, hey, you have to win the fight cleanly. They had so much opportunity to win the fight cleanly, and I think they're going to get turbo punished because of it, because look at the ultimates that Altaria had, and look at what they have now. EMP gone, Beat gone, Coalescence gone, Primal Rage gone. They threw 4 into that fight, and they did not manage to get it, so it's going to be a really difficult couple of fights here now for Altaria as they try and race towards those all-important ultimates, those resources that, honestly, they need to beat this too easy composition. And if you're too easy, you can just chill. You've got Rally, you're going to be close to Bob, you've got Stick. Honestly, just play the long game, play the waiting game, and wait for Altaria. Just dare them to go anywhere near you, because you'll beat them every single time. There we go. The Tracer goes down.
Especially with the point being right underneath the high ground, there is nothing you can do against it. This anti is absolutely critical, as it does major damage to Bob, helping to just take out the Sombra before that EMP gets built. I mean, Frizzy does get the Coalescence, and you're moving it out, but Hattori has the Nano.
Nice.
Once Bob does get eaten, you've slowed them down. The mines are most likely going to be saved. I thought they were going to be used, but I'm glad Altaria are taking their time and making rotations.
Yeah, they definitely need to. They know that the EMP from Blizzard Star is absolutely their win condition. They do not want to rush it like last time. Hattori, though, in the backline here, has found the Translocator of the Sombra. That's going to pull back on the tempo for Altaria. They need to set up that Sombra. As I said, the Translocator going to be one of the ways at which they can deny that. So good job from the Hamster, Pats, and a treat for him. But for now, 2 minutes 4 left on the clock. Too easy. They're grouped up, but they're in a nice ball. If they can deny this EMP that comes in and this dive that comes in, it's going to be tasty. Citrus, though, going so aggressive with the beat, and they found Terax, they found Shadow. The EMP finds 3 as well. Perfect start to this fight for Altaria.
I've got to say, the rally comes out a little too late in reaction rather than anticipation. This is giving them room to overinvest, overmove in, even get the hack onto Hattori, and you're not really going to be able to kind of contest as much as you want, especially with that recall for your Tracer. Luckily, though, you do manage to lower down that tank bank to around 3 minutes, and that's absolutely a huge win condition.
It is. I think they're going to keep pushing here. Actually, Intel, they're going to be looking for more picks. Let's see if they can find them.
Well, it's more of like,
yeah,
it's more of like a stagger picks and such, and this is where we see Crit Farmers now switching it up. I do kind of like seeing the Brawl switch over here. I don't know how much I feel about it this late, because I feel they could have swapped off of it earlier. They would have benefited a lot more and had ult charges, but now they're relying on kind of rotating their abilities or building it up immediately.
Yeah, they will be building up the ultimates. I think the important ones that Too Easy need to race towards here are Windfall and Terax, that double support ultimates, because against this EMP, both of them are going to be so good. Losing Denzi, though, that's been the main man for Too Easy so far. Blizzard Star sends him back to the spawn room. Let's see what Altaria can do with this.
Look at this. The bomb is used as a rotation, but they get the hack onto the Baby Diva. You're not going to be able to escape from this. Now this is where they use the Speed Boost Coalescence as a beautiful kind of catalyst for a reasoning to move forward. Even with this bomb being thrown in, the Immortality broken, they can shield it, but they cannot stop this payload from moving. And the Pulse Bomb manages to find out too. That's going to work out magnificent, because look, now the respawns are no longer inside Crit Favors opportunity anymore. As we see it just continuing to move, they have to wait to move at 6, but now it's a 5v6. Now they have EMP. They've been taken out, and it's gonna be a 4v6, 3v6, and they can't even touch Altaria. Once again, proving our point, or just at least making us look good when it comes to the casting booth, being able to finish out Blizzard World 3-2. I gotta say, that looked a lot cleaner. Ooh. But we have to be honest, Crit Farms, they still looked good when it came onto the attack.
They did, but Heathen did it on map 1. He hit the walk-off, and IVitational said, anything you can do, I can do too. Hit that 2k pulse bomb onto both supports once again, so that's your sustain completely cut from the fight. And if it had to be even more deadly. They had to then recontest into the EMP that came out from Blizzard Star. 2easy Crit Farmers got no shot of winning that fight thanks to 2 really nice plays from the DPS of Altera, and that was the map. Altera find themselves 2-0 up, match point on the table in the first of 3 in Group B of the Will English Invitational. And final thoughts on that map, Intel? Yes, you said about 2easy, and I think definitely they were looking a lot stronger this map. But once again, I would say that Heed and Blizzard Star were just all over this map again. But in particular as well, big shout out to IVitational, he was very, very big. We're going to see some highlights here now as well. Going to get a nice barrage here from Denzi, and 2easy were really good on this Pharah-based composition, I think, but unfortunately, once they were able to snuff that bird out of the sky, what do you think, Intel? Because I wasn't so confident of them once they managed to force Denzi off of the bird.
I honestly have to agree. I don't think it's rather that the fact that they forced Denzi off of the Pharah is the issue. It's rather that they said, hey, we're going to force you not to be able to play what you want. And they really didn't run a different variation or try to change things up. They just switched DPS and play it fundamentally the same, which they're relying on kind of the burst damage of the Pharah, but the Pharah's not there. How is it going to work? Honestly, having Blizzard Star go back onto the Sombra consistently and it's working, that's what's causing them to be able to win these fights. That's what's causing them to have the edge, and it's looking a lot better for Altera. I've got to give them that love and benefit because honestly, they're just rocking out. They're being able to stall these as much as they want. And look, now they're at match point already in the series.
They really are, and they found themselves off of 2 really fundamentally solid maps with some big highlight pop-offs there. 2easy, though, I believe that they can absolutely come back into it, and they need to avoid going down into the lower bracket in Group B of the Will English Invitational. Don't go anywhere. Altera on match point. We'll be right back.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders.
Welcome to the Will and English Invitational.
My goodness, the sun starting to rise over the horizon as Altaria, they're going to be returning into this fight. They're going to be feeling great because, look, 2-0 series, we're back here with the Will Invitational series. Your casters haven't changed. I bet you always think one day we will. But, Jace, we've had a moment to kind of breathe and all that, and we've got some pretty cool information for these players.
We really do. So the winner of this game will be essentially going straight into the winners semi-final. So there's everything to play for here and everything to gain for Altera, who find themselves 2-0 up in this series. They're sitting on match point. We could only be seeing another map from both of these teams, and then boom, straight into the winners semi-final. So what a bypass, what a leapfrog for Altera as a reward for taking down a clean sweep in this series, but for too easy on the flip side. They need to win 3 straight maps in a row. Can they do it? I think not, but it would be nice to see. It would be cool to see. So we're going to get a map screen here.
Yep.
Any second now. And then here we go. It's going to be Junkertown. And now this is the map that I'm questioning. We've seen teams falter. We've seen that too easy. They like the ball composition, don't they, Intel? And if there's any map that they can bring it back on, it's going to be J-Town in the Barrens of Deep Australia.
Yeah, but here's the thing about how I feel about this. We've been seeing a lot of really good Wrecking Ball teams play on Junkertown, and first point, it's either kind of a sweep or they struggle a little bit. That second point is absolute conflict. They're never really able to kind of break through it, and I don't really understand what's going on with them, because I feel the Wrecking Ball comp, it works throughout the entirety of Junkertown. There's enough high ground and angles where you can boop and play, and I feel like Arteria, they've been making good adaptations, so really, I don't feel confident of saying too easy crit farmers can just say, we run Wrecking Ball, we play it, especially when they've been consistently using the Sombra to shut everything down.
I think it should be something that they actively warn against, because yes, as I said there, the ball is really good, but you make a better point. Blizzard Star has just been electric on this Sombra. Not even his best hero as well. We have yet to see the Echo and the Cyborg Genji, the Cyborg Weeb, the Genji man from Blizzard Star, two of the better heroes that he played across Null and his time casting him in the collegiate scene as well, and they've been in the back pocket because why? This Sombra has just been so impactful against this Wrecking Ball. It's almost a sole individual counter, and it's really just been along with SR Freezy as well on that Moira. Let's not forget, those two together have at times just been the core of this Altera composition that has allowed them to navigate these difficult fights, and they've made them at times just honestly look really, really easy. They should not be having this much freedom, this much space against the ball composition, but when that ball goes away, once he disengages, Altera are just walking and they're finding kill after kill after kill after kill.
I mean, what are you really going to be doing against it? It's just using big brain power to have big brain strength. Now we get a moment to kind of really think about what they want to do. I think at least as much as we've seen the fundamentals of kind of Overwatch being played, I think Altaria are at least flipping them somewhat on their head, at least in the way that they're kind of using their comps to their advantage. Often we kind of just don't see teams, especially with the Winston. I often tend to see some teams kind of struggle to take that first early engagement, especially when they get that hack. It can be absolute pressure. So I'm glad to see them kind of walk out onto the double snipers. I'm more scared to see Denzi going on this far. You know what map this is, right?
Yeah, I think this is potentially a Death Wish. Might be a PayPal for Denzi, but there is a decent amount of cover to play around. Unfortunately, you're not going to get that cover because you are going to be attacking first. You're telling me that Denzi are confident enough to pop out of spawn, go straight up into the air against 2 snipers on Junkertown first, where you don't really have access to any hard cover from the attacker's spawn. I wish you best of luck, sir. I will give you 25 minutes until you get headshot by IVitational. What do you think, Intel? Place your bets before Denzi gets headshot.
I fully believe that viewer discretion is advised. Now they're going to be moving out, and they are going to be looking to take those pot shots. How does the Sigma already go down less to have? Denzi sees what happens, and I'm glad they just switched. Best understanding of your conditions.
Yeah, definitely. The Farah pick would have been potentially series losing. It just drains so much unnecessary time. But speaking of drains, that's the Orisa Fortify already gone, so too easy. Gonna have to chill a bit because they cannot afford to take an extended trade against these tanks once that gold from Hitori has gone down. But for Altera, no, they're just slowly getting back up into this position. Ooh, Windfall still so low, but has managed to stay on the angle.
It's a little scary. Altera, they have the better comp, at least when it comes to damage-wise. Look how they're able to force out the halts already. But it's really just an Orisa v Orisa moment. The double shields aren't going to be able to do as much because the Hanzos are being able to shut them down. We do see the rest of Easy Crit Farmers take a different rotation, and they almost managed to find out Hitori. But you're kind of walking into weird angles. Your composition is not really set up for that. That's why you already see kind of Crit Farmers lose that Sigma. Now they're at a disadvantage. It's 6v5. I don't know there's anything you can do besides sit back and wait. But even then, look at this. They're going to push forward. They're going to be able to use the Hulk. They're going to be able to use the Storm Arrows and put in this consistent damage. The entirety of Crit Farmers are kind of putting themselves in their own kill box.
This fight was lost, by the way, once Illuminati went down, and from there, Too Easy were just happy to bleed ult charge. They were happy to bleed ultimate charge over to Altera, and I'm not quite sure why. Let's have a look at the compositional differences, ladies and gentlemen. Can you spot it? Yes, you can. It's Windfall on the Brigitte. That Brigitte means that this Too Easy comp can brawl late once it's 5v5, once it's 4v4. Too Easy not managing to do that, and I don't think they know that they can brawl with this Brigitte without this rally. It's something that they absolutely can do, and it's something that they need to do because they're just going to lose the poke water citrus every time. But saying that, Denzi, perfect pick onto Freezy. That takes down the window, that takes down everything.
But it's
still 2-2 so far.
Yeah, it's an even trade, but the Baptiste being gone, it matters
Lucid?
so much. Although, look at this. Lucid wants to put this more into their favor, using that Gravitic Flux combined with the Hanzo's Dragons. Manages to just clean things up, honestly. This is why you now see Windfall switching over to the Brigitte. They are not willing to kind of have that sustain. I think they're more happy to be brawling this out and having that damage.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an ego flux from Lucid. Potentially panic situations. The flux would have been perfect for this fight here, but I'm sure Altera will be absolutely fine. They've got so many ultimates in their back pocket ready to go at their dispensary. The two big ones being that window and that bongo. So good. In the double shield mirror are both of them. Lucid, if they use the bongo and the window correctly, he's going to get that flux back any second now. But Hitori, though, strikes first with the bongo.
Oh.
Shadow, though.
It hurts.
That's the widow gone.
They just have more shield, but the window is pushing them to be able to pump out that damage. Look at that. The bongo can only do so much, and we already see the Hanzo getting more value. Even if Dahl isn't really doing much, they're at least forcing Shadu to not pay attention to everyone else who's squishy. Now we just see the entirety of Altera just move forward, pick everyone off. The snipers, I think Denzi really needs to start picking it up a tiny bit more because Blizzard is just owning it when it comes to the Hanzo.
I just think that Denzi hasn't had the space to really get into it. The shield coverage and the way at which Altera are coordinating these peaks have been so good. Blizzard Star, of course he's good at the Hanzo. Not seen him play it, I think, too many times, but the dude just pops off. I don't know, okay, you Blizzard Star, all yes, but as we get into final fight territory here, Too Easy need to throw the kitchen sink. Luckily, they've got the kitchen sink in this flurry of ultimates, but it needs to still be clean if they've got any chance of getting second. No, that's the Zen gone. Oh, that's such a bad break for them.
It is the Dragons, though, and with the help of Denzi, you finally put this back into your favor, and especially with that Widow headshot, in overtime, you're going to be able to capture this point. To wipe that sweat off your brow, there is just nothing Altera can do to stop you from continuing pushing, besides from go with a comp switch. This is an entire comp switch. They're going to have no ult economy.
Absolutely not, but I think when they just committed basically everything into that OT fight as well, they're not going to be too bad. One of the best times to swap is when you lose that objective, and you know that Too Easy are also down ultimates because they threw everything there themselves, and they're going to allow that to make a little bit of counter swap and micro adjustments. Windfall back on the bridge, Denzi on the tub, Shadow back on the Van Helsing on the Mr. Cowboy that we're seeing there. Altera, though, really nice rotation here to take an early fight. Have they found? Yes, they actually found Shadow.
What a beautiful counter comp that they're working off. I don't know why there's a Torbjorn now on the point, because they're just immediately going to be able to break it, walk forward, and be perfectly fine. It's a lot of damage that's hitting out on Frizzy, and this is why you see them gone. But still, Crit Farmers can't do anything when it comes to beating this comp, because they're just going to rush you.
Yeah, and they just got the unfortunate situation there where they had their off angle set up, but it meant that it was 3 one side and then 3 above. And that meant that Altera got to 6-man on that 3 stacked on the point, and from there it was a 6v3, and then it was a 6 versus another 3. So Too Easy, unfortunately, dying to their own off angle. You really do hate to see it. Altera, though, the aggression that they played on that is perfect. There's 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Too Easy not going to be getting towards any of these ultimates anytime soon if this Bongo is instantly destroyed from a Tori. So huge pressure coming out from this Orisa. They have to win this fight, or they have to hyper accelerate themselves towards some more of these ultimates, because every second matters for this attacking team now.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings about the Bongo. You get payload space, but in return, you don't have that ultimate anymore. Now you have to kind of push yourself into the enemy's own line of sight just to be able to move it any further, and that's not going to work well when Blizzard sets up this EMP and is shutting
Huge
you
EMP.
down. Now the entirety of their team are basically falling like Ratatouille. They are just not going to be able to do much. They do get that immortality kind of fast enough to be able to heal out and kind of make it even, but without that window pop, the moment they got it, there was no room to win it, especially in the 30 seconds.
Yeah, something synonymous with Ratatouille is falling over, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure I've heard that one before, Intel, but I like it, and I'll steal it for a later broadcast. But what a big EMP from Blizzard Star. Mr. EMP does it again, and with 15 seconds left, Altera find themselves comfortably with an ult advantage. Too Easy have to race to the payload, and it means that they're just going to have to walk into them, and they're going to have to walk into the coalescence from Freezy. Altera should win this fight.
This is where they're now moving in its final fight. The sound barrier being used, but the molten core is going to be placed directly on the point. Anyone walking inside that room is basically going to die. That is a straight fact, and I don't think you can kind of switch it up. Look at them. They're being able to push it all the way to second point, using that primal range just to be able to recontest. Same with the coalescence, having to still play your space, but it's mostly being used for this damage. The high noon is going to be able to force them to watch out and really not be able to touch them without fear of dying. They're getting a lot of healing. What beautiful resource management, but they have to touch. They need to be getting something. The Bongo builds back up, so it's still going to be somewhat of an even fight, but they immediately break it out. The EMP is incredibly close. They're going to be popping it out, and they're sacrificing their life. Look at that. Heaton's not going to be able to help out the team anymore, and they're looking to take out Hattori. However, the sustain is there. Everybody on the side of Crit Farmers are perfectly fine and living this incredibly impressive, especially because they could have lost that if they made one mistake.
Oh, I thought for sure that Altera were going to win that fight because of the ultimates that they had and because of the ones that were coming up, but Too Easy, that early rally from Windfall.
Yep. Let's just look to see how they do, because we're going to be watching them try to take this fight. They, once again, have a minute, and we've seen them now work, especially when it be coming to these types of scenarios. So I'm hoping to see Altera play a little more aggressively, play your spaces, and kind of deny them from being able to do anything that they want to.
Yeah, they've got the high ground position here, though, so that's going to be nice. But unfortunately, it means they're all stacked perfectly into the dive. Down goes Windfall, and 44 seconds left. You do not want to be losing your break this late into the game.
Oh, more importantly, you don't want to be 1v1ing a Sombra when they're on top of a mega health pack. You're not going to be able to win that one. You do have the high noon to try to kind of win this back, but I think they're mostly going to want to have to save this for that last fight scenario, especially because they're coming up on the barrage. Well, not barrage, but the rally, so they have to sustain an ability. I'm more scared to see if they have the execution.
Yeah, it's going to be a rally and a press, so Windfall has to be inch perfect with this ultimate if they need to get anything, because if they drag this fight out late, and if it goes on, then Blizzard Star and Freezy are going to have those ultimates. Oh, that's a really early lampforce, so Hattori falls so low. They just managed to keep him up with the rally, though.
Oh, look at this. They're just barely going to be able to kind of push this, but they're not being able to touch. This is absolute bullying. Eventually, they are going to be able to do it, and Heating gets stuck inside that corner, so now they can't even contest this anymore. Crit Farmers bringing it back when it gets close.
They do, and this overtime wick is still burning, and yet again, Too Easy have to walk into the EMP and Coalescence, but if they can go early enough, this high noon from Shadow has to be pretty much a prayer. Illuminati, someone we've not really mentioned too much this series, has been a bit quiet, has got all the chance to make an impact with a Diva Bomb. Speaking of a Diva Bomb, oh, Lucid puts it straight onto Shadow.
So beautifully placed, going to be shutting down the high noon, so now they can't even try to push this. They are now down 2 and struggling forward, especially with this pulse bomb coming out the EMP coalescence. Altaria just have the ult economy more in their favor. We're going to need to see something coming out of Crit Farmers, but it looks like they are just going to be shut down, melted, and eventually compressed, just like a nice crispy ice cream. Once again, Altaria is setting up a nice win condition, but this is in the worst spot possible because of just respawn value.
Yeah, I've been stomped like a crepe and lightly sauced like a pancake. I'm more fan of Nutella sauce on my pancakes. I might have said Nutella or Nutella Run. Anyway, someone that we haven't really mentioned too much this series, a role we haven't mentioned too much this series, it's been kind of quiet because they've just been on defense matrix duty. Have these off tanks Illuminati and Lucid, but Lucid all over the final fight has outshined basically everyone on Altaria there, put the perfect Diva Bomb inch placement onto Shadow, who was unable to cancel his high noon and do the funny roll away in time, so that McCree went down. That's such a big amount of damage that fell from the composition, and they were basically permanently out of the fight because the respawn run back would have been so long. 4-2 Easy's DPS there. On top of that as well, managed to find, I believe, a pick onto the backline of either Windfall or Terak as well. So Lucid there was kind of quiet all series, was probably slowly and silently allowing everyone else to pop off, but sort of grabbed the microphone in that final moment and claimed the clutch factor for themselves. And Altaria, though, once again, they've given themselves a win condition, exactly as they did on Blizzard World. They just need to finish the map.
Yeah, honestly, I was a bit more worried seeing Altaria in those last fight scenarios. They were definitely kind of choking, or at least not being able to get much. Although, being on the attacking side, they've always seemed to be able to play their advantages to their point. Now it's going to be the Widow v Widow trying to just get these line of sight in angles while that payload slowly gets to the choke.
Here we go. They're just going to need to move it up slowly, inch by inch, little by little. Citrus here gone over to the Zenyatta, something we're not seeing him on.
Oh my god!
What a shot from IVitational.
They're able to kind of get that massive pickoff, and without your Baptiste, without Tear, what are you really going to do besides just die? They have to back up, they have to play their angles, and luckily, this is now where Volta has now set up. They have every angle. They do manage to take out Blizzard. That's looking a little bit more beneficial. Now it's a 5v6, your Baptiste is back, you're feeling fine, but you still need to get more value off this. Citrus able to take out the Widowmaker before their own Widow can do it, and they're melting them down compressively. What is Crit Farmers doing as they were entirely split? Their rotation is now out of synchronization, and they basically give up that entire first point.
Yeah, really greedy rotation there as Hedon managed to somehow find themselves both backline with the Orisa Kovacs. So, fair play Hedon on the Orisa. Not really a mechanically role is the main tank, but nonetheless the tracking was absolutely on point there when it needed to be, as Windfall got completely deleted. And that's Zenyatta, and they unlocked themselves second point because of it. Not really too much invested as well in that first neutral fight, that all-important neutral fight, and now they get ult advantage going into second point. This point in Junkertown Intel, I think, can be really hard to break, but when you've got ultimates like the Flux, the Window, it makes it a little bit easier. So let's see if Altaria can do it, because if they only commit 1 or 2 here, even if they commit both of these key ultimates, they might not even need them as Illuminati falls though.
Oh, it's going to be a little hard. The Gravitic Flux is built, but Lucid is so low.
Lucid?
Split from the team is not going to get any help. The Doomfist is also fighting the Orisa. I don't think you've ever watched the cinematic to understand that it's not really going to work until your team comes to help you, and they seem to be peeling in for the small mistakes, especially with the team. That Blizzard almost walked into the Dragons.
Almost did. Not quite be able to vertical punch that April Fool's patch. Not going into the game as much as I wanted it to be. Hedon's going to be staring down a window with his own Bongo. That's so ballsy. Freezy, though, saying apparently that they can win this. Going to go with the mirror for themselves on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all? And for the looks of it now, it's Shadow. He's been popping off so far on second point, by the way. There we go, Shadow again.
continuously moving forward. The Gravitic Flux does put them in a nice position to be able to poke them down. However, look at this. The Bongo's there. They take out the supports in the Transcendence. My goodness, it's so great managing to heal out throughout this damage. They could probably die if it wasn't there. Luckily, though, combined with the rally, they're now having a bit more sustain. Although the big issue comes that you're losing out your tank line. The Tracer accidentally walks in. It's going to be punched. That cinematic was great too. While the Brigade is trying to do your best, I think just having out the Zenyatta is giving them the edge. The Discords have been perfect. And now look at this. We're going to have over 4 minutes to try to capture this. It's basically a repeat of what we've been seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. It was cinematic-esque. I just think memories to that point where it was really shocking to see that first time that the Doomfist just ripping the core out of the Tracer. It was so brutal to see, and it was something similar there. Denzi recalls perfectly into the Rocket Punch. I think we're going to see the replay here. It's a nice catch from the observers. They get it. The Brigitte falls 1-2, and here we go. This 4-second cooldown from the Doomfist means that he can do things like that. And then there we go, the Tracer falls, and they're going to roll themselves through for it. They do manage to get onto the Fidget Spinner and do this defensive team, so they're going to get themselves a little bit of an advantageous position, going to be claiming the high ground as Altera has to roll this payload forward for now, but IVitational's coming up there, he's on the flank, and he's got a Pulse Bomb in hand. Let's see what the Tracer can do.
Losing Lucid is going to be a massive hit, but look, they managed to figure out the Tracer situation and move in onto the Baptiste, who is struggling just to be able to do anything. They have to use the Immortality on themselves, and IVitational is just going to use the recall. Now they're all stuck inside a small room. They're saving up for this slam. They managed to pop it out, although they do get immediately stunned and kind of pressured out. It's not going to be looking favorable while Denzi's looking at one clip out. Cetrus looked absolutely clean.
Yeah, Denzi gets the one clip onto Citrus with the melee recall. Really nice Tracer mechanics. Unfortunately for Altera there, Blizzard Star did a little bit of trolling. We call that one an unlucky death here in the EU, in the UK region. Definitely an int. Blizzard Star had no cooldowns to escape and was just always going to get shield bashed by a windfall on that Brigitte. That's exactly how that interaction is supposed to work. But this time back draining slowly for Too Easy. They've managed to go over to the Diva instead of the Sigma, and Flux is going to be really, really important for Lucid if he can get that online. But for now, by the looks of it, Too Easy just going with a double support ultimate. Shadow!
How are you getting consistent value on the Widowmaker? 3K managing to shut this down. My goodness, you've got to be feeling proud of your Shadow because you saved that. The Girded Flux could have been something great, especially if the entire team was there to enable it. But now this is a compositional switch.
Shadow is channeling his inner Pine here, ladies and gentlemen. This has been electric stuff to see from this Widowmaker. Every time Too Easy find themselves in a down situation, Shadow goes over to the Widow and he finds a headshot. Could potentially be going back to the spawn, to the swap here. Does, unfortunately, because of the dive that comes out, Altera giving the respect over to the Widow of Shadow. And honestly, after that fight, you really have to.
Yeah, but now they're kind of back on to this Goth Dive, which has worked, especially with the Sombra. And they had the opportunity to kind of build up an EMP, but they are being pressured before they can do anything. The Bongo is being used on high ground, so at least they get some movement, kind of natural cover play against it. It's not going to be too much. If they drop, they're going to be getting hit with the Pulse Bomb. I don't really know what they expect, but it looks like they are just barely going to be able to block out the majority of this damage until IVitational's gone and they've lost their mech. They are kind of halfway up to that EMP, so I guess you could say it was worth it, but now it's less than 2 minutes, and I'm wondering how long it's going to stay worth it.
Yeah, since this payload, since this map was opened up, it's been a big shift in momentum. We were very, very critical of everyone on Crit Farmers, to be honest. We were very in high demand and high praise for the DPS of Altera, but so far they've been quiet, they've been suppressed by Denzi, and in particular Shadow now. 1 minute 25 left on the clock. Altera probably do only need to win one fight, and they've got the EMP Coalescence combo that's going to be likely for it. But as I said, you can get nervous in these situations. Once this time bank ticks down, you know that you have to go. That can sometimes force your Sombra, can force your team to rush and engage, and in a situation like this, when you only have that one ultimate, you really cannot afford to rush. You cannot afford to make a mistake, because it's just going to be series, it's going to be map losing because of it. It's a really high pressure, intense situation now for this attack for Altera. They have to be perfect.
Look, they immediately go underneath, and
Good
that is a
boop.
massive boop. They no longer can use that window. The Orisa is stuck
Good
low.
bomb, though.
The bomb does make space. You take out the baby diva, and it's still somewhat of an even trade. You need to be able to kind of peel in. The high noon is set up. They're on top of the high ground, and they have the rally to be able to contest back.
EMP
this is
time.
not where you're going to be able to see them. Although it hits the people with the ultimates, and the coalescence is absolutely used to be able to move forward. There is nothing you can do besides just try to sustain this out. Heathen, unfortunately, is going to be melted down, but this is where the staggered fights come out. They have ultimates, but the question is, can they cap the point?
I don't know if they're going to be able to. If Too Easy can touch the payload, they're going to have so many ultimates ready to go. It's almost going to be an unfair amount. Let's look at the damage going into. Lucid gets a bomb on the back of his mech as well. He's gone down. 4 seconds left. I think Too Easy have done it.
You look at this, they're able to use that high noon, take out Heathen the moment that they touch point, and it's a massive stagger fight. Easy crit to set
Shadow
themselves
again,
up.
man.
Maybe if they got the diva, it would have been a little bit different, but Shadow has put up such an amazing performance. I am so sorry for discrediting you because you have helped your team manage to win on Junkertown.
What a carry play from Shadow. Put his team on his back there when they needed it most to avoid the clean sweep. We're going to get the play of the game here. From his perspective, he was just electric this map. Wow. He was so good this map. It is crazy. Yes, he was so contested as well. Look at that shot onto IVitational though. Just so free. Onto the Baptiste as well. Just, I always like seeing good hit stands pop off, and so just demonstrating the power of the Widowmaker on the map. There's a reason that you play snipers on Junkertown historically, and Shadow putting another one on the board there.
I think at the most, Shadow really was the difference maker very early on. We didn't see too much. I think they were warming up to it, and I think the fact that they were able to get a lot of key value, they were allowed to get a very key ultimate. That's what gave them every scenario to be able to win this out and keep this series alive for a possible reverse sweep. Look at this. I've said it. They are not done, and they are not ready to give it up. They have been prepared, and I think they played their composition to its strengths.
They really did, and the compositions fundamentally were kind of similar. We saw a little bit of variation into that last point. Altera, do they get a little bit rattled, unable to crack the code? It was a really nice EMP from Blizzard Star, who's been solid this whole series with that ultimate. Those lights were well and truly off as he hit 4 in that final fight, but unfortunately that was the final fight. After the final fight, that last second contest with Windfall's rally, the speed was allowing him to scramble onto the payload, give all of his team armor, and from there just the huge flurry of ultimates came through from Too Easy, and it just meant that Altera had won the first fight. They'd done the hard work, but it got harder, and there was just nothing really they could do in that final fight. Ultimates were just so over in the favor of Too Easy, as I said, and it's not really too much you can do about it. It's a shame that that's how the map ends, with such a one-sided fight after an EMP fight, but hey, like, what can you do? They got punished. Too Easy did a great job of draining the time bank on the third point, in particular on second as well, thanks to Shadow once again on the Widowmaker. So yeah, off the back of some insane clutches from Shadow, Too Easy stay alive in this series if we're going to move on to our next map.
Yeah, they get a lot of room to set up and a lot of room for preparation. And honestly, I think moving in forward, this may be a momentum shifter just from the fact that they were able to kind of, I wouldn't say dominantly be able to win that, but they were able to hold their things out. They were able to kind of beat it out. And immediately when they tried to go to their comfort pick of this Goth Dive, which was working well, Shadow was able to just shut it down at every point. And I think this is what I said. I believe I said it. One individual playmaker makes the difference in this type of elo.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially in the double shield mirror, the DPS are often suppressed. They're often role players. They rely on the Orisa Halts, they rely on the Sigma shield, they rely on the Discords and the Windows. But this map, Shadow just locked the Widow, and he went to town and absolutely steamrolled Altera. Almost 1v9 level performance to carry Too Easy to the map win. They're called crit farmers for a reason, and I'm glad that they managed to live up to the name. But yeah, can they do it? They're 2-1 down. They need to win another 2 straight. This next map is going to be rolling on any second now. And here we go. We're going to see what this next map is, and it's going to be the dreaded, the cursed, the good riddance 2CP game mode. But hey, 2CP, particularly on defense, going to be really good for a hero like Widow. So can the crit farmers carry on farming those crits off the back of Shadow? Can they draw themselves up and send it to a control for a map 5?
Yeah, like I think the Widowmaker is a kind of incredible hero on first point. Second point, it gets a little bit more curious to do, and I think Shadow still probably can perform at the same level on a different hero. But I'm wondering how they're gonna be able to defend because this Temple of Invis is so annoying as the entirety of this map. If you are not 100% focus fired, paying attention to the same person, melting them down, not only does 2CP allow them to come back faster, but they're going to be able to possibly hold you and maybe even force out a draw, which is absolutely frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. Temple of Draw Nubis is real, it's painful, and I'm so glad it's gone for Overwatch 2. Let me just rant about 2CP as we've probably got a bit of time to fill before we get into the next map. Everyone in the chat. 2CP is everything Overwatch is. Let's categorize firstly what Overwatch is, and obviously Intel, you can join in the conversation as well. I'm not just going to be solo ranting here. Like, what do you like about Overwatch? I'll start, right? It's fast, it's dynamic, there's constant skirmishes, like what else? You know, trying to build off that theme.
Yeah, well, I think just kind of the main point of Overwatch is team play coordination, rewarding skill making, and kind of quick and skilled decision making, rather than just, oh, we got lucky.
Yeah, and then so let me paint you this. It's Temple of Anubis. You've got all the skill in the world. Both teams very, very high skilled, and then you start off with double bubble or double shield. You win the first neutral fight, which is fair enough, skilled. Yep, we'll give it to you. In the neutral fight, you have to be skilled to win the Sword of Mirror. Either they counter comp or they win the mirror. Let's say, for fairness, that they do win this double shield mirror. The attacking team walks to point and they cap A. What's their reward for capping point A? Well, it's point B, but it's also an abundance of ultimate charge. So what happens in point B? And we've seen this on Hanamura time and time again with sim-based compositions. They will TP to the point. They will win the fights. They will then TP to point B before the defensive team are set up. They will sim split the wall across the entire objective. There will be no ultimates for the defensive team to come back. And then they will win 2 fights, as they should, with 5 minutes left on the board. Very interactive gameplay. Very fun. I hate 2CP. I'm so glad it's gone. Give me push, please. No.
Hey, I definitely
hate 2PC.
I agree with the sentiment. I do have fun like on Volskaya Industries because I think it's a little bit more fair, but it is very much annoying. I hate being able to kind of invest maybe 3 ultimates, get a lot of value on it, but because we're, yes, we're being punished for not having amazing focus fire, but I feel like that's not, if you're not, like, you shouldn't be punished for not playing pixel perfect at times, or the fact that they're able to go on complete stall and be there for about 20 years because they're just able to rotate back and forth. It's so incredibly annoying. So yes, I'm looking to just see, and I'm hoping maybe there's no double shield because that's going to slow down the fight. That's going to be kind of enabling that stall. But who am I to say that? It's defense. It's what you run. I'm more impressed to see them not trying to run anything of burst damage.
Too easy composition here is absolutely on the money. It is the best one in the game. Double shield is just so standard on Anubis. So unfortunately, Intel, that's what we are going to have to casting. We're going to have to be casting for this defense hold here. And not only do the respawn's annoying, what makes Overwatch so fun is because of the mobility and the fast paced, but that's almost the that's almost the antithesis of 2CP. What makes everything fun is the mobility and the ability to get to somewhere in an instant, but that means that the respawns for 2CP are so hellish to deal with that it makes the game really unfun. And I just think fundamentally 2CP is a broken game mode and it's badly designed. But speaking of badly designed, I'm not quite sure what this DPS lineup is, the composition for Altera. IVitational maybe going for the stout, and yeah, there we go. Altera going against 6-man for this double shield, so too easy. Got this high ground, but Altera with a really smart rotation to take themselves away from the main line of fire. The spam that can come in from these 2 tanks.
I'm very happy to see the fact that nobody died throughout the rotation. It's a very common issue that happens, especially when you're being hit with so much poke. If you had a Junkrat there, it definitely would have been over for Altaria, but now they really get to set up. They have the high ground control and basically every resource they want if they choose to dive, as well as point advantage. That's why you see the Tracer touching it. They managed to force down the Orisa, and this is where the dive comes in. However, they're going to be losing the Tracer very early out. The Immortality is going to be keeping everyone who was dived on perfectly fine, as Windfall's just barely able to escape, and it seems Altaria are going to be punished for even attempting to do anything. You wanted to try and dive us, but we're not only going to be able to DMAC your D.Va, but build up that pulse bomb within 1 fight.
Losing the Tracer before they went in that fight was so damaging. It was a really clever play. Take note of the bait Ladies and gentlemen, look what Altera did. They sent Blizzard Star to the point. He touched the point that forced the Orisa to drop down. And then Altera went over the top. They went straight for everyone else instead of that Horsey, which meant that, hey, the Orisa was effectively taken out of that fight for 5 to 6 seconds. But looks like it's revenge of the time-traveling British woman as IVitational finds the pick onto Denzi here. So now, on the flip side, Too Easy leads that off angle. They lose their assassination power as the Tracer falls early.
Hey, let's be happy though. The Orisa comes back. Now it's a 5v5 and they have the window. They're going to be using it, but they basically ignore it and just go directly after you. And the hack makes sure that Shadu's not even going to be able to get anything out. Now they're using this Coalescence to push forward. Not going to be able to be inside that Immortality as well as the EMP being there to shut everything down. Look at this Altaria. They have to use a lot, but it's 2 CP. I think it benefits off doing that.
It would have been a bit risky to continue the fight knowing that Too Easy were going to be building up ultimates. Really nice play again to bypass the window from Terak. Committing that EMP though means that Altera have to take a couple of dry fights here, so Too Easy know that the primary win condition for their composition is now down. They've got so many ultimates to work with. Too Easy though, yes, they lose point A, but they avoid the stagger, the snowball of point B because of the blue ticks that they've managed to generate. So I'd like to see them be calm, be collected, and really play this macro game. Play it like a game of poker. Use your ultimates staggered, use them cleanly to really drain this time bank from Altera.
If they're moving in, trying to have some form of engagement, and unfortunately enough, Heaton's going to be taking way too much damage before this fight happens. Now with the Tracer, we see the bomb going out. The shield is there, and it goes a little bit too far, but it's giving them room to be able to push in and kind of break every ability that's happening, especially that Bob that's been hacked. The entirety of Crit is kind of struggling right now to really keep themselves sustained. They even eat their own post-bomb, so it's going to be terrible, especially with the Coalescence. Look how they're being able to move forward. They're being able to get those ticks, and they got that first tick. That's already a one condition set up. This is now where the respawn timers and kind of the 2 CP moments that we get to talk about. Look, one person's contesting and now they're going to be swapping it out, but they don't touch fast enough and they get punished. We see Altera manage to cap with 3 minutes and 40 seconds. This could possibly be a 4-4, but I'm feeling Altera want to end this on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, I think so. Too Easy though. It's criminal that they lose that fight there. They had so many ultimates, but they threw them away. The rally from Windfall came in far too late. They decided to throw other ultimates again, but Altera did an excellent job of just bypassing them. Once that window came down, it was bypassed. Once they got onto point B, I believe they started out with the Flux, and the Focus Fire did not come down. Then Denzi fell 2 fights in a row, so once again, that's no Tracer, one of the best heroes in the game at being able to finish off those low targets that come down from that gravitic flux. No damage comes in there. That's mistake number 1. Losing Denzi, mistake number 2. From there, they commit the Bongo, but what do Altera do? They bubble the Bongo. They bubble the shield that comes down to the Orisa. It's left all alone, trapped in that little shield with her Fortify and no one to help her. They go over, around, and through the Orisa. They ignore the Bongo. They pick 2 or 3 off around the Lonely Horse, and from there they clean it up. And at which point Windfall's rally finally comes online. But as I said, it was too little too late. So kind of bad macro from Too Easy. I think they got a little bit flustered at the pace and the aggression at which Altera had come through, because Altera, they didn't have EMP, remember. They won this without their primary win condition, going into 5 ultimates. So I don't really know what to say for Too Easy, but they have to do something electric, something miraculous here if they want any chance of staying in this map, Intel. It's looking on the ropes for them right now.
I think Denzi being on this Echo and Shadow being on the Tracer is really going to be making that difference, though. Their entire comp is sort of being able to be set up to be anti-dive, but look at this, Altera, they want to be able to take it early. They already are kind of forcing out the resources on the side of Crit Farmers, but they have the break so they can have the long-term brawl. We see the Sleep Dart going to be hitting that Diva, and immediately their mech is looking to be broken. They're able to just barely be able to escape, but Notori is dangerously low. Luce is going to be losing out, so now they're at the disadvantage because without that Diva eating up the damage, what are you really living for? We even see, look at this, Denzi able to use the abilities to their advantage. The entirety of Altaria now split the dive, now being punished. Sure, Shadu is gone, but they have the respawns in their full room, as well as the entirety of Altera. They might as well just reset. They've lost the fight the moment that they lost 3, and I don't think this is the type of point where you truly can have that advantage of the respawn timer.
No, even if Blizzard Star's EMP is going to be coming online, they're going to decide to go with it. I think it would just be a mistake. As I say that, though, the Lucio, the Eurofrog, manages to take down the Ana from Terak, but it's too little, too late. And off the back of 2 really nice sleeps to open This skirmish a minute ago, I think too easy. You're just going to take the point here, Yuntan.
Yeah, I'm more impressed with the fact that they are continuing to stall this out. I'm guessing that they really just want to lower down that time bank for as much as possible. Luckily, they have EMP going up against six ultimates.
Six ultimates. So too easy. They had a massive a massive ultimate bank in the last fight, and not against the EMP. This time they've got to walk into it from Blizzard Star. So I think it's all about tempo too easy. Even if they win this first fight, they have to make sure they don't overinvest. But Blizzard Star though goes first with the EMP and finds all six members.
Absolutely massive. Now this is where they brawl in. You really don't want to invest too much. They're using that rally just to see if they can bring it back. They've already lost 2. There is nothing left for them here besides to reset. And I gotta say, using the rally, not a mistake. You maybe could have let yourself die there and it came back with 6, but I really don't think it's too much of an issue.
I think it's honestly okay there. I think they only lost 1 or potentially no people once the EMP had gone down. No one got insta-popped once those lights were turned off after the huge EMP from Blizzard Star. Yet again, the man of the moment. His name I cannot keep off of my tongue. Blizzard Star has been so good on this Sombra the entire series, and he really has needed to be. That was a fat EMP. But from there, I don't mind it. They only really lose rally. Crit farmers now, and once again, the primary win condition from Altera is down. So, too easy. This is your moment. This is your time. You need to win this fight. You are so far ahead of Ultimates.
Wait a second. Denzi manages to copy out on the Sombra, so they're going to be able to build up EMPs immediately. Although Hedon is the one that goes out and they use the nano on the Brig. They're taking way too long to be able to touch this point. They now have the EMP, but the copy is over. They can't even use it. They now have to work by getting consistent picks. The Lucio is one that helped with the bomb kind of going out. They force everyone off the point, and just crits are looking at the advantage. Even with that hack managing to hit out Shadu, it's too not much of an issue. We see Hidori using that Primal Rage, looking to kind of mess with them, but the respawns were in their favor. They got the early pick, but if you don't immediately go on the point, you've lost it, as we've seen.
It's sort of been the story of this map for Too Easy. They've just not been able to convert these ultimates into an advantage. It's something that's historically been so good at Overwatch. It's almost taken for granted how good the higher level teams are at converting ultimates into fight wins, but not here, not now. For this attacking team on this map, they've already got a lesser time bank than Altera. Once again, they're going to have to walk into this EMP from Blizzard Star, but luckily for them, it's going to be a bit of a neutral fight anyway. They're not really towards any of their primary win conditions to be able to match or out-tempo this Q button that can come in from Blizzard Star, should he choose to go for it. Vital, though, doesn't even need it, finds 2 with the Pulse Bomb.
They came into this fight with 6 ultimates, and they've slowly been whittling down. We just see Altera being able to get a lot of value off of that Pulse Bomb, moving forward, slowly melting down, and getting an impressive stagger. Look, they have 3 ultimates to engage, but I don't think that it's really going to do well against an EMP.
It just feels like a night and day difference. It's something that I just have to keep bringing up because Altera have found these value. They found the 6-man EMPs, the 2-man pulse bombs, the 2-man fire strikes with the windows that can come down. These coalescences from Freezy have been so good. They've been criminal at how Hedon and Lucid have been able to kept alive behind that coalescence that can come down from the Moira. And Too Easy have just been left bone dry. They've provided almost nothing with those Q buttons. There's times it's like they've not even been there. 2 minutes left on the clock. Once again, they've got the nano, they've got the rally, so the double support ult's going to be really good at keeping them in an extended fight. But it has to be something that we've not seen before. It has to be value, it has to be big, and it has to be staggered out as well, because they've got to win 2 fights because of the respawns.
Look at that, EMP comes out and they miss. The nano is going to be able to hit out on the echo, so they build that copy immediately. The sound barrier is used, trying to be able to move them forward. However, Crit Farmers, they have ultimates, but they don't have a team advantage. Now their time bank, which was around a little bit over 4 minutes now, is down to less than 1:30 for the next engagement. Although with that EMP not really hitting anyone and they're coming back before ultimates, I think they're looking at a pretty nice type of fight.
Yeah, we've seen this fight before though, but you'd think third time is lucky. Can they get it on the third roll of the dice? It was a cosmetic EMP from Blizzard Star, let's be fair. That was a rare mistake from him this series, and it could potentially be really punishing because they had to overinvest because of the lack of the EMP. But Crit Farmers now, they've got the copy. If Lucid can have his mech cloned, if Denzi can grab that all-important Korean pilot, then that's going to be 2 divas on the peel for Crit Farmers. So much peel potential to go against this dive. Can they find it? Oh
my
gets the stick. Windfall. You can't let that happen, man.
you're lowering down. I mean, what are you going to be able to do against that besides from using an immortality or a bubble? They don't have either. Now this is where they want to be able to make a difference, being able to find out Altaria is now at a disadvantage just because they're down 1, but easy crit farmers, they are consistently down. They have to walk in with these ultimates at 30 seconds.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm going to be honest, Intel. They had 4 minutes with 6 ultimates. Now they have 26 seconds left with 3. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. This is going to have to be a drawn fight because of the nature of 2CP. And guess what happens if you have to go into the drawn fight? Once again, every time this series, it's an EMP coming up from Blizzard Star. Final fight territory, it's going to be a prayer and a bomb engage from 2easy. Does not manage to find anyone with the self-destruct, though.
Look at this, using that coalescence to be able to move forward, and they're finding out the back line. Even if they have the ultimates, they're going to be missing out, and they're not really going to be having the healing to be able to sustain them. It's up to Denzi to make something happen, but with that EMP hitting, you're hacked and you're demacked even in copy. Such an impressive way, and what a 2CP way to kind of end it out, as we see Altaria winning this series in a 3-1. I've got to say, a lot closer than I was really kind of expecting.
Altaria really going to hit the Allen Iverson level step back over crit farmers as they just have all their spaghetti over the floor. The worst comes to worst as well as Blizzard Star yoinks the EMP play with the hack animation. This was potentially unneeded at the time, but credit to Altaria though. They were fantastic this entire series. Really deserved to win every map that they took. Everyone on Altaria had a moment to shine. I was very in praise, had high praise for Hedon and Blizzard Star in particular, but everyone. IVitational, whose name I said IVitational like 4 or 5 times off of habit, apologies, but found so many with those pulse bombs when they needed to. I think that's something that we can't really underestimate as well. There were fights where they were down in ultimates, down heavy in ultimates, but guess what? On this tracer for Altaria, found 2 or 3 for both the puts. There we go, looking your kill feed right there on the highlight. Found the Brig and the Echo as well. So huge picks there once again in a fight that they had no business in winning. So it's almost daylight robbery here in the scorching sun of, I believe, Africa, where Anubis is rotated. Yes, because it's in Egypt.
Yep.
But the story of the map, the story of the series, Altaria, just better macro, better with the Q buttons, deserved winners in my mind.
Yeah, honestly, we came into this with, I don't really think of high hopes for an exciting match. I mean, obviously, these players are somewhat talented, and
yeah.
I just think they were a little bit too under the radar. We weren't expecting much, and we've had so many amazing games, at least when it came to yesterday, that we were, expecting Group A to not be as well, but they performed out of their minds. I think Altaria is a team to pay attention to solely because they have the potential to be there. I do think they have a lot of big issues that they need to fix, especially just their over-reliance on playing that Sombra comp, because once that doesn't work anymore, what are they really going to do? They lost in every other fight when it came to that. I want to be able to see Altaria kind of flex a bit more, maybe work with that brawl, have more executions, because Crit could have won this if they were able to play against that Sombra.
I think it's just, to be honest, before we wrap this series up, congratulations once again to Altaria. 2easy, I don't think are ready to go home yet. They'll be dangerous in the lower bracket. We'll see. If they can clean up their ultimates Intel, if they can clean up their macro play, how they start and open these fights, how they clean up these fights with those Q buttons, 2easy are going to shock and maybe scare a team later into this lower bracket. So commiserations to them, but you've got so much to improve on and quick, easy fixes. But that's for later, and this is for now. We're going to be getting into match 2 of the Will English Invitational any second here. That's going to be it from me. You can follow me on Twitter at JacePT. You can follow username Intel as well. Once again, thanks to my play-by-play. Intel did a great job. Absolutely love casting with him. You were awesome, dude. Really, really good job. On your first showing here, you should be really proud of yourself. Thank you once again to production as well. That's going to be it for me for the Invitational, I believe. I'll see you all guys in the future. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map 2. See you later, guys.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
All right, welcome back to the Will English Invitational. I'm Berkeley Stevens alongside Altruism. We had a little bit of a mix-up here. Not a mix-up, but I guess a wombo combo of casters. Alt Charge, Altruism. Got to be bringing you the heat for game 2 of the day. We've got the European tournament going on. Add Friend versus Beaumont Cohort. Yes, that is correct. And this is obviously brought to you by Opera GT, or GX, sorry, broadcast by Project Gap, and tech provided by Elo Hell Esports. That's enough of me talking Altruism. Looking sharp, ready for the action, my friend?
Oh, of course I am. I must admit, we've got two big teams coming through here. Ad Friend, relatively pub-style mentality here. They do pick up games all the time together, looking to bring in some chaotic action with some very unique hero choices throughout the whole thing. And then some big names going to be coming out from Beaumont Cohort, or rather, we're going to be referring to them as BMC sometimes. It's quite a mouthful, and I'm glad to have you alongside here. This ultimate combo here, this ulti combo here. That's why we might be referring to Alt Charge as Berkeley here. I got to ask you, just on the theme of the two of us together, what is your favorite ulti combo?
Oh, it's gotta be. That's so tough. I really am a big fan of when it's not like an ultimate, but I guess like Gravitic Flux and Wrecking Ball Mines is a good one. I was going to go with like EMP Shatter, but Gravitic Flux and Wrecking Ball Mines, probably my two favorite just because it's a fireworks show out there. What about you?
Oh, that is savage, I must admit. And it's not one of the ones you see all the time in combos. My favorite has to be Diva Self-Destruct and Reinhardt Shatter. Just the team thinks they're so safe behind her. Reinhardt turns around, offers up a big shield, and then suddenly everyone's lying on the floor and then back in spawn. Really savage to see. I love it. Getting into this game, though, starting off with Nepal, we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting combinations going out there. A lot of different verticalities, very, very unique maps. The Shrine, obviously, a really nice high ground kill box when you're on, when you have control of that point, versus something like Sanctum, where you've got so many edges that you can fall off at any stage. Anyone that you think is worth shouting out or keeping an eye on from these two teams?
Yeah, definitely. Kiwi for Ad Friend. He's a Wrecking Ball player with over 2,000 hours on the hero. When I look at Nepal, I always think of Sanctum and how Wrecking Ball has just been a game changer ever since he's been released, especially on that map. The boops, the stall, everything on that hero kit is crazy on that point in particular. So if we see it, watch out for Kiwi. But what are your thoughts, Alt?
Yeah, that wrecking ball, especially when you got a one trick like Kiwi is, you know they're going to have their rollouts ready. You know that they know exactly where the weak spots are of your opponents. On the other side, though, Haffy Cool has to be the standout character here for Beaumont, because this is an ex-British Hurricanes player. This is someone that we know is going to come in with an incredible impact into the game. Always got to be aware of their positioning, their ult tracking, because that's pretty much going to be your playmaker from Beaumont, I would say.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about BMC here, an all Icelandic team, they've got a World Cup player on their team, and like you said, obviously Haffy Cool, the ex-British Hurricane, played under Coach Shifty, who has, in the NA side of things, I do a lot of collegiate. Shifty has been on a tear, winning collegiate national championships, so they're going to have a very well-coached team, just because Haffy is going to be bringing over that shared knowledge from British Hurricane, captaining this team again. It's going to be a very interesting piece of action. Adfriend, we don't know too much about them, but we do know they've got their work cut out for them in the winners quarterfinal.
Yeah, no, I must admit. And I think that cohesion that comes with a really well-versed and well-coached team is going to be the big deciding factor. Is Beaumont going to be able to use that unification to really punch through the back lines, be able to take apart Adfriend? Adfriend coming out, like I alluded to, with some very interesting hero combinations. You know, you got Shira, who's an ex-rank 1 player on the off-tank role on PlayStation 4, an incredible game sense, incredible ability to be a playmaker into this. Then you got stuff like the May Torb from Madeto, who, you know, Torb has picked up in a lot of relevance lately, being able to just put that 7th man down, be able to get that consistent damage out constantly. Will going to be coming in from the air with the Echo or the Farah, you know, especially on something like Sanctum. Farah, that's uncontested, has the boop capabilities, has the damage that you can put into the small corridors. We are, of course, going to be starting here on the village, and maybe even a May going to come out. No, it looks like Madeto is going to be sticking with that Torbjorn straight away, and Will going to be using that Symmetra to come in. And Kiwi, straight away, no surprises, onto that wrecking ball.
Absolutely no surprises for Kiwi. I am a little surprised to see the Torb instead of the May. Out of all the Nepal points, I would say that this one is probably the one that's best suited for the May player, but we'll see just how he kicks things off here with the Turret Dwarf. But it's looking like a hybrid dive setup for the BMC side of things, but they're rocking the Sigma as the off-tank ult. What do you think about that look?
Ooh, Sigma versus Diva as your options here is going to be interesting. Sigma's going to offer a little bit of point contention to be able to come in here, and even the team's basically scattering straight away. Sindri being able to pick up the first kill on the Ana.
Yeah, and with the Ana down, you of course do have this res in action, but Luna does get discorded and quickly becomes the focus, but instead just piecing up the tanks, piecing up the Torb, and with the first cap, we've got BMC rolling onto the point with a whole lot of confidence. This is a little bit of what we expected. Adfriend is going to be the team that has to adjust throughout this game if they want to find success.
Yeah, I like to see this straight away. You can see that game plan came out from Beaumont. They just scattered everywhere. They looked for where the weakness of Adfriend was going to be, and managed to pick off some key targets at the beginning, and now just basically avoiding fights at the beginning of this fight to see, you know, let Adfriend come to us. They are going to be the ones who have to make the work happen.
You're absolutely right. Haffy Cool coming in with the wrecking ball action, just rumbling through Madito. And I really do like what Beaumont Court is doing, bunkering up their Zenyatta in that building there, keeping him safe with Futak right there on the break, and the peel, as you just saw from the tanks, always present, just looking out for the life of their Zenyatta player. This team revolves around the Discord, they know it, and the peel has been fantastic to this point.
I like that. You got Futak who's sitting on that Brigitte, just shores up your backline, make sure that no one can run at Beaumont, and it gives space to people like Sindri, Krizzy, Haffy, to be able to go out and find kills on the other side, just track down whoever's been discorded, and the pulse bomb doesn't stick at the beginning, but Beaumont's still looking quite healthy.
Looking healthy, and with that Transcendence to bail him out if things get a little too hasty here. Sindri also coming up on that EMP, the most crucial ultimate for this team. Can just have an entire team fight revolve around it as he just works down that turret, dealing with it. Almost gets pieced up by Madito, but doesn't get that final rivet in the noggin. And of course, Numbling just over here on this building side, the shot caller discording everything, making it so hard for Adfriend to just push through this first choke. They really haven't found their footing yet.
Yeah, and I like this. You know, Sigma, very mobile tank, very adaptable tank, is able to just stick around the two supports. Futok doesn't need to go anywhere else, just keeping it there, keeping the Zenyatta alive. Molten Core dropped onto the point straight away to start us off.
Molten Core on the point, and the Wrecking Ball mines the point completely zoned off, but Beaumont Court not going anywhere here, investing the Gravitic Flux and the EMP. They are a hero in this final fight. 2 picks so far. The Diva Bomb coming in, blocked by the shield. The flip, of course, has come through, but Beaumont looked very strong in this fight, still trying to flip it back and take round 1 here on the Paul.
I like that. That was really good heads-up play there from Dumont, just understanding that they've got the advantage on the point. They've got the position. They give up a little bit of that percentage, but stick around, win the fight out at the end. Are going to be able to turn it around and start ticking down overtime straight away.
And we do have a little bit of a touch here from Will, but he is met with a rock. Happy taken down with a little bit of help from Kira's Pulse Bomb. Kiwi goes, and that should be overtime falling. No touch left here for Beaumont Court. The Torb not as fast as a Tracer, not going to make it through the choke. And that is 1-0 to start things off here.
Gotta say that came down just to the draft composition from both these teams. Beaumont seemed to have a really cohesive idea of what they wanted to do. They kept their DPS and they hammered on back lines, just keeping Adfriend really... it makes the job of Adfriend to push forward a very difficult one. You know, you've got to worry about these people in your backline. You've got to worry about the fact that someone like Numbling, even on a support, is putting out so much damage, so much target prioritization. You've got Sindri, who's able to move around consistently with the Sombra, get off those key hack targets, and Adfriend didn't really have any Lucio to try and speed boost them in, didn't really have a big Reinhardt shield to work around. They kind of mirrored the tank chaotic style with the Wrecking Ball and the Diva, but didn't have anyone that could then get that pick potential at the end. They didn't get Medetto set up on any nice places. Will didn't get the picks on the Echo that they needed, and now Adfriend, having gone quickly onto the point, might be able to get themselves set up a little bit more and try and win out a point for themselves.
Beaumont Court taking this closed offside, and they do find the first pick onto Ghost. And again, we're going to just see Beaumont Court set up their Zenyatta Numbling just to be the driving force of all of this action in the game. I do think it was the difference in round 1, just having that Discord. It makes it so much easier to focus down targets and teams of these caliber. With a 30% wide damage boost onto a target, they can just dice them up so fast, and that's exactly what we saw round 1. I'll be interested to see where they set up Numbling on this point. I'm just learning a lot about Zenyatta from this team so far. Where is the best spot for him to stand, and what tank should be peeling for him at what times?
Man, just the adaptable nature of Beaumont so far has proven that you don't even have to just put the Zenyatta in a single place. We see how quickly, I mean, did you see how quickly Kiwi dropped at that stage? The hack up, the Discord orb on, and then 2 or 3 people just chewing in damage means that even Wrecking Ball, one of the most survivable characters in the game, gets chewed through. And again, Adfriend now just has to take that more passive, long-distance poke battle.
And that's a good point you bring up. There's 2 different strategies you can deal with a Wrecking Ball. You can either put a Discord on him and stun him with everything you've got, take him down that way, or what a lot of pro teams have been doing recently is ignoring him, and that is not what we're seeing Beaumont Court do. They are using their DPS to find picks onto the squishies, but they're doing a great job of just zoning Kiwi away from the action. They're making his effort pretty much give out that minimal value that we're seeing. Happy, on the other hand, is going in, surviving, not getting that Discord or those stuns immediately, and his DPS are able to follow up after those cooldowns have been used on him.
Yeah, it's that full follow-up. Here we see Sindri just looking for this EMP target, goes into the back line, just tracking out Adfriend, and Adfriend really wants to push in. This could be the setup right here.
Right next to the Zen with the slam, but they're not able to finish off the kill. Sindri does get stunned and taken care of right there by Shira, and this is a great response here from Adfriend. The hardest fight they've had so far responding to this EMP, but they are in it to win it here. They need this flip at 91%. They might just be able to get it, but still have a couple members of BMC left to deal with.
Oh, such reservation from BMC here to just hold on to their ultimates. They had the rally up that they could have used. They had Hafikul with those Hammond mines that could have just denied some space. But like you said, Adfriend just reacted so perfectly. They didn't lose their Zenyatta, even on the, 50 HP? After that EMP, kept him so safe, managed to push onto the point, now can get themselves set up, and now you got a lot of ultimates that you can use. You've got the Rally online, you've got the Molten Core that can be able to just deny any space, and Will going to be duplicating straight away into that Sombra.
We've got 3 ultimates right away as well, and that rally was taken care of. Luna goes down to that Wrecking Ball minefield so early in the rally. that might end up biting them in the behind. But right now, it's still a 5 versus 5 here as teams just try and chip away. The turret has been dealt with, and it looks like BMC do look to push in here. They've got the Diva Bomb in hand coming up on a Transcendence, but that might not be enough to overcome this fight. They've got the positioning, they've gotten the flip, and overtime starts to dwindle, but they're not out of the woods yet. Adfriend has a great chance at a final touch here, and they've got members in the mix.
Yeah, you got a chance to touch, but I mean, how much are you really going to be able to sustain on the point right now? Kiwi being chewed down so quickly at this point. The Diva Self-Destruct comes on the back line there. We also see Shira now being discorded, being chewed down, is going to lose the mech so quickly into this. And the big EMP waiting from Sindri comes out towards the end of the fight and manages to shut down the Brigida. No one able to touch. And it looks like BMC 2-0.
BMC 2-0, which will mean Adfriend will get to pick the next map. That's about the only advantage they get because they're going to have to make some serious adjustments. They were off kilter that entire time. We didn't see Sanctum come around though, and that is the map that we highlighted Kiwi probably being the biggest threat on. So a little bit of luck not going their way where they don't see their favorite point on the fall, but still going into hybrid, going into payload 2CP, what sort of adjustments could we expect them to make coming up?
You know, I think the big thing, we touched on it, that team composition from Adfriend just didn't do what it was intended to. You know, you didn't have a big shield to hide behind. You didn't get a Torbjorn set up and make a bunker composition where you can defend the point. You kind of had this very forward-going composition with the tanks, but then the DPS couldn't really follow up behind them. You had a Brigida who was kind of out of the fight for most of it, and it was just, Beaumont didn't really seem to want to dive on, or when they did dive, they just did it so quickly that there was no time for Adfriend to respond. And you know, that comes down to the nature of control points at the end of the day. Control points are such a difficult point once the other team has got such good control of it as BMC did manage to get. Adfriend just had no answer to be able to come back in here. Here we see this EMP coming out again and nearly chewing through the Zenyatta, but just tucks away behind everyone. That was a single fight that Adfriend managed to win. And I would like to see Adfriend's composition might work out a little bit better on hybrid, where you know you've got that static point that you need to defend at the beginning or even attack near the start. And then once you got the payload moving, you can set up key positions on your defense or on your attack. On control point, I think it was just too scrappy for that to ever work.
Definitely too scrappy. I mean, like you were saying, that EMP play, that one flash of greatness we saw from Adfriend was the peel onto Ghost, where he's able to get around the corner, and the Diva and the Brig were right there in response. If they could get more of that onto them, they might find some success, but the DPS for BMC are just closing in on the Zen, on the Brig, on whatever supports that Adfriend is running. They're just so fast to get in there.
That's pace that you talk about, so fast to get in there. That just seemed to be what BMC was all about. They had the Wrecking Ball to start things up, get some sort of pile driver on there. They had Sindri on the Sombra being able to hack up a person. You get a Discord Orb on there. You get a Tracer in the backline. There is so much that you got running at you. There's no one threat you need to deal with, and it's almost impossible to then just try and maintain your composure at that stage. It was all about Adfriend trying to react to situations, and that's not what we want to see. Now it's going to be a game of mobility again as we go into our second map, the hybrid map, Hollywood. Very big verticality, very, very interesting pathing choices for this first attack. And what do you think? Do you expect to see some sort of change up in the layouts, the team compositions from any of these teams? Because as it stands, I don't think BMC really needs to change much up here.
I don't think BMC needs to change much up, and I think Adfriend chose this map so they wouldn't have to change much either. Definitely plays to Medito's strengths on the Torbjorn first points, the verticality. Having that seventh man out there on Hollywood, there's a lot of tricky spots you can put that turret to counter the dive that BMC is running. So it's going to be interesting if they do choose to adjust or if they just figure the map could do the work for them.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Like you say, that Torbjorn, there's so many good turret positions that it covers your place, and you don't need it to fire at the choke. That's what you've got your Echo for. That's what you got your Pharaoh for. They can put in the damage to just try and oppress your opponents as they try and push in. And then you've got the anti-dive Torbjorn, basically, that you play behind there. Gonna be interesting to see what the support comes out. We did see a little bit of flexibility coming out from Adfriend. We did see the Mercy attempt, we saw the Zen attempt, we saw the Brig attempt. None of them are really getting in there to the same efficacy. I mean, the difference in the Zen impact for both of these teams was probably the big cracking point when we saw that on Control.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, on the one side, it seemed like the Zenyatta for BMC was quarterbacking every single fight. That's honestly what he looked like back there. On first point on Nepal there, where he was just tucked away in that building, it was like running a quarterback out of the shotgun. Probably no one here even follows football because this is, of course, an EU cast, but that means he had all the time in the world to just look downfield, put the Discord on the most primary targets, and the focus fire from there was easy peasy. That's what I meant by that crazy football analogy that probably no one understood.
I got it. I was there with you, just being able to lob that long distance Discord orb and then, hide around a corner, charge up a couple of shots and then hammer it home. That obvious coaching is coming through right now. That there was such clear, we're not in voice comms, but you could almost hear it from here, how clean those executions were. That go call was so prevalent that everyone on the team reacted. There was the constant awareness from BMC to go, all right, these are the 4 people that need to go forwards. Brig, Sigma, Zen, we're going to sit at the back line. Sigma's going to just put up a nice shield, keep us safe. Zen's going to put out a Discord orb. You get the call right and collapse upon them, and now you're starting a 6v5 fight, 6v4 fight, and you just chew through the players. The target prioritization coming out from BMC is going to be big. I'd like to see a little bit more of that coming through here, especially on an attack. It's going to be interesting to see how they tempo their attacks. Are they going to try get maybe a Tracer into the back line first to get into the position? Are they going to scout out? Sindri was doing an amazing job of keeping track of that Tourbillon turret and then, throws the translocator out, chews through the turret, prioritizes that, translocates out, and that opens up the space for the rest of the team to push on the next wave.
Yeah, and talking about space, I think a great thing that BMC has done well to this point is taking advantage of the map, fighting where they want to fight. That was a big part of Shifty's coaching, the British Hurricane coach, Happy Cool, the captain for this team coming over from them, definitely sharing in that knowledge of you want to take the fight where you want to take the fight. You don't want to fight the other team where they want to fight you. Of course not. So that's what they were doing by setting up their Zenyatta, because they know if he's the primary dive target, that's where they can make the fight happen. They can use their good positioning, their natural cover, those small doorways where it's easy for their tanks to peel for the Zen. They can use all of that to their advantage just by setting up where Numbling sits and expecting the fight to take place there.
And look at this again, this composition coming out from Beaumont. You've got Crizzy and Hafikul being the captain, obviously the shot caller, have that ability to push into the back line. Sindri again going to be picking up that Sombra. And so you've got so many. Steel going to be coming through on another Wrecking Ball here. Means that you, again, going to be able to launch one good solid attack at it. And yet again, Adfriend now swapping over to the Sigma. It gives them a little bit more space to hide behind, gives them a little bit more space control with the Gravitic Grasp and the shield, going to be able to at least deny some of that damage, that burst damage that comes in from Beaumont, but you can't really rely on one hero to be able to mitigate this much damage. Luna obviously going to be able to sit at the back there. I think it comes down to how quickly Adfriend can find picks at the beginning of this. You've got Kiwi to set up with that pile driver. You've got Will to be able to spam down with those sticky bombs. And still, Beaumont just looking around, and look at this patience on the first approach.
Patience is the perfect word there. This team is just posturing for this first fight. 45 seconds gone by so far, and hardly any shots even fired as Crizzy starts to close in on that coffee shop, goes up top, trying to just take care of Luna on this brig while everyone else is being focused separately. That's what this dive does so well for BMC, is they make you constantly turn your head and you don't know what to expect or where anyone is coming from. This team has set up this fight perfectly, and now they're making their way onto the point, starting to put that pressure onto Adfriend to make the move in response, but it looks like the picks are starting to fly as Will goes down to the flail, and it could just spill out from here as ultimates. They're only halfway built up, but still, Adfriend does not have much of a response here. Great headshot there from Medito to sit down the Tracer.
That is a huge way to turn this fight around there. Crizzy was doing so much work in the backline on the Tracer, making everyone give up that archway choke point, and meant that Adfriend can now regroup themselves. They're able to just stop focusing backwards and start pushing forwards, and now it's Adfriend really taking control of this fight. Beautiful play from them. And I mean, we saw previously, Luna is supposed to be your anti-tank hero. The Brigida is supposed to be there to deal with something like a Tracer, but was just kind of running for their lives, being chewed through the whole time. Beaumont has managed to build up some big ultimates. The most impactful, obviously, has to be that EMP. And when you combine that with the Gravitic Flux, if Haffy gets a couple of people up into the air, holds them in position, Sindri going to be able to come through, and then Numbling to be able to stall it out there and just keep the team reinforced with that Transcendence.
They do have an ultimate now for pretty much every scenario they could find themselves in this upcoming fight, and Crizzy switching over to the Hanzo means they're going to be setting up on the high ground, putting in some more damage here, but Sindri popping that EMP early. The first tick has been taken. Transcendence in response from Ghost, and the Flux comes out from Happy Cool. A lot of ultimates being used here in a very colorful fight, but it looks like Beaumont Court, the victors here with 3 quick picks, and this should be about to take this second tick and get this payload pushing first off.
I like that ability there. Adfriend kind of were forced into using their Transcendence very early. It was a good aggressive play from Sindri going in with that EMP, going in over the top. And Ghost did a good job of hiding in the backgrounds and not being picked off with that. But eventually had to come out, and Numbling just held on to their Transcendence for so much longer there. If you see this here, as the Transcendence runs out, everyone gets picked up by the Gravitic Flux, kind of getting pinned in that corner, and now you can reinforce. Numbling being able to stop that counter Gravitic Flux from coming out there, and it meant that just Beaumont was able to outlast that the whole way through, wins it cleanly on their second fight, and now looking to make a dominant performance in the street space.
And I haven't even thought about this once, but Hanzo countering the Torb, probably the best hero you could pick just to get rid of that 7th man early in fights, and that's what we saw right there. But Medito does respond with a pick right there onto the Wrecking Ball steal, so it will be without him. Will pop on the high noon from the high ground, but it doesn't find anything except a whole lot of damage. No final blows, though. Can he win the duel here against Crizzy? He sure can! Making his way back up the elevator to the high ground to hopefully finish off this fight and keep this payload halfway through street space, but it's not going to be easy. Oh, he's certainly going to be the dive target every single one of these fights because this high ground, this catwalk is far too valuable.
Yep. You got to prioritize that catwalk, but the big problem with sticking up there is you got so few people now to contest the movement of the payload. Already most of the way through the street space, straight away, Beaumont just prioritizing the objectives. Keep the payload moving. You're just a couple of meters short now. Molten Core gets dropped down at the beginning, but Medito's going to be all that they can contribute to this fight.
It's going to be decent zoning, but Numbling again there with the Transcendence to respond. Ghost pops that of his own too. Almost froze. Oh, never mind. Same team. Okay, I was very worried for the Sombra's life there that he was just going to translocate right into that Dragons. But Sindri, of course, on BMC with Crizzy. Going into third point here with 3.5 minutes alt. Are we going to see a response from Adfriend as they start to get all these ultimates coming online, or is their composition a little too broken against what BMC is running?
Yeah, I don't know what they can throw to counter the side. I mean, that EMP wasn't even used at the end there. There was obviously the game plan for Sindri, but then just realizing, hang on, I can just chew through the counter Sigma. I don't have to worry about wasting it at this stage, and now they're holding on to it for this fight. We're building up even more ultimates for BMC, and you got Crizzy dominating the high ground, just Adfriend really struggling to contest the point, really struggling to get into the front lines and be able to stop any progression of the payload. Really nice use of that shield to deny some of the Hammond mines. But Adfriend basically don't want to come out and fight head to head. Oh, they're going to take it this time though.
A lot of their success has been on Will just finding an opening pick somehow, some way. So if he can continue doing that, this team might have hopes, but Beaumont Court responds with 3 quick picks of their own. We've got an even fight here, 3 versus 3, so the payload might not get any progress here, but Adfriend, they're playing with their backs up against the wall a little too much. I would like to see them be a little more aggressive on these chokes, make it harder for BMC to just gain ground in this map, because so far they've cut through it like butter. The Flux coming through now from Happy Cool, and we could see some ultimates comboed along with it. But unfortunately, no elims follow up on that Flux. The rally popped by the Brig on the side of BMC as the payload nears the finish line, just 10 meters to go, and a pick found onto Luna. This could spell disaster here as Sindri EMPs, but there with the Transcendence is going to be Ghost. I don't believe it's going to be enough though. They've only got 2 members left, and the touch barely comes through from the Diva Shira, and that should be all she wrote here for first round of Hollywood.
Such an amazing bit of cycling of ultimates here from BMC, being able to use something like the rally to stand on the payload and keep it moving. Then anyone who's going to come and recontest has to meet up with an EMP. EMP actually didn't find anyone in that last fight unless I'm mistaken, but that's just how much BMC is being able to control these positions. You talked about it where Adfriend is just not coming to contest. So even though it was an even fight there on the corner, Adfriend didn't come forward. They didn't die on the payload. They didn't stop the progression at any stage. And that gives BMC, even though they kept their payload moving for pretty much the majority of the fight, they only end up with 1:45. But the big thing is that they pushed it all the way to the end. You really want to get those 3 points on the board. You really want to keep control of the game, and that's what BMC did. They're choosing the correct fights. Adfriend wants to take above the bank on that catwalk. Fine. We're going to ignore them up there. We're going to take good pathing to go around them, go underneath with the payload, keep our tanks on there and keep the payload moving. And eventually, you're just saying to Adfriend, guys, come take a fight with us. We're ready for you at any stage. If you don't take a fight, though, we're just going to carry on basically winning the game for free by moving the payload.
Yeah, you're so right, Altruism. I mean, this team really just ignores Adfriend if they feel like they're in a position where they're going to take a fight at a disadvantage. Up on that catwalk, it seems like they should have full control of the streets phase with your hit scan up there, but keeping a rooftop over their head the entire time was BMC, and moving that payload almost effortlessly through second point. It was almost never in park until it reached the second point finish line. And now we're going to see Adfriend. How did they attack with the Torb, with the Tracer, with this strange hybrid kind of comp they've got going? It looks like they're sending themselves back to spawn, maybe making some adjustments, maybe not.
Adfriend is kind of a one-trick lineup. They've got 1 or 2 tricks for every one of their players. Now they've gone to that Lucio to speed them in, and they've gone straight for the throat.
That was a fantastic dive into the top story of this coffee shop, but it doesn't look like Beaumontcourt wants to give up this entire point. We should see a contest from them maybe as they're working their way back in, but Will with a good contestion here onto Crizzy, trying to just win this duel onto the Hanzo, but it's going to be Crizzy with the arrow to the head, and that is a fantastic look here for Beaumontcourt, but unfortunately for them, the point has been given up.
Yeah, that dive onto the top, they managed to take out both of the supports from BMC, and I think that was just a battle of attrition from that point onwards. They could do the little pokes, they could do the little jewels, and now look at this prioritization going straight up onto the high ground, actually faking it out. They realize that there's still some people left on the ground here for Adfriend, and BMC, or at least BMC was on the low ground. Adfriend pushes forward, and this is the first bit of real aggression we've seen coming out from them in this matchup.
Yeah, Altruism, just like what you were alluding to there, Luna over onto the Lucio, and this team looks completely different, just the way they're moving around and traversing the map. That first dive in the coffee shop, that dive up onto this high ground on top of the bank. Everything we're seeing from this team right now is completely different from what we've seen so far. Ghost coming in with the 2K Coalescence, throwing in that orb to finish off the Zenyatta Numbling, and this team looks fantastic right now. Are we sure this is the same team we've been watching so far?
It's the same heroes barring Luna, and like you say, Luna's making the difference because it's changed up the mentality of Adfriend. Brigida is a very passive hero in terms of not just the Inspire healing, but in terms of how you play. You're waiting for your opponents to come to you, and it seems like Adfriend has been able to read that now. Beaumont doesn't want to rush forward into Adfriend. They don't necessarily have to take a fight when they don't want to, and when they do, they come forward. Now we see the big EMP coming out on 4 members of Adfriend, and this could be Beaumont looking to contest, but Kiwi's already got 2 kills and a massive pulse bomb. Will gonna be able to take out 2.
This team has just transformed with Luna on the Lucio. They're no longer playing in response. They're playing with aggression to their style. This is exactly the look they were hoping for. Luna onto the Lucio. Now it's Beaumontcourt's job to respond because 5.5 minutes, Altruism. That is an insane time bank going into third.
I was saying that the 3 points from Beaumont would make them feel happy. A minute 45 is not a long time on the bank, but it should be enough here. Adfriend just putting paid to that straight away, coming in now with a full 5 minutes and a couple of ultimates to come through. You want to build a couple more, obviously, before they get to that final position, and the rally from Futark looks to try and turn the pace and momentum around for BMC.
And they needed that early rally too to just give them armor before this fight because Ghost is going to have another Coalescence coming up. Kiwi does slam through Crizzy, and that's the first pick of this fight. Transcendence in response to try and keep BMC alive in this fight. It could be just enough as they're able to finish off Kiwi before he gets to that minefield. Now Ghost has that Coalescence, choosing to use it as well despite being down 3 members, trying to swing the tide in this fight. I don't believe it's enough here as Beaumontcourt looked very stable on this corner with the Mega Health Pack, but Happy Cool has to be very careful not to overextend here. Almost gets caught out at 100 HP, but manages to make it back in the nick of time, trying not to pay with his life, throws in the Diva Bomb over the top corner. Unfortunately coming up empty there, but it's got to be Sindri with the melee on the Medito.
Ooh, I think Adfriend may have just pushed themselves a little bit too hard and are not willing to just go back and reinforce now, really regroup at any stage. They're just wanting to keep fighting it out, and they are getting a couple of the picks. They do manage to take out Futark on the Brigida, but going to lose Kiwi in the return, and it's just Sindri just sitting around on this Tracer on the payload, stopping it moving, and Adfriend still wanting to basically maintain that same first fight.
That was so scrappy there from Adfrin. Oh, the stun is going to cancel the Molten Core here. Numbling still does respond with the Transcendence High Noon as well, but Will takes care of the Cowboy. And Medito's turret will finish off Futark. Diva Bomb coming in, and Adfrin looked to finish off Hollywood with over 3 minutes, double the time bank of Beaumont Court, who went 2-0 in Nepal. This team looks transformed as they reach the finish line here, and 3:26 on the clock. They are smiling ear to ear.
Okay. Adfriend, I'm going to give you some credit there. They recognize that BMC dropped that Transcendence very early. So, okay, let's break down that super long, drawn-out final fight there, because, I mean, that was a single fight at the end there. Adfriend pushed in. They got a really nice bit of aggression, kind of pinned BMC into the corner. BMC has to drop that Transcendence, stays alive, but doesn't really use it to turn the tide. They don't really manage to get a lot of picks the other way. Adfriend recognizes, okay, we can still fight this out. Yes, there's Hammond mines all over the payload, but we're just going to stay just next to it, control the space, hold on to that position, and it's so nice to see this refreshing change from Adfriend, where previously they were so anxious about going forwards, too anxious about staying in the wrong place on control points. Now it's come to Hollywood and they've gone, no, we're going to go forwards. We're going to make sure that we're constantly on the front lines pushing forwards. And even though BMC had the spawn re-advantage there, Adfriend just didn't die. They stayed, they maintained themselves, they stuck together really good, and kind of breaks apart this chaotic lineup of BMC. And Adfriend now with a massive time bank. That is huge for them. And BMC is going to have to execute this very cleanly if they want to try and push this payload, even to street space.
Luckily for them, though, they will have a minute 45 up on the clock, so Sindri should have more than enough time to build up an EMP, which could just very well capture the first point all by its own. But I want to talk more about Adfriend. Using Luna's speed boost to respond to these dives, Brig, like we were saying earlier, is a responsive support, but Luna, if you're all gathered up around this speed boost and the dive comes in, if Luna has amp, you get away for free with the use of one cooldown, no stuns, and then you're able to do what we've said so much, take the fight on your terms. We're going to be seeing if Adfriend can do that here, setting up their first defense very tucked away around this first corner, just begging BMC to dive them. That's a fantastic hack there onto Kiwi, and Shira has been demacked. BMC looking good on this first fight, but Steel has fallen.
And again, it's what you talk about, this Lucio just allowing Adfriend to keep their distance. BMC really wants to try close it down, and then when the time comes in, the speed boost forward, the go call comes out, and Adfriend pushes forwards and chews through BMC's first attack.
I have never seen a team just go on a green light like this team does with the speed boost. It is, of course, their map pick, so they also have the advantage of knowing exactly where they want to dive. This is probably a map where they scrimmed this more than any other hybrid map just for this part of the tournament. So, like we saw on first point where they all dove top story of Coffee House so cleanly, that was organized probably a week ago. They knew they were going to do that move. This team is all on the same page on a different composition. Port coming out right now from Medito just to keep him at bay, but is there anything Beaumont Court can do in response to this Lucio? How do you play faster than the speed boost when you don't have one?
This is worrying me. I mean, where are you supposed to go? You got Molten Core all over the ground. Numbling has to pop that Transcendence early, but they lose Futark, means that most of your healing goes down. Numbling eventually going to run out of that Transcendence. Now the rest of Adfriend can use this opportunity to push forward, and they do so with aggression, constantly leveraging up that speed boost, and now it's just a case of clearing out this point. A first take overtime. This would be in a massive hold here. 3.5 minutes, you've got to say, is enough time here. But Deto's turret in the back line, being able to chew out anyone who wants to try and recontest, and the stall comes out from Adfriend. Beautiful first hold.
And they even had Sindri build up that EMP. It found 4 members of Adfriend, but the follow-up was not there in pursuit of it. They were almost able to take down Shira on the Diva, but still just clinging to that HP. And then Luna there with the late drop of the beat to keep them fully supported through that final fight. This team has made one hero change, and it has completely morphed them into a new team, a powerhouse in this lobby right now that has Beaumont Court playing a little bit scared here.
Yeah, and it's the mentality. It's the mentality that Lucio gives you, and you can hear the calls. We credited BMC with their calls in that previous round, but Adfriend now coming out with such clean execution. When it's time to give some space, time to flex back a little bit, they do it. And they bait in BMC, and this is the problem with BMC's dive lineup. There's only so far you can dive. Everyone has to, if you're using all of Crizzy's cooldowns to be able to get there, you got nothing to play in the fight with. Steel has to get some nice position And there was a lot less patience from BMC on this round. You know, they relied on their first round, just getting into a nice position, getting into a place where they could get good use of that rollout, something like that. This time, they didn't have the luxury of time to be able to get that rotation around. They went, we've got one fight, two fights if we take it quickly. So let's push forwards. Luna brings the team back. Ghost keeps everyone really nice and healthy, and Kiwi pushes them back. And then we see Adfriend turn around, and Adfriend, I would not be surprised to see them lock in this team composition for the rest of this matchup.
No, it just looks so good. I mean, if I'm BMC right now, I have to pick maps based on this composition that Adfriend has found working so well to not work. Here we're going to see them setting up again with this weird composition with the Lucio Moira dive with a Tor. Luna does fall first. That is the crucial member of this team, and that is not what Adfriend hopes to see. They are going to have to recollect themselves, but they have done themselves such a good favor of putting 3.5 minutes up on the clock. They should get at least 2 full ultimate cycles to just try and take 1 tick.
Yeah, and a nice adaptation coming out there from Beaumont, being able to go, you know, the coffee shop wasn't exactly the best place we wanted to try and contest previously. We got run over at that stage, now going to take the closer high ground, and still Adfriend wants to contest this. Now they've just basically avoided them. They had the tanks jump up onto the high ground and have taken control of the points. Now it's going to be a contest all the way to the end. This may be the final fight.
I mean, it just might be. This team composition can get so scrappy here. We're seeing a couple picks here, and right now Adfriend does have a 1-member advantage, but Crizzy is loose in the back line. Still at large here is the Tracer coming up on the Pulse Bomb. Could make a very clutch play, and there it is, the Wrecking Ball and Will falling here for Adfriend, and now they're finding themselves on the back foot. They got halfway to taking that tick, but still, just not quite enough. I do like what they're doing, setting Magito in on the big flank, setting up that turret on the very back side of the point. That can make things pretty complicated for the defense, but not quite so that fight.
Nice play from Beaumont, drops the rally to keep everyone. Adfriend just avoiding that high ground, giving up that position here to go onto the point and make Beaumont have to come and contest them down there. Beaumont going with a much more stable comp. Here comes the dive onto the top though. This is a big start from Adfriend.
And they've dealt with Sindri too. That is the biggest high ground presence that this team has in terms of damage. But their Diva has been demeched as well. Adfriend trading out this fight. It's a 5 versus 5, but they're missing their off tank, and that could be crucial. They have taken down Numbling just before Transcendence comes online, and Luna drops the sound barrier to keep them supported in this fight. And here comes the push. They're so close to taking the first tick. Just 10 more percent to go. Will coming in from the top turnbuckle, unable to finish off the kill onto the soldier, but just so much pressure. Should be enough to take down Sindri, but the Transcendence Numbling is here with it. He's keeping his team alive. Beaumont Court is not out of Hollywood first point yet. They're making one hell of a final stand, Alt.
That is a massive reinforcement. Sindri being able to lock those legs and come back in with the soldier. That was the early first pick, and being able to survive through that onslaught from Will just manages to buy the team some time, being able to drop down that heal grenade, and then Numbling coming in with that Transcendence at the end of the fight. I honestly thought when he died on 97% at the beginning that could have been what Adfriend wanted. Adfriend, now having spent most of their ultimates, has to push this in here, and Shira might have to come out with a massive Diva self-destruct.
And Adfriend can't afford to lose this map after having such a fantastic first round attack. Ghost has fallen right after using the Coalescence, and that is huge. This team is just not getting any luck going their way in the overtime, and they're dealt with once more. 10 seconds left, overtime about to be underway here. Adfriend should get one final touch in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Beaumont Court has just responded perfectly to this composition and held them here on first.
How do you get it with both teams managed to push through to the final point in the first round, and then even Adfriend with a massive time bank? They basically spent as much time trying to contest this first point as they did to push the entire payload previously. So a huge hold coming out from BMC. That's an amazing plays. Hafikul going to be picking up our play of the game here, being able to use this Gravitic Flux, and this was on their first push, being able to throw this in just after the Transcendence and backed up afterwards. Massive play coming out here, but this is a lot closer than that control point ever was.
Yeah, I mean, it was a completely different game here on Hollywood. A perfectly executed draw on both sides. A great response that we saw there from Adfriend to just swing the momentum their way completely in round one, and then Beaumont Court there showing that they are just a well-oiled team that knows how to respond, even though it's not their map pick, even though they've been thrown off kilter in round one. 3.5 minutes to defend 1 tick, and they're able to get it done. How did they do it? It wasn't just holding a different high ground.
Yeah. No, I think it was the response of we know when they're going to come in. They're going to come in as one big solid group. And that first fight where they were able to pick out Luna on that Lucio, that was massive. Being able to stop the rotations coming out there from Adfriend, that was huge to be able to change how they were able to adapt to that fight. It meant that now BMC could just kind of hold their position. They could take the fights where they wanted to. They could catch out Adfriend where they needed to, and just then clean up the rest of the fight. And it almost seemed like Adfriend was impatient. You know, we talked about the patience from BMC, and I thought that now with Adfriend going in with the Lucio, they seemed more to just let's throw everything, let's make it work, and it worked to keep that momentum going in the first round. But maybe this is just Adfriend not willing to plan out their attacks as much. You know, they were less willing to reset after a fight or realize, okay, our attack didn't work, just wasting too much time. They only really got 2 or 3 proper attacks on this first point in 3.5 minutes. And I would have liked to have seen them just take some time, go, all right, let's just build up 5 ultimates, build up 6 ultimates, go in with the coalescence, with the sound barrier, counter out everything, bait out the ultimates from BMC, and then take the fight. But BMC just read it the whole way through.
Yeah, and their best chance was that one fight where they were able to take down the Soldier and Numbling at 97% of the Transcendence, but using the only speed boost that he had, used that ultimate to get back from spawn and keeping the team alive. Just a 2 versus 4 fight there, and it ends up being a 4 versus 4, and quicker than you know it, with a Transcendence just keeping BMC alive. A fantastic showing. Do you have any final thoughts on that one before we go into map 3 in our break here?
I cannot wait for the rest of the series. I was worried that this was going to be a 3-0 sweep. It still technically could be, but if Adfriend can keep up that idea, that cohesion of their team, keep rotating, keep moving backwards and flexing when the initial dive comes in from BMC, and then turning it around once all the cooldowns have been wasted, I think Adfriend is going to be able to pick up a map or 2 at least.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, they've definitely built a lot of momentum off that last map. They've known now what works for them, but we'll see just what they choose to attack with in map 3. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch IVitational. I'm Altruism. Joining me is Alt Charge, and of course, all of this action brought to us by our wonderful friends, some great players, great organizations being able to make this all possible. Big thanks to Opera GX, broadcasted by Project Gap, and tech provided by Elo Hell Esports. And Alt Charge, Berkeley, how are you feeling so far after that amazing comeback from AdFriend, who still did not manage to take out that victory there on Hollywood?
Yeah, that was one of the best maps of Overwatch I've seen recently because AdFriend, they got kind of battered on Nepal. It did not look good for them. You alluded to exactly what I was thinking, where I thought it was going to be a flashy 3-0 here for Beaumontcourt, but just the other story emerged. AdFriend made one change, Luna over to the Lucio, and they transformed their attacking composition. They were executing these crisp dives all through round one, finished with over 3.5 minutes on the clock. But then in overtime, I feel like they just got a little too overzealous, a little too confident, and things kind of unraveled a bit for them. And that's how we ended up in the draw. But what are your thoughts on this game so far?
That confidence that you talk about, it's kind of a double-edged sword for AdFriend. That confidence is what's keeping them alive to draw out team fights for a long time and win team fights that effectively they really shouldn't. You know, when you go a player or two players down at the beginning of the fight and you've kind of been taken apart now on the back foot, most of the time, the correct call is to just regroup and then go in for another one, or take it a little bit more patient that we talked about, build up some ultimates or something like that. AdFriend, none of that. We're going to dive onto the back line. That's how we managed to secure, or they managed to secure, I'm not part of the team, managed to secure the coffee shop on the first point. We're now going into Route 66, though. A very, very different map type coming out here. Big Earl's obviously going to play a big role on that first point and being able to control the high ground. And then a very open streets phase.
Yeah, I think that street phase second point is going to be AdFriend's biggest obstacle to overcome. I think this map sets up very well first point and third point, excuse me, for what they've got going composition wise. I think that's why they were the choosers of this map in particular. Route 66 does play well for Lucio compositions, but that streets phase, if Beaumontcourt gets a good poke composition going, or they use that dive where they're constantly turning AdFriend's heads around, it's going to be very difficult to keep the payload moving under that catwalk on second point. Although AdFriend, it is their map pick, we did see them just execute to perfection Hollywood round one, so I would expect nice, crisp dives to open up this game if they're the attacking team first.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting to note that neither team is being super flexible on their team comps. You know, we've still got Medetto on a Torbjorn. You know, that's a weird one trick to try and prioritize in your team comp, and then not really playing around it, just keeping that sort of dive tanks here for AdFriend. Beaumont, I don't think has really made a single hero substitution at this stage. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the solidness of these two teams, and what's been amazing is how they've adapted their play style. Is AdFriend went from the very static Brigida-based comp to the very mobile Lucio-based comp. Beaumont then reacted to that. They realized, okay, when they dive at us straight away, we need to be the ones flexing. We don't need to be worrying about picking. We need to take slightly more defensible positions where we don't necessarily poke out too much, or commit at least to the poke. Now, with Route 66, you have that ability as well. If you hold control of high ground on top of Big Earls, you can just poke out a little bit, but still keep yourselves very strong. And do you believe that we are going to see any sort of swap-ups here in the team comps?
I think maybe we see some from BMC. They've shown just a little bit of flexibility in their DPS roles. They've gone to Echo, some Sombra comps, a little bit of McCree. So I think they change as the map goes on. I think the point has a lot to dictate what heroes they choose. I don't think it's so much what AdFriend is running that dictates what heroes BMC plays. I do think it's a lot of just map-based, and Route 66, like you were saying, so much changes amongst these points. I do think we see BMC flex a little bit just in that DPS slot. Tank-wise, though, I don't think we see much movement. It's either going to be Sigma, D.Va, or Wrecking Ball. That's just my guess, though, and I think the backline for BMC stays exactly the same. The Brig Zen for them has been working. If they can get Numbling to just quarterback the offense like he's been doing, they've looked fantastic doing that, and Adfriend keeping that same backline as well. The Lucio Moira, that has worked wonders for them so far. Defending, that's what I would like to see this team do first with the Torbjorn composition. I think they're a defense-first kind of team, and then they just throw a wrench into Beaumont Court, attacking with this dive comp that has the Torb turret and Medeto just coming through with those Molten Cores late in fights.
What's going to be interesting here, as we do see Manuel going to be swapping in here for Luna, still picking up that Lucio role. So the general idea here from Adfriend just wants to stay a little bit more static. But you did talk about these tanks. The fact that both teams are running these Wrecking Balls, I think is going to be the pivotal part here. You know, Big Earls is such a nice place to hold, but if you can get a good rollout and knock your opposition off there when they don't really want you, of course, Adfriend on defense first means that they're going to have to be worrying about this. But if you got Steel who can get around the back line, and yet again, we see BMC just taking this patient push forward. Adfriend gives him the space to get around the first corner, wants to prioritize there, and now we see a nice swing into the back line. This is where BMC is wanting to hold on and flex a little bit. Sindri goes down early.
And this is how Adfriend has changed throughout this game. They are finally taking fights where they want to. They're not letting BMC come to them and respond to their dive. They go right beyond that catwalk with the Wrecking Ball slam. They've even got Manuel on the Lucio doing high ground damage aggressively. This team really has just elevated their play and just upped their aggression and said, hey, we can compete with BMC's aggression. We don't have to respond to everything they do. We can dictate so many of these team fights.
Yeah, dictating your team fight is how you win this, and being able to then use that to take out Sindri and make sure that they don't start building that EMP, even forcing Sindri to now swap onto that very stable Soldier 76 role has given BMC a little bit more aggression to push forward. Medeto going down is a big key part of the beginning of this fight, to be able to just clear up some space, give some more space for Crizzy to work, and even Steel is feeling a little bit of that pressure from Torbjorn turret constantly, and Adfriend just wanting to now cycle things out, and even manages to get a kill on the Brigida.
They've done such a good job focusing the back line here. The Transcendence has to come out from Numbling. The Zenyatta just not able to do all of the healing by himself. We do see Reflection here falling, as does Medeto. The DPS are down for Adfriend as they finally look a little off kilter here on the first point. The D.Va gets demeched. They do have 2 kills in response, though, so if they can get a late touch in, they might actually have a member advantage, but they've got to make it happen so fast here.
I like that they actually ended up trading out all 4 of the DPS there, and it comes down to the fact that Adfriend was able to get that Molten Core on the payload, just stalls it out for now, and that's what you really want as a defending team. The longer these fights go on, the better it is for you, as long as you're not giving up payload progression, and it seems like Adfriend has managed to stabilize on this point, just keeping their mobility, constantly keeping someone at least around this payload, stops it moving forward, and BMC not wanting to relegate themselves out of this fight yet. They even throw in the Brigida now, pushing forwards. Double kill comes out from the 2 DPS of BMC, and now they're going to be able to push forwards.
We have seen so many fights just be incredibly scrappy here as so many resources get invested late when teams are down, but the picks are coming through Beaumont Court despite being down 5 versus 3 in this fight. Sindri and Crizzy just come in and they're able to get those 2 crucial picks, and now they're coming up on a lot of ultimates, and they can really set up Sindri on the second point for a wonderful attack visor with no support ultimates and quick response for Adfriend.
I like this swap onto the Roadhog here from Happy Cool. It's one of those key pick potential heroes, and with Adfriend looking to be a little bit more reflexive, they now have to worry about that Roadhog hook. If you now push yourself too far out of position, you know, Kiwi has been a very aggressive player so far, being able to go into the back line. Now Kiwi has to play a lot more carefully. If you now get hooked, if you get bashed in by the Brigida afterwards, we talked about in the first round, where that sort of control really stumps out a Wrecking Ball anyway, rather, as Beaumont picks up 2 kills to start off this fight. This could be how Beaumont is able to crack the backline of Adfriend.
Yeah, and Beaumont Court just doing such a great job here of setting up around the second point. High grounds, going through this catwalk. This is the part of Route 66 that plays to their strengths the most. We do see a couple numbers go down. Happy Cool and Sindri do fall. Steel coming through on the Wrecking Ball. Has this minefield to use late, but instead just goes for the regroup. That is the smart play.
Man, this is Ad Friend again. They're on defense. They've taken a couple of picks at the beginning of the fight, and you would think, no, there's no chance for them to carry on contesting this. Drop the Molten Core very late into that fight, even drop the Hammond Mines onto the payload, and that's enough to turn it around. Allows Ad Friend to stabilize a little bit more, and now just sitting around the corner, doesn't want to get picked off.
And Adfriend used so much of the distance of the payload. They always play tucked around the last corner of the map. They really make Beaumont just take space very uncomfortably throughout Streets phases, and I think that's worked to their advantage so far. They're using support ults late in fights. The Visor comes out to counter the Coalescence, and it does bring down Ghost. Now Sindri, though, in a world of trouble, still using the Visor, and he is the primary dive target. The tanks closing in, but the supports for Adfriend have fallen, and now this team is using very little resources to get through this fight. Adfriend should be giving up the second point here, but it looks like Kiwi might come through for a late contest. No, it doesn't make it to the payload.
Yeah, Adfriend, like you said, taking that position around the back line. Never really came forward at that stage. They kind of sent Kiwi out, they sent Shira out to try and make something happen, but that opened up their backline for a bit of counterplay there, and that's what Beaumont has been so good at so far, is finding the damage into the backline, getting those key picks onto someone like Ghost, or even just Medetto in the backline. Just not a very mobile character is Torbjorn, and now Beaumont looking to push it all the way to the third point, and they still got a decent amount of time on the bank.
Ghost opening the fight up with a pick on the steal, and Sindri falls as well. Maybe the most impactful member of this Beaumont Court team since switching to the Soldier. He's done a great job controlling the high grounds, but now mitigated as the supports are dealt with by Shira. That is a great play coming out of spawn from Adfriend, making it so Beaumont Court, even though they got the setup first, using those legs to get to the high ground first, they do respond. They piece apart this team with a very crisp dive, and now they're coming up on 5 ultimates.
That's nice from Adfriend. They get the 2 picks in the early, and they have to now compete with a lot of ultimates from Beaumont. Beaumont going to be starting it off with a rally to push forward, and they're using it. The Cowboy picks up the kill onto Hammond. Kiwi going to go down, even dropping the whole hog here. Wasting a lot of ultimates means that they don't have them here for this final last push, and the hook goes just a bit wide. Now it's time for Adfriend to try and turn this around.
And they've got so many ultimates to do it with. The Pulse Bomb comes out from Reflection. The Core from Medetto. They both have fallen. The DPS are not in this fight for Adfriend, but they do still look pretty strong. Kiwi zones out the point with that Wrecking Ball minefield. Shira does have this Diva Bomb to send over the top if he needs to. And here it comes the Diva Bomb, just so he can get back in the suit, though this one won't find any kills. Instead, it will be Reflection picking up 1. Now the Transcendence coming out from Numbling as this team fights to take control of this truck. That is how you finish off Route 66. If you get control, this high ground control of the truck, you're able to just get all the sight lines in the world over the final edges of this third point.
But again, Adfriend just sitting so far back, even with that Transcendence. Numbling only had the Cowboy next to him, and Sindri not able to really get into a position to do a lot there means that Adfriend flexes back, holds their position, and Beaumont finally manages to take control of this high ground. They don't have a lot of time left. This is effectively last fight territory. Are they going to get anything with the Pulse Bomb? Doesn't find anyone, and the turnaround Pulse Bomb takes out Numbling. That's a big key pick. Goodbye. Discord Orb, goodbye any sort of extra healing, and with Sindri being the last one with an ultimate left on the board, Adfriend still looks way too healthy at this stage.
And it's so interesting all to just see how valuable both of these teams feel this truck is. It was a 6 versus 6 fight in just the space of like a kitchen. I mean, everyone was so close to each other fighting for this truck. It was incredible. The Pulse Bomb coming through from Crizzy over the top. Fortunately found no kills, and Reflection on the other hand, he stuck his and Numbling went down. That was the difference maker, and now we're going into final fight with just 10 seconds left, and Crizzy has already fallen. The turret's been taken down, but that's not a real team member. You're going to need your Tracer in this fight, and he's already gone down. Reflection still very healthy, has the recall. This team has so many resources, and they could put a stop to the payload right here. Kiwi comes in to zone off the payload, and that is it for round 1. Adfriend hold them to 2 points.
Lovely, lovely hold there. You talk about that kitchen there, and the heat was just increased by Adfriend until eventually Beaumont had to get out of there, had to try and regroup, and with so little resources left, Adfriend broke apart the last fight, split off the back line, and put some pressure on people like Futok and Numbling, just stopped any sort of reinforcements. Steel trying with that Wrecking Ball to come through and keep contention on the point, but doesn't really have the follow-up that Beaumont has relied on so heavily so far. You know, that coalesced jump onto a target on the backline, and Adfriend just prioritizing keeping their backline safe. You know, they don't want to dive out too far. They want to make sure that when Beaumont dives in, they've got all the resources that they need to be able to turn that fight around. Does it at the last moments, and that seems to be Adfriend's strategy right now. We wait until the last moment and then take the fight that we know we can win. Manages to stall it out before the last point. Could be the big difference maker here.
Could be a huge difference maker here on payload. I mean, we've seen them open up rounds and just surprise Beaumont Court with their aggressive style. Now that they're on this Lucio comp, Manuel coming in, a pretty much seamless substitute for Luna on the Lucio as well. I mean, this team has not lost any of its stride despite having a new substitution come in on this key hero that was a difference maker for him. I was expecting them to have Luna be the last person they sub out, but instead, Luna does come out of this game, and Manuel looks like he is just as comfortable on this hero as Luna was, and Adfriend looking very strong going into their first attack.
Yeah, might be that Manuel is their Lucio one trick, their Lucio key player then. Still, like you say, coming straight in here, the team is still unified around that ability to move around and even manages to now push the team, and the rest of the team stays and does exactly the same job. Manuel now going up on to try and contest Big Earls there, and the rest of Beaumont starts getting punished there. They do lose Manuel, so that's big at the beginning of the fight, but Sindri's gone down, and yet again, that EMP not going to be built for a long time.
Both of those heroes will get back in the mix very quickly here, well before the first point gets finished off, but Reflection has to use that recall as this high ground is very heavily contested. Shira going right after the Brig and takes down Futark, Numbling going down as well, and now Beaumont Court is left without support, and now they're left without a Sigma. This team is getting finished off one by one. Crizzy falling as well as Kiwi rolls through him, and Adfriend looks so clean on this composition. They've opened up every round on this Lucio comp so fast and just taken care of Beaumont Court first point, no problem.
I love that. Again, it comes down to target prioritization. We get onto their backline, we shut down Numbling, we shut down Futark, and tanks from Adfriend have to be commended at this stage for being able to create that space for their team, to create some havoc, and this is a bad position. You do not want to be there, Steel.
Nah, Steel gets taken care of very early there, and without the Wrecking Ball, this team has to be on the back foot so early in second point. This is not what you're looking for, because Adfriend just gets to take full advantage setting up around Route 66, but Beaumont Court are choosing to make it very difficult, grouped up around this catwalk here as the dive comes in. Numbling, though, still overextending a little too far in Reflection, able to take advantage, almost able to stick the Pulse Bomb onto Futark, but narrowly misses. Now in a battle in the saloon here, in the pool hall. But still, the Tracer duel relatively ignored, and the flick onto Crizzy will take care of the Tracer. Beaumont Court is coming up on so many ultimates. Adfriend expending all of theirs in hopes that it's going to be enough to reach the second point finish line, but there's still a lot of distance left to go.
Oh, the distance at this stage is going to be in their favor, though, because it is the picks still constantly coming out from Adfriend here, just using that aggression. I mean, if you look at where that Torbjorn turret was thrown, it was thrown literally into the mix of Beaumont, and the rest of Adfriend use that as their go-forward button. Now the mine's coming out to deny any more space to contest this payload from Beaumont, trying to stall it out. They're coming in with 5 other ultimates, dropping everything onto this point. Still going to be able to shut down Kiwi at the beginning of this, just roll straight through those mines, and Beaumont has only dropped the 3 ultimates so far. That's a great use of them, and we've commended them before on their ability to cycle out the key ultimates. They've also got this EMP if they need to clean up the rest of the fight, but it seems like Adfriend just going to be content to stay back and come back in the next round.
Like you were saying, Beaumont Court very conservative with those ultimates, giving themselves a chance to stay in this game on second point. What I loved from that last fight is Kiwi just popping like a pinata, rolling through those Wrecking Ball mines. That was a pretty nice dopamine hit as the EMP comes through and Beaumont Court looked to stabilize, but 2 kills onto the Brig, onto the Sigma. Sway this one into a 4 versus 4, and Crizzy's got to make a clutch play. He's not close to the Pulse Bomb. He's got to do it with the pistols, and he's brought down by Shira.
Man, I thought Beaumont had that. They managed to counter out Manuel's sound barrier. The sound barrier came out, and almost immediately afterwards, taken out by the EMP, shuts down Adfriend from trying to stabilize on that. But Adfriend just had the kills. They didn't need the health. They already managed to survive through the initial burst, being able to solidify that. And now they've again got 4 minutes 20 on this final push, and they don't even need to get to the final point. They've got to worry now about Numbling's transcendence. But just Adfriend flicks backwards. They've got the coalescence to keep anyone alive that pushed forwards. They've survived through the coalescence without losing anyone, and now comes the aggressive Molten Core.
And that is an ultimate you can burn to get Transcendence out. Coalescence is always valued over that ultimate, and we do see Adfriend picking off 3, and they will make their way up to this truck to try and control the sightlines here going into third point, and it looks like they've already done it. 3:45 on the clock. They've got a couple ultimates to use in this final fight, and Beaumont-Court, they look uncomfortable. They're on a different comp completely. Onto the Roadhog, onto the Orisa. The stick comes through, and the Doomfist is dealt with, as is Route 66. Adfriend with their first win of the match.
Man, that is huge. I mean, Adfriend came in, they still had the Diva self-destruct if they needed to clear some space to get that last little push of the payload. Doesn't even need it. The aggression coming out, Chan. Adfriend, guys, keep your foot on the throttle at that stage. Massive plays. As soon as you go forwards, you're getting the kills, and it's when Adfriend gets pinned in a corner, this time not worrying about that at all, even showing the aggression into a tiny little room here, picking off the supports, and that's the name of the game. Pick up the supports, survive through any sort of onslaught that Beaumont can throw at you, turn around the fight with a plum. Beautiful play coming out from the DPS there from Adfriend, and it levels up the series. Guys, of course, there was, just in case you're wondering, there was that tie. If you're just joining us now, we will take it to a match 6 if we need to. But Adfriend just turning that momentum around. This is not the same team that looks like they came out on that control point at the beginning.
Yeah, Adfriend are looking like a team that does not want to play a map 6. I mean, we all thought the story in this game was going to be Beaumont-Court just having a relatively easy time with it, and Adfriend did not look good in map 1. We keep saying on Nepal, it did not look good at all for them. They really got battered on that map, so if we end up going back to control, which we likely will, map 5, Beaumont-Court could steal it. So this next map, probably the most crucial in the series, to give Adfriend an advantage going into control, because they're going to need help on that game mode.
Oh, they are definitely, and that's the nice thing that we've seen so far coming out from these two teams is I would be interested. Adfriend's comp does not play well around control points. You know, at least not the way that they played on Nepal. They weren't able to control their space. Their tank lineup didn't really reinforce the very static mobility of their backline. They weren't able to push forward when they wanted to. They kind of had to just sit at a distance and hope that they were going to get anything out. I like the fact that Will has now gone on to the much more impactful, you know, that Echo just wasn't getting the picks that they needed to. And now we do manage to get a great opportunity. What's been interesting is how quickly these teams have been able to clean up points when they need to, and that's what the name of the game is going to be here on 2CP. We're going to be going to Volskaya Industries, and here a stall is going to be very critical. Can you last out a big offensive opportunity from the attackers for either of these sides, or are you going to crumble against the very high pace of attack that both these teams have been able to put on so far?
Yeah, and the more and more I see this team play Adfriend, the Torbjorn is working for them on these maps, and I think Volskaya is another one where it has a ton of potential, especially cleaning up fights when they're attacking on the second point. When spawns are staggered, they're going to be really looking strong on that tour, but we're going to be going to a little bit of a break before Volskaya, so stick around and don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Crusaders, a community centered around gaming, positive vibes, and encouragement to reach for your dreams in a way that only Johnny Cruz can deliver. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/Crusaders.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
And welcome back to the Overwatch IVitational. We've got AdFriend versus Beaumont Court. This one, of course, is brought to you by Opera GX, with the broadcast by Project Gap and the tech provided by Elo Hell. I'm Berkeley Stevens alongside Altruism. We've got the Wombo Combo casting duo, and it has been so fun to this point. We've got Volskaya coming up next, and AdFriend is looking so good. What are your thoughts going into 2CP?
Yeah, 100%. And ironically, considering we're both ults here, we haven't really seen too many big ultimate combos. We haven't seen Graviton Surges and Hanzo Dragons, or we haven't seen some big Earth Shatters, you know, my favorite, the Earth Shatter and Diva combo. We haven't really seen a lot of that, but this is the home of what we're going to be able to see now. This is where those sort of plays are going to be really pivotal. You've got Sindri, who's been coming through on that Sombra with the EMP consistently, really big ultimate that you could be using on here. And that's, I think, what you're going to take, especially on something like the second point. The name of the game for a 2CP is you've got to win the fights cleanly. If you only manage to trade it out 3v3 or something like that, the defenders have such a big spawn advantage, especially on that second point, that they're going to be able to recontest here. And considering the pace of these two teams, we've talked about it at the beginning, AdFriend a little hesitant to bring that pace in the first control point, but they've certainly stepped up their game. They've changed to the Lucio, now with Miguel. Luna obviously was the one who revolutionized that first time, but being able to unify around that sort of ability, being able to push in when they need to, that's what's going to be able to take this. And Volskaya, I doubt we're going to see too much change. I mean, we haven't seen too much there. We did see a little bit there from going on to something like the Roadhog. Didn't really pay off and make the critical play difference. But here, I would expect something like a Torbjorn to shine. Let's be honest.
Yeah, especially on attack, and I know that is not what people are used to hearing, but
Okay.
like you were saying, you have to get the cleanup quick, and if you get a little bit of a stagger going on a second point attack, and you've got a turret that can't be contested, and it doesn't miss, cleanup can actually go pretty smoothly for these Torb comps, and we are going to see Medeto just sticking with his guns, having that turret be his wingman in all of these fights. And we do have a little bit of a tank change for the first time here. Shira, nope, goes right back over to the Diva. That is what I was hoping to see. This team is not in a position to make changes. Things are finally going fantastic for them. Beaumont Court, on the other hand, Orisa, Wrecking Ball, they're starting to change things up significantly.
I wonder if this is just because it's Volskaya. You know, that high ground is so important around the point. You've got to get AdFriends to kind of like commit to that very open space on the first points. And so someone like Steel being able to sit on that high ground and just create this zone of safety for someone like Foodrock, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to really dive into that right now. No one's going to really be able to poke out onto this. And Hafikul goes down out of position, far away from the team, surrounded by the rest of AdFriend, and now AdFriend can push in, trading out quickly though as the rest of Beaumont manages to stabilize.
Shira has gone down, as has Kiwi. Medeto finally getting some value here on this. Torb has dealt with both of the tanks in this fight so far. Reflection barely recalls away. Futark looking like he was going to pick up a kill onto the Tracer there. That could have turned the tides, but instead we've already got two ticks captured by AdFriend as they try to just deal with the last member of Beaumont Court and capture first point with a massive 6-minute 9-second time bank. That is what we've seen from this team. They come out of the gates so hot.
Man, I must admit, normally if you push on the first point, you still get a really good time bank, but I don't know how many times I've actually got to cast where you've got 6 minutes left for second point, and you didn't waste a single ultimate, and it came down to the fact that, or at least Reflection's got up one ultimate, the rest of the team still quite far away, then Medeta the only one coming up with the second one. Beaumont, though, just had nothing. Haffy went down at the beginning of the fight, and now does at least manage to get up some picks and stall out this momentum from Adfriend at the beginning of this, and yet again, Adfriend, oh, we lost the member. We're still going to fight this out to the death.
Yeah, they really don't seem to care here as the turret picks up the kill onto Sindri, but Manedo has fallen to the Storm Arrow from Prizzy, and it looks like Beaumont are starting to stabilize on second point, but Adfriend are not giving anything up easy here. They're still fully controlling that high ground. We do see QB going on these flanks toward the left side for the attackers and just trying to get in the mix and take shots at Numbling, because if they can just put pressure onto the back line, start turning the heads of Beaumont, that gives Manedo some time to set up this Torb turret and really start to take advantage of their composition.
Yeah, Kiwi gonna go off the side of the map, gonna stall it out for a bit longer, and the rest of Adfriend yet again don't want to wait for their team to regroup. Now dropping back a little bit. That's the right call right now, especially when you got Beaumont. They're sitting on basically 6 ultimates. You've got to now start chewing away at that, and I don't want to see some impatient aggression coming out here from Adfriend. Oh, the stick comes through at the beginning, but mitigated straight away. Now the Hanzo Dragon's going to try and displace from the high ground. Still no picks, though, for Beaumont.
A very sneaky play there from Sindri, but he put it onto the only member of Adfriend that could get away from that pulse bomb being stuck onto him. Unfortunately for him, we should see Ghost using that Coalescence to try and get out the Transcendence or some support ult from Beaumont. That's how they've used it to this point, as an engagement to get one of those ultimates out, and then come in with those DPS ultimates to finish off a fight once they get those resources out of BMC. Superchargers first in this, followed by the beat drop, the Coalescence. It's all going wild. What a colorful one we've got on our hands. The Supercharger is dealt with, and as is half of Beaumont, make it 6 members taken down in a flash. We could have 3.5 minutes on the clock here for Adfriend.
That is huge. Beaumont had both their support ultimates, and you see Numbling just dropping that Transcendence to the beginning, trying desperately to keep members alive, but Adfriend goes through in a single sweep, manages to wipe out everyone. Reflection gets the early stick. Medetto clears out that objective there with the Molten Core, and Beaumont crumbles under what? That was what, 3 seconds for that entire fight to fall?
Yeah, we talked in the pregame for this map about how it's all about speed here, and just look at this. The Transcendence not even close to enough healing to keep this team alive. They've also got the Supercharger amplifying everyone's damage, and it's just not enough. Adfriend come in, they swoop into the backline, they zone off the point with those Wrecking Ball mines, with the Molten Core, and there's no space for Beaumont to even stand.
You know what my favorite part of that? Medetto again throwing the Torbjorn turret on the middle of the point. He doesn't put that in a safe position. He doesn't put that in somewhere that's going to give a weird off angle. Now, weird enough, throws it off the side of the map, just going, no, we don't need this. It was pivotal in the last fight, but don't stress about it right now. Just his ability to read the game and go, this is where we're fighting. We can gather up around the 7th person right now and drop it to use in the fight. Now with one of the biggest time banks, 3.5 minutes, basically only lost a single fight, maybe 1.5 if you want to count it like that. But Beaumont has a big job now. They've got to turn around this momentum. They need to get in, and they're changing up their composition. And it's starting to actually feel like Beaumont's struggling a little bit, panicking almost, and just desperate to find something that's going to crack apart this very solid, very consistent lineup of Adfriend.
Absolutely. I mean, for the last 3 maps now, the score hasn't quite reflected it because we're in a tie. But we've been playing Adfriend's game all along here. On Control, it was BMC all the way. But since then, Adfriend has made that one adjustment, and they are in the driver's seat this entire time. Kiwi almost gets picked off there at a sliver of HP, escapes the Roadhog hook from Happy Cool, and manages to stay in this fight.
And yet again, these Torb turrets just going into a position. Oh, a nice bump to offset. And then the Wrecking Ball swings through. Doesn't actually manage to offset anyone from Beaumont on the high ground, but they just cannot get out of these walls. Look at all these waves of damage, waves of control that's going on there. Reflection goes down at the beginning of this. The rest of Beaumont drops down. This could be their opportunity. They've got that amplification matrix from the high ground, going to create a lot of damage coming in there. The rest of Adfriend kind of just splitting apart and being picked off sequentially. Beaumont going to be very happy with this second push.
That was a very good adjustment from Beaumont Court. They have found that the weakness in AdFriend's comp is the longevity of the heals that Ghost can provide on Moira. If they make these fights go just 30 seconds long, Ghost is very low on those healing resources, and that's when we start to see the D.Va get demeched to start the fights like we saw right there. That's when we start to see Kiwi get picked off because he can't get the heals he needs from anything other than health packs. So if Beaumont Court can keep playing that style of play, whittling down Ghost's resources, they could have a great chance in the rest of this game.
Oh yeah, that's a huge point, actually. That is a pivotal point there. We saw Kiwi getting hooked and getting out on a sliver of HP. Great, you survived, but now you've got nothing. And Happy Cool going to be going onto the point now with the whole hog, going to be shoving people off the side there, gets the first pick on Medeto, and now creates a lot of space here for the rest of Beaumont to push in. They could actually end up with a bigger time bank, but there is a lot of reinforcements going to be able to come through from AdFriend. They're going to drop the Molten Core onto position here. The duplicate comes out. Sindri going to get a Tourbillon of their own, and now utilizing that to create some space here. Beaumont sitting with nearly 5 minutes sitting on this payload. They've got just the last little tick. Here comes the second Molten Core coming out from Sindri. Amplification Matrix to secure it, and 10 kill streak comes out from Numbling on this Baptiste to get even more time on the board than AdFriend.
Yeah, absolutely crazy effort we saw from Beaumont Court on attack right there. Happy Cool switching over to the Roadhog was the difference maker on second point. Goes in, lands the hook, and picks off Medeto to start the fight, and uses that whole hog to draw all the attention his way while keeping all the pressure off him, because that's the entire purpose of that ultimate, right? And then it was just Beaumont Court collapsing. They used the copy onto the Torbjorn, get that zoning ultimate, keeping AdFriend off the point. Fantastic. I would say flawless attack going into overtime with over 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it, like you said, it all started with that Roadhog. I mean, I wouldn't consider Roadhog as the most stealthy character, but being able to get around into the backline, take out Medeto, means that now you can kind of pincer what's left of AdFriend. Use the whole hog to push AdFriend forwards while your team pinches them from the front. And that's the big thing. Manuel and the rest of this whole Lucio lineup has been all about flexing, getting back to zones of safety. When you've got no zone of safety, when you've got a Roadhog whole hogging behind you, and you've got a team pushing in from the front, where do you go? You've got nothing. You don't have the heals to sustain you for too long. Ghost's going to be, in fact, swapping over now onto the Ana, maybe just prioritizing that good, consistent healing coming out there and the big anti-heal grenades, but it's going to be hard-pressed to try and get through the backline here. 2 minutes is what AdFriend has to do. They didn't need that long to get the first point, but as we saw on Hollywood, both these teams struggle to sometimes push that first point, and it really could come down to just that first point and who gets it in a better amount of time.
And I'm not sure about this pick, Ghost going over to the Ana. The anti-nades and all that could be huge, but may have picked that hero for the Roadhog just to try and counter Happy Cool playing that hero, instead making themselves a very vulnerable target of the dive. It's going to be interesting to see their survivability here as Sindri gets brought down first. AdFriend open up this fight with the first pick, and they're starting to take control of this horseshoe high ground, but they've lost their Wrecking Ball in the mix. Reflection closes in, and he's dealt with by the Peacekeeper from Krizzy.
And this is what I was talking about this Orisa lineup. You sit exactly on that point on the high ground. You sit behind the shields, and yes, you lose. It was Sindri at the beginning on the Echo, but that's okay. Happy Cool just being able to come back and reinforce the team, and AdFriend was able to control the outskirts of the fight, even being able to push onto the point and get that first tick, but not really being able to contest that high ground, and Beaumont staying healthy, staying alive, and then pushing on when the time comes on, now looking to take a more aggressive position and fight them toe-to-toe.
And we do have the tick given up here, the Ant Matrix coming through, and a massive hull pulls him into a ton of damage, but Kiwi, the only one who gets taken care of, Steel able to get that kill through the Matrix onto him, and that will send AdFriend packing for another fight. They didn't manage to take the second tick. They're only at 51% in their overtime effort.
Now Krizzy, sitting with this ultimate, just prioritizes that you could be using this to clear out the point. Has to be worrying about people coming around there. Doesn't manage to hit the flashbang, and actually going to go dropping down without being able to get off that high noon. This could be AdFriend. This is effectively their last fight. They got 7 seconds left on this. Staying alive. Great ability to dodge here from Reflection so far. Here comes the Supercharger out, giving Beaumont so much more damage, and reinforce with that rally coming out there means that they can stay alive for a lot longer. Here comes AdFriend. They've got some ultimates of their own, and they're going to drop them down, starting off with that Gravitic Flux. Shira going to go very low on HP. In fact, going to get chewed down It doesn't manage to get anything out after that gravitic flux, the grasp, and now it's just Adfriend trying desperately to keep someone on the payload, and they're going to have to be content with 51.2%.
51.2% staring down the hefty time bank of Beaumont Court. 3 minutes to just capture barely more than half of that first point, and a great job there by Beaumont Court in that overtime defense. They've done that 2 times now in overtime where they're able to hold that first point, and that was a fantastic switch up there, putting Numbling over onto the Baptiste as just another member on this team to control those high grounds. Ended up being a pivotal change in this team strategy.
Yeah, that change, that ability to adapt so far is what's really making the difference. At the beginning, Adfriend struggled, so they put themselves in the Lucio and changed up the way they play. That held them for a long time. Beaumont tried out a couple of strategies, and this one has worked. Hafikul going on to that Roadhog does a huge amount of work, gives him massive pick potential. Steel going onto the Orisa gives him some fortification, pun intended, and the ability to just hold on to a good point. Being able to control that high ground just gives them the ability to dictate the pace of the game, and it's all come down to that. If you're the one controlling the tempo, you're the one winning the fights. If you're the one initiating cleanly, you're getting the key picks that you need to. If you're being able to hold back and get the other team to run at you, you're being able to just stand and use your strengths. Adfriend now has got 3 minutes to try and hold on to this. We did see on Hollywood, though, that sometimes even just 1 point is difficult to get. 1 tick is difficult to get, and it all comes down to how Beaumont wants to try and approach this. Are they going to wait it out for some big duplicate plays from Sindri? Are they going to wait for a good Roadhog hook? And they've got the luxury of time to be able to play with so far.
They sure do. They'll get a couple of ultimate cycles online here with that 3-minute time bank. A very good look for them. And a similar rotation to open things up here. Just going along this left side. Sindri taking to the skies, but quickly returning to the ground as the fire was upon him. And Adfriend setting up, again, very far back, controlling these high grounds late in the point. That's what we've seen from them on all of their defenses, just giving up a lot of space, letting Beaumont Court come into them as they start to set up on the high ground, though. Things could get dicey with Steel's barrier up and Numbling out there dishing out all the heals. They've got so many resources, so much longevity in this comp. The immortality field hasn't even been used yet, so Adfriend has to be careful not to overextend with a dive because they could really pay for it all.
Oh, the Orisa getting knocked off the high ground is a big start to this fight here from Adfriend, and they do manage to take out Sindri, consistently falling at the beginning of this fight. They've got the Numblings up with that amplification matrix. The Reflection ignoring the front lines there, doesn't want to fight it head on into that, just decides to separate this out, and Beaumont has actually not managed to really get onto the point so far. Adfriend doing a good job of avoiding the fights that they don't want to take, managing to build up that Molten Core, and Mateto, who pushes it forwards now, is able to shut down any sort of positioning from Beaumont. And Beaumont having chewed through half of their time bank, taking so long to get Adfriend to engage in a fight with them, means that we have a good contest here.
Yeah, we've got one heck of a game on our hands there, and that Torb ultimate might have seemed late to most people, but they had Beaumont Court stuck in that pincer with just 4 members left. They kind of staggered out that team fight before just finally finishing it off with that DPS ultimate. I like that move. They whittled off about 20 seconds, just holding them in that pincer by that corner, and then they were able to just erase that time, that effort from Beaumont Court. But now, the high ground push comes out, the supercharger used as well. The Flux gets stunned out, but the pulse bomb is dealt with the Orisa and the supercharger. Adfriend's Tracer, Reflection making the massive plays, and Shira holding W all the way.
Man, I actually really enjoyed that pathing. I thought that was a great play coming out from Beaumont to be able to come around that different side. They managed to actually have the person advantage over Adfriend. Adfriend only had, 3 people, I think it was, on the high ground there. But the fact that we knew exactly where Beaumont was going to come out from meant that Reflection, being able to drop that pulse bomb into the doorway, pick off your Orisa, and that is your front line gone from BMC. BMC effectively 1 fight left, 23 seconds left onto it. They're not just going to have to get to the point, they're going to have to do it quickly, and an Orisa-based comp doesn't really want to do that. Nearly gets rid of the Sigma at the beginning, but Shira being able to be picked off here, and the rally to start us off.
And we've got the Wrecking Ball Mines coming in a fantastic spot. Steel is gone. Immortality Field blown up, as is Numbling. The support's no longer for Beaumont Court, and in the most pivotal map, here on 2CP, going into control where Adfriend struggles, they've given themselves the advantage.
Yet again, the first point hold proves too much for either of these teams to do, but AdFriend being able to utilize 50% on your first point of Volskaya and defend it for 3 minutes, and it came down to 2 pivotal plays. That first pulse bomb by Reflection to shut off the attempt, and then a huge play from Kiwi being able to come through, and they're getting the play of the game. But I would have said that last attempt there at defense was the bigger one. Gets in there, and that's the difference between a Wrecking Ball 1 trick, is being able to get those swings, get those really good rollouts there, shut down everyone, knock them into the stairwell, and then drop mines on them. The rest of AdFriend coalesces on top of them, cleans up the fight instantly, and what a way for AdFriend to take up a 1-game advantage.
Yeah, and what a finish there we saw from Kiwi coming in with that Wrecking Ball minefield. The last place I was expecting him to drop it was the stairs. I was expecting before, like up top on that mega health pack room, but right in the staircase, catching all of Beaumont Court out. And it was just an explosion, a firework fiesta there for the main tank from AdFriend to finish off that map. And a 3-minute hold when you only can give up 50%. What a phenomenal job this team has done. There is clearly no quit in either of these teams, but overtimes have been the story of this one so far.
It's been amazing to see the different ways that these teams have approached these fights. It's either been incredibly long, drawn-out fights or an instantaneous victory, you know, where they go in and they get a super clean pick on 4 heroes. That's how AdFriend was able to pick up that second point here on their attempt. And then now being able to defend using 2 of those instant team fight wins. It's been drawn out for far too long, and then suddenly a turn, suddenly the go call comes out here, and this was probably my favorite play, being able to swing through that tiny doorway, being able to control up everyone, and what a way to clean up fights.
Yeah, and don't forget, that's the same Wrecking Ball player that rolled off the map. So at some point, he was able to just figure out some real esports ready movement to get through that door and land the perfect ultimate. But what a display this team is putting on, from tanks down to their DPS and supports all the way down to the Lucio player. This team is clearly a 6-man effort to just mount this comeback against a team that we all thought was going to be higher ranked than them. I would still say AdFriend is the underdog in this one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, if you consider the coaching that these players have had from BMC, if you look at the leadership that they've got from Haffy, that is a lot that you have to contest into. And considering this is a Pugs team, this is a team of friends, literally, who've joined together, just enjoy playing Overwatch together. The mechanical skills, the go calls, the trust in each other that only comes through really good connection between players is what's carrying them at this stage. And that adaptability that they've used in terms of their mindset rather than their hero picks has been what has determined their victory so far. Beaumont still looking for every opportunity that they can, every crack, every strategy that they can pull out of the bag here. Certainly a depth of lineup that they've got to show so many heroes. But Oasis, the control points that we're going back to here, this is where BMC did so much work. They really dominated Nepal. Is the control point going to make the difference?
It could send us into a map 6. It looks like that is where we're headed right now, because Beaumont Court, if they do just release a similar style of play that they did on Nepal, Oasis should be theirs. It should be a 2-0. They looked so dominant in that first control mode, and they do seem like the better deathmatch style of team. But once you put objectives like payloads in the mix, or ground where you have to fight on, like in 2CP, it becomes a little more difficult for them. And then AdFriend looks stronger with that Torb comp, so we will see. Again, Volskaya, the most pivotal map going into this, because Beaumont Court should have the advantage. If they won Volskaya, I would say it's a shoo-in that they win the game. AdFriend is going to have to make serious adjustments to do well on control.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, when it comes to Oasis, there are maps that might lean in their favor. I'm thinking something like Gardens or City Center. You've got slightly bigger sight lines. The Tourbillon going to be able to be utilized a little bit better. Being able to control those high grounds going to be very pivotal here. And so far, BMC has done a better job of controlling high grounds, I would say. When it comes to something like University, when you get it right in everyone's faces, when you have to now brawl this out, super close contact, I worry about how something like a Tourbillon is going to play out. I worry about the fact that BMC has shown that they've got the tank depth to be able to. We haven't seen a Reinhardt yet. That could come out at this stage, being able to swing that hammer into a place like that's University. That could be the difference maker. BMC is thriving on brawling it out, whereas AdFriend takes good positions and holds them. Now, there's not enough space to take positions, and AdFriend maybe they've revitalized themselves on control point.
Maybe they have. They could still have a couple of aces up their sleeve, like a Reinhardt Brawl comp. We do know Potato also plays the Mei very well. That is the second hero in his pool, and we haven't seen it yet. And Oasis does have a couple of points like City Center where Mei could really start to shine over a Torbjorn if it stops working for them. But right now, the Torb comp is working wonders for this team. They've been in the driver's seat the past 3 maps. The score now reflects it. So going into Oasis, it's really going to be back up to Beaumont Court. The Zenyatta is what worked well for them on Nepal, just quarterbacking every fight. But now it seems like Adfriend have caught on to that strategy, and they've made Beaumont Court shuffle their hand. They have changed compositions so much, and we've said it before, kind of laughing at it, but Adfriend is more of a one-trick team, it seems.
No, 100%. It seems like Beaumont hasn't just had to shuffle their hand. They've had to throw out, get a brand new deck, change what game they're playing completely. They're playing Pokemon now or something like that completely. Having to come in with all the different strategies that they can try. And like you say, Mei could be a very vital change here. Another big thing is for Adfriend being able to get the Ghost on the Moira is so pivotal. And yes, it has that restriction of having a limited amount of heals that you can get through, but the ability to burst heal your team so much might be the difference. Numbling might struggle to get those open sidelines. We are going to be going to University, and depending on the pathing options of BMC, whether they want to try to take the high ground, that's going to give them a little bit more to work with, but the rest of the team cannot necessarily rely on Numbling getting on these big Discord targets, or at least keeping Numbling safe like they've been utilizing so far. Sindri going to go back onto that Sombra. Sombra could come out huge. Everyone forced into a small position means that, yeah, you might actually get a 6-man EMP. Medato, though, not going to be swapping off this Torbjorn anytime soon.
No, of course not. Not until it really does just stop working. It is up to Beaumont Court to answer this hero pick. And Numbling, the key factor in them winning Nepal, is going to have a much more difficult time setting up his Zenyatta, because it worked so well on Nepal. On Village in particular, he was able to bunker in that building with really no more than 1 point of entry. Now there's so many flanks to the buildings he might choose to set up in that Adfriend could really just start to spill in and take full advantage of it. And we do see that as the Brawl just comes in sweeping into this building, but it's a 1-for-1. We've got a 5 versus 5, 5 versus 4 now, as Shira's Diva Mech is no more, and it looks like Beaumont Court are looking strong here, but there it is, Numbling goes down. That's the dive coming in from an off angle, and still Beaumont Court, despite Numbling going down, they've got this fight.
Yeah, Adfriend looked so strong when they took the high ground advantage, being able to poke it out. They really looked good up there, and as soon as they dropped down, Beaumont was like, okay, let's push out of the small little room, let's get into the back lines. And Adfriend, with their dive, did eventually manage to get out Numbling, but it was too late into the fight. They had lost too many people. Beaumont sitting now with the pivotal EMP. That's going to come out at the beginning of this fight. It finds 5.
It finds 5, but Sindri also lost his life setting that EMP loose, and now the rally has to come in for Beaumont Court to just sustain through this fight, and Adfriend has actually flipped it. The Pulse Bomb, however, finds nothing, so Adfriend have to use more resources if they want to stay in this fight, because Beaumont Court, they've got ults to expend. Happy Cool could come in with this minefield and swing the tide again, but it looks like Kiwi's finally got that minefield up in response, and Medato lets loose the Molten Core again, zoning off the point, but gets caught in the mines.
Oh man, that's not something you expect to see. It's not like you're locked in that position or anything like that, but still goes down to the mine, denies the rest of the point, meaning that the rest of Beaumont can't really take advantage of that and still getting pushed backwards. The rest of Adfriend knows that they can retreat back if needs be, but decides to put on the gas, puts the pedal down, and goes forward, pulls out everything from Beaumont, who has no ultimates left, while Adfriend still has 2 big ones on board.
And a key part of Adfriend's strategy in this one is having Medato on this Torbjorn hang way back. They know now that he is the primary dive target, and Beaumont Court has 3 divers. That means they're going to use a split fight, a 3 versus 3, giving Adfriend a 5 versus 3 advantage to spill into fights like this. We see the supports and the Sombra fall so fast. Shira comes through just chasing down Happy Cool, who will escape, but still the damage has been done here from Adfriend, and now they've got some ults to work with.
Oh yeah, it's like you say, Medeiros being able to stay alive on that backline is big, and now with these cramped spaces, oh, no one, yeah, okay, I was worried that Kiwi was going to pay his life there, but the fact that AdFriend now has utilized these small spaces means that Beaumont doesn't really have the passing options or the dive options to get back and threaten him there. Means that he can just stay alive, he can keep this Torb turret up, keep a refresher, and that lovely bump comes off the end there. Triple kill coming out now for AdFriend to be able to open up this fight, and doesn't really even have to use too many ultimates. They drop the mines at the end of this fight. Interesting choice, but with 93%, I guess it's just a case of Beaumont, come at us right now.
Yeah, that ultimate will last for 5 seconds after the overtime, and it does find the kill onto Happy Cool Sombra again. The EMPs get sent out, and the Sombra is instant killed for the second time. That is the hardest ultimate to respond to, and AdFriend have done it perfectly 2 times in this round so far. But Beaumont Court, they are not looking to give up just yet. Numbling comes in, demeching the Diva, but overtime ticks down, and there's no touch.
And there, Beaumont just a little bit out of synergy there. Sindri got the proper 6-man EMP. That is what you really want to start off the fight, but there was no one there. There was no one to follow up on that. There was no one to be able to come in here, and it just comes to this disruption and control of space that comes out here so far from AdFriend, doing such a good job taking each of the individual jewels when they need to, but also being able to group up and focus on a target at any stage means that AdFriend, that we were worried that they were not going to do well on a control point, and they've picked up the first map in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, and it seems like it is just the Lucio change that they never had on Nepal is paying those dividends here on Oasis. And Altruism, how about that play rolling through, comboed with the Diva Bomb? Manuel there with the Lucio boop to get that Sigma up like 40 feet in the air. That was such a great play. Such great coordination by just 3 members of AdFriend. And that is what we've seen so far since they've switched to this composition. The speed, the haste they're working with to just finish off these 3-person team fights has been incredible. And right now they've got a 1-man advantage in this fight.
Yet again, you can see AdFriend just taking the positional advantage, just staying out of range. You see Numbling plinking away there, but doesn't really have any targets to really aim at now, and going lower and lower on health. We just see now the rest of Beaumont corralled in this corner. They can't get out of here. Whoever just pokes their head out dies so quickly. Happy Cool got to go down, and Will chewing through whoever's left, just goes in these waves, these cycles, followed up by the Diva, manages to get down the rest of Beaumont, and the stagger. Oh, this is cruel.
No,
this is mean.
No. Let her out. No. Okay. Oh, man. That was tough to watch. I felt for him right there. That was painful. My heartstrings were pulled. But like you were saying, Altruism, they were corralled in that corner. And through the first 4 maps, we talked about so much of taking the fight on your terms. They had Beaumont Court corralled in that corner, and they just didn't let them out. They never let them make the move, and they were coming in wave after wave, like you said, just hammering them with no target to focus, and they elongate their first point hold up to 40% now, and Numbling has fallen. Beaumont Court low on resources. Happy Cool is down, and this fight is already a wash. AdFriend are looking at final fight territory coming.
Oh, Medeiros, I swear Medeiros was actually going for the hammer kill there. That would have been beautiful to see. But it comes down to, like you say, controlling the fights. And the way to start that off is controlling the space. You've got something like the Torbjorn turret who can just deny so much area from someone like, Sindri? Hang on, sorry, Sindri just threw me off there. Sindri was on the Tracer, but going with a counter Torbjorn play, desperate to try and make something happen here. The rally starts us off, and Chrissy going to be trying to find something with this high noon.
Just holding it, eaten up by the Diva Matrix, and we do see this team again corralled in the corner as Happy Cool falls first. The beat drop coming out to keep AdFriend fully supported again. The bomb over the top pushes them off the high ground down into the shooting gallery, and we should see them pieced apart here as Ghost throws in the orb for the cleanup damage. The bomb in response from Olakar over the top, but finds nothing. Instead, it's Will getting the kill onto Crizzy, and the headshot finished onto Numbling, and this team has done it. Overtime starting to dwindle down in a best of 5. This team loses the first control map. They come back with a 2-0 response on Oasis, and they take the winner's quarter qualifier.
that is big. And again, I was starting to touch on that, but the creation of space, the control of space of the whole of Ad Friend, they play where they need to, they get to where they need to because of the Lucio, but between the Molten Core, between the Hammond Mines, between the turret itself being able to move around, the D.Va shutting down anyone who wants to poke out, you've got so much ability to stand your ground, to push to where you want to keep your opponents in such a dangerous position. Ad Friend had everything in the bag of where they wanted to fight, and it just left BMC lost. They had no options. They had no real creative ability to get out of any of these difficult situations and have nothing. I mean, it's such a dominant showing on Nepal. Let's give credit. This is a strong team. When they execute on their terms, they look amazing. But Ad Friend just eventually just leveled it up to a next level. That was fantastic.
Yeah, and the Lucio substitution, just having Luna, who is not their main Lucio player, come in and just transform that team. That was when this team just had it click. The light bulb goes off where it's like, if we just run this comp, we run the speed, we can control this game completely, get to the key parts of the map before Beaumont Court gets there. And we've got some highlights to finish off this game and some great ones at that, some phenomenal combos. This was my favorite all along. Kiwi with the boop, the bomb over top. Just a beautiful play by this team. Altruism, did you have a player of the game or a favorite moment?
I must admit, that one comes in very highly ranked, at least for player of the game there. Just like we say, we talk about the old combos. Didn't need an old combo there, just the Wrecking Ball plays through. Got to give some good credit to Sindri and getting some big EMPs, but the follow-through didn't really make them as impactful as I would have liked to have seen. So when it comes to the player of the game, I don't know if it was a single player that really made the big difference. Will came through with some great play on the Tracer to be able to go through it, but you've given me the hard question. You've given me the very hard question. I think my moment of the game
stood out.
Probably linked to the play of the game has to be Kiwi on the Wrecking Ball, on Volskaya Industry, putting everyone onto those stairwells, being able to consistently get the rollouts through the narrow corridors, just knowing those angles perfectly and being able to control that space off. Has to be it for me, but the rest of Ad Friend, definitely a worthwhile shout out.
Yeah, I can't really hone in on just a player of the game, but I think the MVP was whoever made the call for Ad Friend to go Lucio. That was the pivotal moment. Once that happened, there was no turning back. We do have another match for the Overwatch Invitational coming up next, but a short break and we'll be back in the action.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Project Gap. As the go-to tournament organizer and production house of Europe, there's no better place to hone your skills, experience quality events, and have fun along the way. For more information, check them out on Twitter at Gap Project with a K. The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Overwatch IVitational brought to you by Opera GX, broadcast by Project Gap, and tech provided by Elo Hell Esports. I'm Ultrism. Joining me again is Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens, having just covered such a fantastic match up there. We're getting into another one. This one is the winners semifinals. Winner of this qualifies for next weekend's championship. Alt, how are you feeling for this?
I mean, after that last game, how could I not be feeling great? That was a perfect game of Overwatch where the underdog had to adjust after map one. Adfriend ended up toppling Beaumont Court. Just a fantastic effort they put forth. And all it took was one hero switch. So you can really chalk it up to just minimal changes, but this team just adjusted so greatly. This game, however, like you said, winners semifinal. We are into the titans of the tournament. We've got Apes with Keyboard versus Munich Esports. So some of our top teams. Apes with Keyboards, by the way, formerly known as Hostile Takeover. If you're familiar with the Overwatch Invitational, you probably recognize most of the players on this roster from that team. And on the other side of things, Munich Esports, they've got some serious talent. I mean, Alex2704 is listed as a bench player. If he shows up, it's going to be huge for this team. A 3-time European contender winner on off-tank, has a lot of carry potential, but again, we're not sure if he's going to show up right away or even at all. So that's the storyline to watch out for this game going forward. Altruism, what are your thoughts before we start to watch these two teams play?
Yeah, that's the amazing thing. When you've got someone like that on the bench, you got to wonder, like, why are they not bringing him into the main roster? Maybe it's just conflict of schedules or something like that. But the rest of the team, obviously, they're dominating into a lot of the esports scenes. They've been consistently a top tier 3 esports team. Really good showing in all these sort of competitions that they go into. Really good form at this stage, being able to take on a lot of big oppositions and come out on them. Also quite a young team here. We got two 16-year-old players, one of them being Choose and the other one being level 1 Crook. Really good youth coming in here, and you can only imagine the sort of reaction speed that those guys have to come into this. And I'm very interesting. I get the feeling that these are going to be a lot more mobile in terms of their team compositions, a lot more adaptive to what the enemy teams are going to be throwing out.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game, of course, we saw Adfriend with the Torb, and they just died on that hill. In fact, they thrived on that hill after map 1. They ended up winning the game, but we're not going to see that this time around. It's not two one-trick teams. It is two teams that have very talented mechanical players, like you said, young players, very good at these high-octane DPS here. So we should see a lot of dive going forward in this one. And to kick things off map-wise, for Control, we've got Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis is, again, we just got to see it now at the end of the previous series and has so much different ability. What's going to be interesting here is going to be the choice of heroes. Of course, on Apes with Keyboards, we've got people like Depsy, a very standout player there, very consistent Hog player, claims to be the #1 Hog main in Finland. On the other side, you know, a Hog can be an impactful player. We saw in that last round, Hemi was just able to pick apart the back lines of the structure. On the other side, we've got someone like Trust Me, who claims to be the #1 Pharah in Germany. Now, Pharah, Roadhog, people that we didn't see too much of in the last round, especially something like a Pharah on Oasis, very big hit, skyboxes, you know, on every one of the maps, has a lot of verticality to work with and a lot of very tight corridors that if you get some spam damage in there, you could really turn a team fight around quickly.
Yeah, and Fair is one of those heroes that works so well with a wrecking ball, a hero that we saw on every point of play in the last game. So I was very surprised to see zero Farah in the last game. This is going to be a very different story from that. I like to call it the blow 'em up offense anytime the wrecking ball is out there with the bird. So there's going to be a lot of burst damage. Backlines take cover. It's going to be just right from the rip. A high damage game, much different from the one we just previously saw. Total change of pace of play. So going forward, things to look out for, of course, trust me, on the far, but other players, we've got Milo as well, one of these players on this Munich esports team who has been around the scene for a long time at the highest level of play. This team has so many players to look out for, but on the other side of things, Apes with Keyboard do have that advantage of being the team that's been together longer.
You know, that length of time that a team has been cohesive and trying things out means that they've got that ability to react to a call. When the go call comes, they're so used to executing that play. When it comes to a recontest, they know where they're going to go. They get one call and we go, right, we're going left. And everyone understands what their job is. We've got people like Olaf from Apes with Keyboards, who's been playing this game since the beta release of this. And so you've got such a dearth of experience there that they can just come through and go, we have come across every single combination you can throw at us. We know how to counter Pharah in the sky. If you are just stuck in a single lineup, you could get counted out quite quickly. Whether they are able to do it, whether Munich has the ability to execute whatever lineup they do at such a high level that it doesn't matter what you're counter picking, doesn't help at any stage. If you're getting bursted down by a Pharah consistently, if you've got a good pairing of a Pharah Mercy combo or something like that, and they're able to dictate the pace of the game and just blow people up so quickly, Apes with Keyboards has to have that awareness. They have to have that sort of knowledge that they can come through and go, right, here's how we deal with the Pharah. These are going to be our weak points. This is how we shore them up.
Yeah, and like we said, this is a team where most of the roster has played together for 2 years, so there is no doubt on who the IGL is, who's calling the shots. So this team is going to know how to respond in different scenarios that we're going to see Munich Esports put them in. I would just have to rank Munich as the team with the upper hand in this one, especially if Alex is in the mix on off-tank. Such a carry hero. If he shows his face today, this game could be completely different than one without him.
Oh, that's going to be fantastic. And that's going to be the matchup to watch. Dempsey is kind of the standout player here for Apes with Keyboards on the off-tank, on the Roadhog. You bring in Alex now, and you've got suddenly this playmaking potential. I mean, that's kind of what the off-tank is all about, is being able to make a play, get a pick, create some consternation in the back line, and really open up the team fight for the rest of the team. And so if Alex does decide to show face and come in here and go, right, let's see what the rest of this world... Of course, Apes with Keyboards is currently representing Regen, another very dominant team. And Regen and Munich Esport have met a couple of times, so there could be a bit of awareness, at least, of what your opponents are going to bring out into this competition.
Yeah, these are players who have played against each other time and time again in the high-ranked scene, so they already know a little bit of a scouting report going into this one. We're about ready to get underway in Oasis and figure out what teams are going to do, opening up their strategies. But in the last game, I would say a lot of the focus was just on backline adjustments. One team making a Briggs Zen work so well, and then another team, Add Friend, just responding with a Lucio Moira. That little kind of change can make such a massive difference in Altruism. We're going into a game, the winner's semifinal, where this dictates who makes it to the championship weekend and next week, and that's when you play for the big bucks. That's what these players have showed up for, and they've made it very far in the Invitational so far.
Oh, that's the best part about this, is the stakes have not been high in this competition so far. This is the point where you really don't want to drop out. I mean, this is winner's bracket, so if you lose it, you do still get the chance to go down to that lower bracket, but no one wants to be playing from behind like that. You really want to keep as much momentum as you've got right now. Munich currently has fantastic momentum behind them, being able to come through this whole competition. Whether they can keep it going through here is going to be up to their decision making. Like you say, can you pick off your opponent's backline? If you're going for a dive, how cleanly are you executing it? Because we've seen what happens when you go for a dive and the other team is able to flex back. What happens when they're able to adapt to your strategy? Are we going for the more consistent brawl style lineups here, where you're going, right, we kind of sit behind Orion Shield, just keep our wits together? Or are they going for a scrappy, break it apart, pick off the off angles? I mean, we saw pretty much all of that in the last series, and it just shows what the state of Overwatch is in right now. The fact that the meta makes pretty much everything viable.
Yeah, it's in a very flexible state. That's absolutely right. And just in case you're just joining us, this is a best of 5 first to 3 tournament going into the finals, which I do believe will be best of 7. But there's a lot of time to make adjustments like that. And after Oasis, it will be loser's pick. So not only do you get that flexibility in the current meta, but going into different map picks, you could have completely different compositions lined up and ready to play there. It's very interesting. I love loser's pick, the map tournaments. It gives a lot of sway factor to the tournaments. And now we're finally about ready to get into Oasis, the only one where no one gets to pick the map. You just have to be ready with a strat.
And that's the best thing is when you see control, it kind of gives both teams a chance to feel each other out, feel out how they want to play it. But the amount that actually translates onto your next map doesn't necessarily have all the impetus behind it. You know, you're going to have teams that come out with a special team composition just for a specific control point map. Whereas, I mean, if we look at the last series, AdFriend struggled so much on Nepal. And then when they came to the rest of it, and we talked about it, maybe your team is based around something weird, like the Torbjorn pick there from Medito. The fact that they were able to really struggle with that on a control point and then utilize it to their full advantage and not drop a map since then was huge. The fact that you can now throw out some weird composition and then just use it to get that first little crack is big. And the strategy is completely different. Right now, I'm expecting to see some chaos. I'm expecting to see some weird fights, different angles. Lots of Tracer coming out in this competition so far. We are going to be jumping straight into it. Olaf going to be going into the skies on that Pharah, backed up by Keo on the Tracer. And it seems like Munich Esports kind of just pincered into the backline there, just going out with the Symmetra to be hide behind this May and this Reinhardt. Very strong ball-favored lineup. And Apes with Keyboard so far content to just stay out of reach.
Yeah, and fantastic far play we're seeing open up this game here from Olaf to find that opening pick on Milo. But what I'm noticing is Alex2704 is in the mix on the Diva. That will be the far counter alongside Milo. A ton of weight on his shoulders to take care of the pocketed bird in the skies, because right now it's running rampant for Apes and Keyboard and almost online with the first rocket barrage. Alex, this is not the way you want to start. Slept, can he escape? Awfully low on the HP, and Keo will end up bringing him down, but not before being sat down by a flash and a shot out of the Peacekeeper from Milo.
Man, a sleeping Diva is something that just becomes such a big target that you really want to just focus on it. That Keo getting tunnel vision there, doesn't see the Cowboy coming in from behind and nearly gets taken out. In fact, is going to get taken out yet again. The Emilio has the ability to come forward and just be able to get that pick on there. Munich Esports now taking control. They were put under so much pressure in the beginning, but being able to stabilize behind that solid front line, that very experienced front line, means, trust me, has got that Blizzard ready for the next fight. So many ultimates going to be ready up here for Apes with Keyboards. I think this is going to be a bloodbath.
It absolutely is. Just so much damage in this lobby. The barrage comes out, but so quickly sat down. Melio is there with another headshot. The Ananade comes in, but it doesn't find anything more than the life of the Baptiste, and Rez back into the action is Olaf. They've lost their Ana, but they counter with a pick onto Trust Me. He gets the Blizzard out in the nick of time, and the Diva Bomb flies over the point just to zone it off. It's nearly flipped here for Apes with Keyboards. They're not out of this fight yet. The Pharah still raining rockets in, and they're able to squeeze out Munich Esports and get the flip. But it looks like a massive pin from Choose has swayed the tide again.
That was huge. The fact that Munich Esports just managed to build up that position for so long, and then they step off for just half a second. Apes with Keyboards takes advantage of that, and now could start clearing up this possession here. And even just hanging around now, throw a couple of people out there, means that they drag it out. Still, 64% for the side of Munich Esports and control the point. They've got all the ultimates, especially Choose. You've got to focus on the fact that there's Earth Shatter against no actual shields coming out from Apes with Keyboards. Means basically has free reign, and then when you got Melio on the backline, going to be able to come in with this high noon. This could be everything. Choose just sitting patiently on the point, saying, come to me. We're going to keep this ticking up to 80% so far. And the first person who steps onto the point could be taken out at the ankles.
Absolutely. Choose is just like a kid in a candy shop here going up against a team comp with no shield. The high noon brings down Helmer, and that is a massive opening pick. But the final fight, it's a counter pick. Ozzy goes down. He was nearly there with the beat drop, and Kilo lands the pulse bomb at a crucial moment. Helmer has switched over to Lucio. Another shatter comes in. The pin, the follow-up damage is there to deal with Depsy. And it looks like the barrage will have to be from so far away. Olaf being careful with his life in these later fights. But overtime starting to tick down, and Melio and the rest of his team have full control of this point still.
Man, Munich has done such a good job of waiting and controlling the space. They just hold away. In the first fight, they just stayed in that little side room, keeping themselves alive, making sure no one gets picked early. Apes with Keyboard wants to rain this damage in from such a distance, but there's no confirmation of kills right now. Munich just backing each other up all the time, being able to stabilize at any stage. And Apes with Keyboards looks good, but really can't confirm anything. At the end of the day, Munich just sat there waiting and choose with that big shield, with the big threatening Earth Shatter, waited for the opportunity and didn't even need to get a big Earth Shatter on 6 people or something like that. Just went, right, first person to come in, it's going to be, I think it was Depsy that came out at that stage. Just whoever stood onto the point as the Diva got shut down straight away, and the rest of Apes just kind of had to trickle in at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Apes did struggle to follow up. They've got a massive burst damage composition too. If they're able to get Klein and Olaf comboing up those Hammond slams with direct hits from the damage boosted Pharah, they're able to find so much success, but there's just not that many vulnerable pieces of Munich Esports hanging out in this brawl comp. Alex is there with the Matrix to eat up the rockets, and Choose's shield has been fantastic, and they've managed to keep a roof over their heads the entire time. We talked about this in the last game, playing every fight on your terms, making sure you've got the natural cover you need to succeed. That's what Munich did so well in that first point.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you got a Pharah lineup, it kind of goes one of two ways. You got yourself a burst damage and then something like a Tracer, a Winston, something to follow up afterwards. Yeah, Apes with Keyboard's kind of just resorting to this long distance, and when you're constantly firing into Choose's shields, you don't really get that much out of it. Olaf trying to fight on the high ground, but just doesn't really have anyone else to back him up and ends up going down. The Cowboy just proving too much for the solo duel there for him, and eventually Munich Esports walks out when they need to. No one having confirmed the point just yet, and the stagger onto the baby Diva of Depsy means that Apes with Keyboard just draw it out for so long and just really can't find an opening. There's just that lack of that extra 30, 40, 50 damage at the end of it. There's no one dying.
No one dying has been the story so far, and this is an Apes comp that just has so much damage potential to just finish off targets in a flash, but we haven't seen it yet. This team is living and dying with Olaf on the Pharah, a damage boosted headshot will take care of, trust me on the May. And now this team has some good map control, but ultimates being used by Munich are starting to sway things back here. Choose isn't close to that shatter, and Apes knows it. They are closing in. The bomb goes into the back line and everything. This is a team that's looking to take control right now. They've got the barrage online, taking to the skies. The brute does not quite find the McCree, and the high noon is there, but it only brings down the Mercy. Olaf was knocked low before killing Helio, but it just was not enough. Munich Esports coming out on top of this fight again. Wow.
Choose was so low at the end there. That was a great attempt, but still, even if that happened, I don't know if Apes with Keyboards had that opportunity. They had a good opportunity, good thought patterns at least. Keo going in with that bob into the back line means that Munich can't just hold themselves in a corner. They now have to come out and fight, but they came out so quickly. They took their aggression so hard, got into the face, getting up Emilio onto that high ground was a great start for it, and still Munich getting up this percentage, 70% on the board. Apes with Keyboard starts to open it up though, and this could be the opportunity to take the points.
Yeah, Apes with Keyboard did a great job there, notifying that the weakness of this team was Emilio was split from the rest of the team. Over by that mega health pack room, we saw Apes with Keyboard just collapse on that territory of the map, and with those 2 picks down the Pharah, Olaf was able to just take to the skies and control all of the point. And we do see Choose just getting battered back into this corner. He's really got no ground to stand on. Level 1 Crook does get another amplification matrix up quickly, and the free shatter on the Depsy is there. Emilio's got follow-up damage. The Pharah has been dealt with. A Diva Bomb over top comes up empty, and we do get a flip right in overtime.
Oh, Depsy getting stuck with that pulse bomb could have turned it around, but eventually Apes with Keyboards managing to get this out. Massive committal of ultimates into that one. Big thing, and you see Olaf just swapping away now, realizing that Pharah is not getting as much value as they need. Munich nearly pulled it back, and the big thing though, Munich was able to stall out that fight for so long that they've got up to the 99%. They've got all the time in the world now to build up some ultimates. They've got nothing on board right now, obviously. Alex registered with that ultimate. Going to be able to come back in with the Diva self-destruct. Trust goes down at the beginning of the fight. Going to have to reinforce. Or at least late into the end of the fight. Kind of that mid-ground between it. Apes with Keyboards has to now contest this. They only have one fight, and it's going to be up to whether Munich wants to stall this out until they know that they've got an advantage.
barely making it away from that Diva Bomb was Keo, but eventually brought down by another headshot from Melio, whose High Noon is there to find Olaf, and the DPS have been taken down for Apes with Keyboards, but it's got to be their support taking down Melio, who's been a force for this Munich team so far. A beat drop from Ozzy comes in to support the rest of this Munich team, but it's not enough to save the Baptiste. Level 1 Crook falls, as does the Ana on Apes with Keyboard, and it's still anyone's game here. Alex is still in the fight. He's got the Tracer, trust me, in his wings, and Choose still there holding up the shield, keeping the team safe. They're trying to get this split back. The Pulse Bomb lands on the Keo, bringing him down, swaying the tide yet again in this fight. Munich Esports looking good, and the flip should come through in just a matter of time.
Yeah, the stagger out here from Apes is actually really good. They're getting up this percentage. They need to make sure that they can eventually come back and reinforce, because this is going to turn on to overtime very quickly. Here comes a nano boosted Genji. He's got a lot of work to do. Has to be able to touch the point. He's going to be able to dash onto point. Gets chased down straight away afterwards. Apes with Keyboards running out of resources to try and contest this. They did a good job of being able to hold people like the Lucio up. Helmo valiantly tried to keep the point alive. And now it's the Diva not able to touch. Munich Esports going to be able to take this 2-0 just from pure presence on the point.
Pure presence on the point is right. That was Choose's entire job, to just let that shield get cracked and brought down every single fight, but just be the pillar of his team and the ground they want to stand on. And here we see the player of the game is Ozzy on the Lucio, taken to the skies, being a tough target to hit, and he's the one who actually deals with the Nano Pharaoh barrage, coming in, getting 3 elims in that fight. I mean, this is a well-rounded Munich team who, from top to bottom, they are damage threats. All the way down to their Lucio, they are kill threats that Apes with Keyboards has to keep an eye out for, because they don't know where the critical hits are going to come from.
Yeah. What are you talking about? That's a pretty expected thing, right? Lucio is the standard counter to Pharah. You're always expecting that to come
Pharaoh
through.
with ult. Yeah,
Obvious. Like, just insta counter pick, you win the game. Easy game. No. To be fair though, Munich came out there and everyone understood what their job was. Alex was doing such a good job of sticking around on the points. Choose, you would expect the Reinhardt to maybe come out and contest the point, but Choose just sits back a little bit, holds the DPS, gives them a little bit of space to work with. Alex contest the point, make sure that it doesn't tick over. When Alex starts getting focused down on something, then Choose steps forwards. They get their Tracer to come in, dart around, be able to draw it out at the end there. Everyone on Munich understands their roles. They're able to execute it so beautifully. Melio, probably so far my standout player from this lineup. I mean, sure, Trust was doing a huge amount, being able to corral people with that Tracer, but Melio constantly, even separated from the team, getting some big high noons, being able to get the damage, just basically solo shut down Olaf's space in the air, meant that the rest of Munich is able to just stay alive while Melio does the damage.
Yeah, Melio definitely the driving force of the DPS in this team, but you just can't ignore Choose out there. He's such a role player on this tank. His job is not to do damage. It's really not to have that much of an impact other than holding a shield, but that can be so hard to do up against a Pharaoh with a Mercy pocket. You do have to extend beyond the roof where you take that safe cover that he is in, but it's still just so difficult for Choose to get out and find space, find damage, but he's able to play Reinhardt effectively into such a difficult opposition.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And when you relying, as the Apes with Keyboards were, on that pick potential, something like the burst of the Pharaoh combined with maybe an Ash shot or something like that, when you can't get a pick, when you can't get the damage past that shield, it means even though there's squishies waiting to die in the background, you're not getting to them. You're not flooding them with a dive. You're not getting a Tracer there to threaten them, maybe poke themselves out of cover, then to be followed up. You don't get that single Pharaoh direct rocket, which is then cleaned up by someone else. You're waiting on so many people to try and get these small little angles at the exact same time that eventually Choose's job is done. You don't have to be swinging. You don't have to be hitting massive fire strikes. And the fact that Apes with Keyboards had no shield meant that eventually when Choose did get up that Earth Shatter, man, everyone needs to watch out at that stage.
Everyone does. It's so free. And if he has that ultimate at the end of the game, it's such a game-breaking ultimate when there's no shield like you were alluding to. Altruism, we're going to Hollywood next. And if there's anything I learned from that first game we played, it's that control could just be a warm-up map for Apes with Keyboard. They could make one minor adjustment and turn the whole script on its head.
No, 100%. Like, that's the thing. Maybe a Reinhardt, I don't know if Munich wants to run a Reinhardt here, because the thing is, with the high grounds, with the versatility, with the mobility that Apes with Keyboards might be able to come out, they could get enough off angles to mitigate that shield. Choose can only put up that shield in one direction. If you can get around that now, Farah even still very viable here. Very happy to let Apes with Keyboards run very similar compositions, but it's how they play it now, how they choose to go on it. Are you going to concentrate on diving into the backline, change up your entire game strategy? Or are you just going to play the same basic game strategy, but in a different place? Get control of the high grounds, rain damage down onto the incoming Reinhardt, especially on defense. Something like Apes with Keyboards, if they can hold control of the high ground on the defense, Choose walking in with the Riot Shield is definitely separated from where the defenders are going to be located.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it looked like Apes with Keyboard was really trying to bank on Olaf being able to do so much work there on the Pharah, but Melio was there in response with the McCree, making it so Apes with Keyboard are not able to play their game. It does seem like they're a Pharah first team. In their notes, he's written down as the best Pharah player in the country, so it's going to be very difficult if that was what they were hoping for, and the hit scan showed up, as well as Alex on Diva. Alex being in this game on off-tank just mitigates so much of what you can do as a damage dealer, whether you're on Tracer, whether you're on Pharah. Alex is going to be there eating up those rockets, negating those flanks you can take on Tracer, on any kind of flanker. You have to play straight on, you have to deal more damage, and somehow you've got to get around the Shield of Choose, because right now, even though the DPS for Munich have been popping off, the tanks have been immovable for Munich Esports.
And that's the thing. Combining that Diva and Ryan, such a classic combo. The Ryan holds a position. If you try and now flank around, you got a Diva who's able to now engage you at a point where you're weak. You know, if like Choose was sitting on the side there so beautifully for so long, if you try and now take the high ground to flank around them or something like that on that walkway, the Diva flies up, you've got to risk the boops. I mean, they also had the Lucio who was coming through, didn't actually manage to get it off any boops, but the threat of that changes how you're able to approach it. And so it seemed like Alex being able to be there, go on the offense when the time came to reinforce the Pharah, being able to peel back for the defense, being able to peel back for the supports. We talked about it at the beginning. The supports are one of the key picks. You need to be able to get on them. You need to be able to shut them down. But when you got Alex constantly mitigating all the damage, I mean, even if they take one rocket, you've got 4 seconds worth of safety to be able to just get that heal back up and carry on with the fight.
And as we're about to go into Hollywood, is there anything Apes with Keyboard can adjust from their Pharah strategy to actually find some cracks in the armor against Munich Esports? Does it come from the DPS? Does it come from the tanks? How do you break apart this Reinhardt Diva that, like you said, can hold down a position and mitigate the flanks? Because they're trying to come from everywhere. That's what the Pharah Tracer comp is designed to do, is give you the most amount of angles of attack you could possibly have, and not even that seems to be working.
I like this change. This might be it. I wanted to see more of a consistent burst damage, a quick little chew down of someone from multiple sources of damage. If Olaf is not able to hit 3 direct rockets in a row, that's okay. Like, you're not really expecting someone to ever be able to do that. The fact that it was a Pharah and an Ashe meant that both of them were very skill shot based. Now you've got Klein coming in on the Winston to be able to put in that extra bit of damage. Olaf swapping onto the Echo with those sticky bombs means you've got a clear go signal. Depsy's going to be able to reinforce whoever's going in. And now Apes with Keyboards can take a fight to Munich Esports. Munich swapping around on their own side though. They've got Choose out onto the Monkey. Alex going to be coming in on a Zarya of their own and has the bubble waiting at any stage. And Melio had such good accuracy on the last one. I can only wait to see what they've got going on this Widowmaker.
Yeah, Melio switching over to the Widowmaker here is just gambling that Apes with Keyboard wants to take their strategy to the skies, and no better hero at denying that sometimes than just putting your best hit scan onto the Widowmaker. But it's going to be Keo opening up this fight with the headshot, one shot onto Trust Me, but now it's a 5 versus 5 as Olaf is brought down. Keo's got the high ground, and he's got the headshot accuracy onto Melio. Helmer, though, has been brought down. This is still an even fight. Choose has the nano. Such an early ultimate there from level 1 Crook. And it looks like it might be enough here, but the dive collapses in onto Munich Keyboard. They've been pincered, but they're able to fight their way out of it. And it looks like they're able to get some progress here on the first point.
And this is the big thing. Munich Esports, they lost their DPSs early, but that's okay. Between Choose and Alex, you still have so much damage coming in there. Alex was able to build up using those bubbles, get that charge going, that you really can make work happen at any stage. You can chew through your oppositions with that Zarya beam and clear through whoever's kind of left behind. And I mean, Choose was doing such a good job of being able to get to the backline, being able to finish off any targets that were being focused down, and now using that primal rage to just cause havoc here. And on 64 HP, tries to take the jaw, eventually goes down.
Choose was mean right there. He is angry as he goes into the backline, but brought down. The Graviton Surge from Alex is going to turn this fight around. Despite being at a disadvantage of 2 players, one Graviton Surge is there to find 3 kills, and just like that, the payload stays in drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to see a clinic in Zarya so far, Alex is doing such a good job, and this is what a top contenders winner looks like when they go on that off-tank role, being able to constantly keep that charge up, being able to build up the Graviton Surge very quickly, in fact, and be able to get this really high intensity play. You don't need the six-man Graviton to make this work. You get the 2 key picks, keep yourself alive, you manage to turn that pressure around, and you can get all the kills. You just cascaded from there, and again, Alex now quite low on charge, but is able to reinforce there and instantly back up to that 60, 80, 90, 100 charge to get back into this fight and be a real threat.
Oh, Pulse Bomb is stuck onto the shield, but that'll be enough to bring down Ozzy. Olaf trying to do all in his power to bring this one back for Apes with Keyboards as the payload is halfway through the street space, but Alex is finding kill after kill, and his bubbles for Peel are keeping his whole team in the fight. Always still to Olaf with the sticky grenades, removes the Ana from the fight, and trades are still going wild. It's just the tanks here from Munich Esports, and they're so low on resources, I don't even know if Alex can make it out of this alive, but they're tucked away by this mega health pack, and now they're coming out with the rally. This is gonna be more than enough. Choose pounces in, he finds a pair, and that should keep the payload moving yet again. Alex has built up another Graviton Surge.
This is huge. I mean, the fact that you just had 2 tanks and there you go, oh, it's a war of attrition. We just slowly chew through their HP. Apes and Keyboards had both their DPS there, and they were so scared to go into that room and try and contest there onto that damage. Makes it so difficult. Now a wonderful Pulse Bomb comes out. Doesn't need to stick, still manages to take out Olaf. And this point is just under a meter away from the final point. The Graviton Surge to shut them into this doorway means no one coming out there. Alex charges forward, ready to meet anyone coming out there. We have got some reinforcements from Apes with Keyboards sitting on the payload. Ozzy doing a great job to keep that Inspire healing. And look how defensive the rest of Munich is playing. They're wanting Apes with Keyboards to come forward. The Nano Boost went out onto the Winston. Klein Arrows not being able to get anything out of this. Instead, it's going to be Choose coming through with this Winston play. And Emilio just sitting so far away. Choose just constantly reinforced by the team. Always has bubbles, always has healing, and is even there to protect his team with that bubble in the middle of a Graviton Surge.
That bubble perfectly split up his team in that Graviton Surge, blocking so much damage. These tank players we're seeing on Munich Esports, I mean, they are putting on a clinic no matter the comp. Alex is there, always having charge, always giving... What a flick shot. Okay. Just, I can't even get a sentence out before this team makes just a highlight kind of play that we have to touch on, but they're just doing so much of it perfectly. They've still got so many ultimates up on the board to just roll through this 3rd point, but we do see Apes with Keyboards coming up with ultimates of their own. They've won a fight with the copy so far. They've won a fight with a rally as well, so they're not out of this game yet. There's 3 minutes on the clock, though, that they'll have to whittle off, and now Olaf comes in with the copy. They zone him out. Munich Esports, they just let the pressure be off of their shoulders. They make Apes with Keyboards come in even further, and they do overextend a little bit as Keo goes down, but it looks like after throwing the bob, he did the dirty work and has won the fight for Apes with Keyboards.
Olaf actually going to go down at the end there, and so while Apes was able to push forward, they drop both of their DPS ultimates into this, and Munich take their fight back, but they've got that spawn advantage. Now they're able to push forward, and they've actually got this straight away. They get the sticky bomb at the beginning of this fight. Here comes a big anti-heal grenade. Choose yet again, goes so aggressively into the front line, knows he has that primal rage to be able to stay alive if needs be. Kyo gets the pick off onto Emilio on the Widowmaker, and does create a little bit more space for him to work. That was their long-range threat, and the rest of Munich goes sticking around this payload, staying quite healthy. Alex coming in again with the Graviton Surge could create something, but the rest of Apes just being able to stay alive and turn this around. Maybe time for Munich to just reset and look for the next fight.
Yeah, Munich, they didn't quite have a combo there with the Graviton Surge. Alex didn't have that charge built up, so they couldn't go back in and take that fight like we could all tell they wanted to. Instead, though, they find themselves in a position going again where if they act quickly, they've got the only ultimate on the board, and so far, Alex has made all of these count. They've got to find a way to deal with Keo up on this high ground because he has been a menace. Klein Eric's able to get the first kill of the fight onto Trust Me, but not before Choose Me goes in and closes in on a DPS of his own. Now we've got grabs on both sides, and it's still anyone's fight, Ultra.
Ooh, that is huge. Choose just pushing out on the top ground and being able to secure some place on the low ground. It went into the center there. No real big follow-up to be able to confirm the kills yet, but the consistent pressure from Munich Esports able to now come through. Trust Me, just looking for that stick onto it. Gets the pulse bomb onto Carrot. Now it's just the poor last legs here for Depsy to try and stay alive. Apes with the keyboard need to come back and reinforce. Alex doesn't have that Graviton Surge, but Melio, can they make something work as they swap back onto the Cowboy?
We did see in that last fight something different there. Alex was the recipient of that nano boost. Usually it's sent on to Choose, but there it was onto the Zarya end. Able to farm up so much of this grab again. Going into the final fight, he could farm the rest of this up despite being at 60%. A very strange high noon spot is able to sneak a shot through the Helmer, and that takes down the Brig, making this a 6 versus 5. It looks like Munich has to peel a little bit. Depsy takes himself out with some self-inflicted damage. Choose, though, still bouncing around on this point. It's an absolute bounce house as Klein pops the Primal Rage. Still, though, Munich Esports is just always there in response. They've got Melio over to the McCree, and he is there with all the follow-up damage they need to finish Hollywood with 24 seconds left on the clock.
24 seconds is not a lot of time, but Hollywood, in my opinion, is one of those maps that is notoriously difficult for being able to be closed out all at the end there. It's such a good place for the defense to come out. There's a lot of natural cover that when you're trying to reinforce the point, it's a very narrow choke point to come through. But Munich just using that tank advantage to push through. You've always got Choose taking an aggressive position, find someone like Keo, and then you expect them to lose their lives. Klein trying valiantly on the Winston to chase out Choose, but there's always these anti-heal grenades or, biotic grenades coming in to re-heal them up. You've always got Alex constantly aware of how low their fellow tank is and being able to get those key bubbles on them to keep them alive. Choose has this freedom to be so aggressive, get a key pick, and then return the fight. And now you start having that man disadvantage. The big Graviton Surge coming out there. And like you say, a nano boost of Zarya, not exactly something we expect to see all the time. But when you've got such high charge, you got basically the highest damage output in the game besides Bastion.
Yeah, nano boosted Zarya is crazy to finish off a map, especially when the Zaryas use grab at the same time. That helps Alex so much just get that last one to just close out the map. And like you were saying, his bubbles have been insane for Peel as well. There was a point where I believe Choose was slept just behind the jail on second point there. Had 3 members looking at him. Apes with keyboard were just dialed in onto him, and Alex is just waiting, just chilling, cool, calm, and collected. And then right as Choose wakes up, gives him the bubble, gets that 40 charge, and he's got the grab in his pocket.
Yeah, and that's the awareness. That's the mentality and the composure of a really high-level player. Is so many people go, oh no, my Winston slept up. I need to bubble them straight away. No, as long as they're sleeping, they're safe. And if you waste that bubble, you don't buy them the time that they need to get the leap out there. Instead, waits there, and like you said, literally just looked at them for like 2 or 3 seconds. There were 3 players just staring at a monkey and still couldn't take him out at the end of that. And Apes with Keyboards definitely are showing some respect towards what Munich Esports can do, and now they've got some work to do. Not only do they have to be able to get out all 3 points, but they would love to get themselves a bit of time on the bank here as well, because I think it could be a very difficult play. There was the double Graviton Surge that you talked about as well, but the rest of the side here are just able to stay alive for so far. Munich Esports playing spread out means that they don't all fall into the trap of the Graviton Surge, which could really have turned that fight around.
And even if they do all fall into it, we have seen Choose lay down a perfect bubble on Streets phase, which is such an underrated play for the Winston to just get that perfect bubble shield in on the Graviton Surge. You have to have such a good feel of the distance that shield dome goes out. And now we're going to see how Munich is able to defend this hybrid point as we open up here on Hollywood.
Keo this time going to be taking on the Widowmaker role and gets up for a flick shot, doesn't find anyone in the back lines. Able to keyboards. Oh! Melio takes out the shots and gets followed up by Trust to be able to get there and take out the Widowmaker before they even knew that it was coming. And it seems like Abe's with Keyboard's now just surrounded by red players, and Munich just has all the space in the world to come forward and play with their food.
Yeah, in that fight, Trust was able to start the action behind Apes with Keyboards, and no one scouted him out. He had such a free line to just close in on Keo, and then once Keo was turned around, it was Melio there with the headshot. I mean, this is such a great duo to watch play because they're so in sync. Anytime Trust Me has to apply pressure and then back off, Melio is right there to reapply it and just keep on making Apes with Keyboards uncomfortable. But now they're going to be going back in, and they are the first ones to the nano boost, so we should expect this early unless Crook is able to send his off first.
Well, there's Crux being able to drop it out. Carrot basically at the same time. Both of the Winstons going to be pushed up here. Keo goes down very low, and the rest of Apes with Keyboards now going to get battered around the back line all the way to the spawn. Choose juggling perfectly there to take out Helmer, and it seems like Munich Esports content with this, and they've even got the Zarya waiting here. Depsy going to go down and get staggered out.
Choose just speed ran that first point from spawn door back to peeling for his Ana. Crook just returning the favor from getting that nano boost, making it back in time to deny Depsy that elim. That could have been so crucial. If you lose your Ana right there, this fight could just easily spill onto the point. But now we're still back at a 6 versus 6. Munich is fighting this one with the DPS ultimates, and they're choosing not to really control these high grounds too much. Of course, they've got Melio back there. Double pulse bomb finds 3 if you count Trust Me, and I think he's gonna wish we did. But that's more than enough to win this fight.
Worth it. You know what? Worth it. You'll be able to take out 2 key picks like that on the attackers. You managing to shut them down in that corner, and obviously just get stunned up as he was trying to get out there. Really good play from Helmet to be able to at least get that pick, or at least confirm that pick. Don't know really if you credit them, but yeah, it works. And look at Alex. Look at this position with the Graviton Surge waiting.
Oh my god, this is so huge, and this is why Alex brings so much value to this team. We can see the DPS already taken care of, and the rally comes through just to try and save this fight for Apes with Keyboards as they're able to take down Ozzy before he's able to pop that rally of his own. But how do you even close in on Emilio here? He is controlling Hollywood completely from this perch, and now jumping in to take the duel up against Klein, but it's gonna be the bubble that saves the Winston and wins the duel for him. Still though, Munich not done here. They come in with 3 kills to just solidify this victory in this fight.
Man, I was surprised, okay, to see Emilio drop down there. You don't really want to see an Ashe going into this, but here's Alex setting up everything and knowing the limits of this character every time. Gets anti-healed up, doesn't even have a bubble, but starts retreating backwards. Then goes in and takes the McCree, the High Noon to the face, basically. Threatens out with that bubble. And again, it's now, we see Munich just fighting it out, taking it into the small little space. The Graviton Surge is out from Depsy, and so is the Nano Boost from Carrot. But the rest of Apes with Keyboards not really able to get anything out of that.
Now, Apes with Keyboards is having so much trouble finding their footing going through this choke. The last 3 fights, we've seen Munich set up a player on this flank. Crook actually just got brought down. I believe he was trying to set up for another one of those cheeky nades, but that time he was found out. Graviton Surge does go right into a bubble, but it will be enough to bring down Depsy, and the Pulse Bomb does stick on the Klein. Munich, despite losing members, they always bring someone else down with them. And here we enter overtime, and it looks like a tick or so might be taken, but they've got to cap the whole point and the rest of the map. It might just be too little too late here for Apes with Keyboards, as Munich still looks so strong. Emilio onto the Hanzo, controlling the point, landing the headshot onto Olav, and that looks like the last line of hope here for Apes with Keyboards as they are brought down yet again in 3-0 fashion.
Man, that was big. The fact that they got both of the tanks from Munich Esports, they were able to clean up both of Apes with Keyboards tanks at the beginning of the fight, means there's no one really there that wants to contest the point. You have to now send someone like a Tracer onto the back line, and eventually they get chewed down, and as your tanks reinforce, you've now got no healing, you've now got no damage to be able to follow up, and come on, this has to be Alex with this sneaky little play here. No, in fact, just gonna brute force it out. Here's another nano boost being treated with them and follows through. That synergy that we talk about. Choose and Alex have been so in sync this entire game so far, being able to be unified, whether it's bubbles, whether it's focusing the same targets. They just know who's they're going for and clean them up in such quick fashion.
And I love that High Noon that got popped in Alex with such a fast flick shot, landing that alternate fire and beaming down the McCree as well. He can just do everything out there. If he's got that ultimate in his back pocket, there is no effort from Apes with Keyboard that he can't put a stop to.
Oh, yeah. And it's amazing. In the first series we watched today, Hollywood was kind of the turning point. It was where the momentum started to shift for Ad Friend. This time, it doesn't look like it's happening at all. The fact that we are on the verge now of a 3-0 sweep, and considering there was a 2-0 control point and now an incredibly dominant, basically as dominant as you can get, I don't think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they even got a second point here, did Apes with Keyboards. 100% domination coming out here so far from Munich, and they are waiting for this. Guys, we're going to go to a quick ad break after these highlights. I mean, very excited, but what do you think? What does Apes with Keyboards have to change up now to be able to come back into this competition?
I mean, they're relying on their DPS to make their plays, right? It seems like if they don't have a support ultimate or they don't have a DPS finding an opening pick, the tanks just aren't there getting as much value as Choose and as Alex. That seems to be the turning point for this one. Maybe they just change up their composition completely, or they throw a pocket back onto their DPS players, because if the tank value isn't there, you've got to fully invest in something else.
Oh, yeah. I must admit, at this stage, it feels a little bit like a tank difference. And as much as we give credits to the tanks from the side here of Munich Esports, that it's a very difficult task to level up to this sort of play. And when you got the rest of the team coming in consistently, Melio was the one we gave credit to in the first round. Trust me, has been consistent with this Tracer, getting so many sticks. This one here, opening up that last fight. And the whole team here, Aussie, we saw, was being able to stabilize for so long on that Brigida. The whole of Munich Esports is playing their roles. They really are playing at their highest level. And right now, do you just go all in on your DPS, like you say, with the Apes with Keyboards lineup? I don't know if it's going to be enough. We'll have to find that out, guys, just after this.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational. I'm Berkeley Stevens alongside Altruism. We've got the Alt Wombo Combo casting duo bringing you this third game of the day. And this one has been very different from the previous one we casted. There was no shift of momentum on the hybrid map. It has been all Munich Esports just rolling through these first two. And up next, we're going to be going to Dorado. What kind of changes, if any, at this point could Apes with Keyboard make, Altruism?
Ooh, I think you got to now start really worrying about Choose jumping at you. You've got so many resources being pumped into the Winston and that threat that Winston is able to put towards your backline. I mean, Keo has not had a good time of this. Let's be fair. The fact that the Winston has constantly had that, and Ash has got some ability, but you got like a coach gun. That's it. If you don't get your coach gun off, or if they just consistently go with that pressure, you got problems. I would like to see something, I don't know, a Brig, maybe, perhaps, if you're doing a defense on Dorado, a Brig with the flail to be able to knock Choose off the high ground as he jumps. Something like that might give you a little bit more breathing space. But right now, you've got to worry. You've got people who are coming at your backline consistently. I mean, you saw Trust Me constantly being able to be a pressure there. And so there's so much damage from so many angles. I think Apes with Keyboards needs to group up right now. I don't know if they've got the ability to take 1v1 duels and maybe spread it out and make it more chaotic. Certainly didn't work for them on a control point. So group up, put everyone together. Throw everything at the DPS. You talked about that at the end of the last round. Maybe that's what it is. Give Keo some sort of room. Give Depsy some place to work. Give him a mercy pocket or something like that just allows you to put out the damage and let Munich Esports overextend or something like that. But I don't know, because Munich Esports has done such a good job of rotating their abilities, using something like those Zarya bubbles to come in there and be able to reinforce whoever is being pressured.
Yeah, and it's so difficult going to Dorado as well. Of course, Apes did pick this map, but this is another map where I would say the meta is the exact same compositions we saw, double bubble or some sort of mobile dive. So it's not like you can brawl up that easily on a map like this where high grounds are so prevalent. Munich is going to be taking all the same difficult angles to deal with that they took on Hollywood. So I'm not sure going into this map if Apes is going to get what they're hoping for. It's definitely going to be difficult. Maybe the Mercy damage boost. Maybe you go back to the Pharah. Of course, Olaf is a very highly touted Pharah player. On the first map, Oasis, they were banking all of their strategy on him being able to pull so much of the work damage-wise, and it just didn't pay off. But maybe it's time to go back to it.
It could work. Like, let's be fair. It has a lot of potential. The big thing you got to worry about as well, though, is Alex showed how good they were at D.Va previously. And that D.Va was doing so much work. If you now put two people onto the Pharah, you got your Pharah and your Mercy that you're dedicating. Alex on their own with that defense matrix, able to mitigate so much of that damage, means that, and Winston D.Va, still formidable dive with that high ground. When you now send both of them up onto the top lines, you're reducing the damage of the Pharah. You're threatening anyone who's trying to take a good, solid position there. You've got that peel for the rest of your team. Pharah could work, but be aware that it could be counted out at any stage. It looks like we're going to be going with a Tracer and a Widowmaker here for these two. It does again that Keo has not had a good time. We talked about how little space they had previously and going to be threatened again, and doesn't even have a Brigido or something like that to hang around nearby. Maybe just looking to take so far of a distance here that Choose can't get to them.
Yeah, it's an interesting response. We already see the defense not so much on the same page, going over to the Reinhardt and the D.Va. So they are going to be brawling it out a little bit, at least here on first point of Dorado, and setting Keo up far in the back line, making Munich really have to come in to their field of play if they want to deal with that hit scan. But it looks like instead, we're going to be getting a spawn hold. This is what the strategy has evolved for this team. Let's just chew off all the time we can early. Let's hope it works for us, because Munich is going to have our work cut out for us. Let's just see if we can spawn hold him for a little bit. We do see the the Sim TP coming in early to get them up to this high ground, but they've lost 2 members in the rotation, and somehow you've got to get them back from spawn. This is actually looking very shaky to start for Munich.
Man, this positioning is actually so weird. The fact that Apes with Keyboards on defense are actually closer to the attacker spawn was a big first play, but now they're kind of separated out. Dempsey slept up on the high ground. Okay, interesting play there. Crook going to be jumping off the edge, I guess. Going to just reset right now. Really good start for Apes with Keyboards. Caught Munich by surprise then. Munich swapping things up straight away, realizing what the plan is here from Apes with Keyboards. And now it could be interesting for a turnaround. Oh, the nice chew through. Olaf coming in clutch with this trace play so far.
And already a minute taken off the clock. This is already such a big win for the momentum of Apes with Keyboards. This is oh, nice headshot onto Ozzy. This is exactly what they were hoping for, at least a minute taken off. Anything else from this is just so much of a buffer for their defense going through the rest of the map, and I'm loving this composition. They know they have to deal with Keo, but how do you get there? He's able to hang so far in the back line, and now we do have the amplification matrix used here from Apes as they continue to just keep the pressure on Munich right in the spawn, and now the Shatter is online for Klein. Once he's past this Winston, it is pretty much free, but the shield from the Brig blocks all of it, and it's going to be Choose coming into the back line with the help of a nano boost. He's able to take down 2. Klein responds with a 2K of his own, but this fight has been won outright by Munich.
That was huge. So there were a couple of big plays there. The fact that the nano boost onto the Winston gives Choose all the freedom to go past Klein and get past that shield and threaten the backline. Klein dumps in that Earth Shatter, gets blocked out by the shield. Ozzy got taken out by the Widowmaker previously, but this time makes no mistake, keeps Crook alive in the backline, and then we see the rest of it just go out there. Munich Esports able to brawl it out in close range and pick apart the different pieces here. Apes with Keyboards now has to worry because they've got to get themselves back into range to do something here. Apes with Keyboards are going to struggle if they need to take long distance duels. They don't have as much damage. Munich Esports could use that to control the space, and even the Cowboy coming in here to threaten out the Pharah at the beginning of the fight.
Oh, the pulse bomb gets eaten, and that was what Munich was hoping for. Alex's grab found 3, and the combo from Trust Me was there, but a fantastic play by Dempsey saves Apes with Keyboards on this defense.
Oh, that was big. I must admit that Graviton Surge came through, and I was going, is there going to actually be the follow-up there? Apes with Keyboards were so closely stuck together. I saw the pulse bomb fly out, and just at that last second, I think that would have been a very different place there for Munich Esports. Still has pushed it up onto the ramp. They've only got a minute left, and I think Apes with Keyboards, this is going to be their best opportunity. They've got an Earth Shatter at the ready for it. Going to be looking for that to open up this team fights, and Munich Esports for the first time look like they're struggling. They're making attempts, they're making inroads, but so far being counted out.
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic just what switching to that Reinhardt could do. I was very worried about it given the map, but certainly on first point, it's much less surrounded by those high grounds like we're going to see on the second point if we even get there. So far, the spawn hold paid off huge with a minute and a half taken off. And then the big eat from Dempsey to just deny the value from Alex's grab. They're going to have to build up another alt cycle, which is going to take a significant amount of time. Again, this is not looking good right now for Munich Esports, and this is exactly what Apes with Keyboards was hoping to just change it going in this game. We do have a technical pause coming in, so play will resume in a little bit, especially after we find out the reason for this pause. Maybe a player disconnected or something, we're not quite sure, but just talking a little more about this game. Setting up the Widowmaker for this Brawl comp, not a typical DPS hero you like to set up with a Brawl. Usually it's the McCree, which we do see Keo on now that the fights have gotten a little more close quarters. You like that Cowboy in there. This is his home map, his home field. This is where he could really thrive, but he's going to have to duel with Melio on the Cowboy as well, and that Shatter is free. It finds Melio. He's taken down, but Klein has to pay for that with his life. And it looks like Apes is down a member here as it's a 5 versus 4. Choose goes in with the Primal again, and we could see him here just playing with his food.
Oh, that is a big play forwards from Munich Esports. That should secure them now this first point. And this might be the problem with Apes with Keyboards. I was worried about this when they first come out. A Reinhardt is not good to just sit back and let people fire in damage. They don't have a lot of damage that they can reliably count on to be able to go past it. They're not there to really create space or at least create a zone of free fire. Instead, they try get into the front lines. They try get in there and brawl it out. And Klein gets a beautiful Earth Shatter off. But just the counter plays from Munich, their dive in was so precise and so cohesive that they're able to burn through anyone from Apes with Keyboards that was left aligned. Again, the weakness of that backline. And look at Melio. This is one of the sneakiest plays. Look at the positioning of Apes with Keyboards. Melio is as far back as possible. He's literally sitting on the second point now, waiting for someone to come to him. In fact, out of the plane, I guess he's just going to sit and wait for the rest of Munich to push forward with this. Oh, he's there!
Kio's High Noon is able to find Crook, and he pops Choose right there with a nice headshot. Somewhere, Kio is still just moving forward on this McCree, and Melio is at large in the backline. I'm not sure if the value is still there for Melio, because at this point, you've got to bring something to the fight. He's been out of the action for a little too long as Munich looks to close back in, and now we do see him perfectly set up here, but the tanks could be there in response with a dive.
Oh, this is huge. If he throws the High Noon in here, this is the first time I've seen it indoors like this. Isn't going to do it now. Just letting Choose work in the back line, and Melio just doing the damage from above, just getting all the headshots, gets a double kill on this. Choose, keeping everyone busy, and now Melio is going to have this position still. Actually goes down at the end of that fight, so not going to have the position to do this, but the cleanup comes up from Munich Esports. Like you say, Melio maybe taken out there, hoping for it, maybe thinking his teammates would be able to push forward enough, but they have managed to do enough of it so far, and Apes with Keyboards basically going to have to rely on Klein going to be able to come up with an Earth Shadow that's going to turn this entire fight around.
And now he's got a Reinhardt to worry about as well, because Trust Me has copied that hero and blocks the shatter. Let's see it. Lay it down right into the big blue rectangle. Melio from the high ground lets the High Noon fly, and that will find the D.Va. It's looking like Apes is looking a little bit weaker now, as Olaf is able to get one kill in response. They try to pour out of the spawn and defend this point with 0.1 meters left to go, but it's not enough. And second point is captured by Munich.
Man, okay, first and foremost, good job, Munich. You got the second point. That was actually massive considering how close they were to being full health. But what is even more amazing to me, that was 3 Earth Shatters blocked in a row. Trust had 2 Earth Shatters there, both of them read by Klein, and Klein's one themselves also read up, and that's the first triple Earth Shatter combo that I've ever seen denied.
Yeah, not a lot of room for error in that last fight. In this one, however, Kio opens it up, and this is a team that is looking to hold close yet again. That is the strategy of Apes on Dorado. That's the adjustment they've chosen to make. Don't give up any ground this time. Don't let the fight come too deep into the point. Let's just take it right at the very first choke we can, and it seems to be working, as Munich is down to their final minute here, and that is not the kind of pace we've seen them play so far in this game.
Yeah, this is huge from Apes. They've realized where their strength is, and it's in close quarters combat, and so they hold themselves. They struggled in that open area of the streets phase, but now being kept inside, they got to worry now. Klein's going to go down as the 3rd member here from Apes with Keyboards to die. Make it 4, make it 5 so far. Choose just going massive on the Winston, double primal rage kill, and then cleans up depths here at the end there. Munich, you talked about them not having a lot of time on the board, but they've got some time at least. They got one more fight that they need to take before they get to the final point.
And this is payload, so even capturing 3 points with 0 seconds, they're going to get a fair shot here at an overtime. Finishing off the map is going to be crucial. Alex will have the Wrecking Ball minefield to deal with the final push out of spawn that we're going to see from Apes, and they come in now. Kio's already found 2 kills in this fight. Aussie trying to make a stand up here on this high ground. Klein has got into the back line again. The shatter gets blocked. Klein making a name for himself out here, always reacting in time to these shatters, and he lays down a big one. Shoes hits the floor, but he's not able to get finished off, and Klein is beamed down by the Echo. Trust me, we're in overtime now. The final clock is ticking. Choose gets the nano boost. Munich looks so strong here to close out Dorado, and I believe they've got it in the bag. Apes with Esports, or Apes with Keyboards, my bad, only has the Ant Matrix to respond out of spawn, and I don't think it's going to be enough.
Melio has got that pulse bomb ready to stick it to anyone who comes through that doorway. Choose, of course, also has that primal rage up, and the stick on Klein means that he's going to go down. There's just one poor Lucio trying to contest this out. You're going to have to deal with big monkey fists, though, and the rest of the team. The nice punch comes through from Kio, but loses their life straight away after that. And yet again, Munich, after nearly being held on that first void, comes through. And I just got to say, that's 5. That's 5 Earth Shatters. Trust had one again in that duplicate, gets blocked, and Klein had all the space in the world, comes down, and yet again hits the Brigida shield.
Yeah, that was fantastic. When it looked like they had no hope of blocking that Shatter, the Brig just steps up and is like, I can be a main tank for this. I almost never get to be a main tank, but right now I'm perfectly suited to do the job. I was not expecting, I don't think 3 of those Shatters should have gotten blocked, especially that last one we saw get blocked by Klein, who, trust me, copied him on that 3rd point high ground, and just a flash of the shield in 1 or 2 frames, barely getting it up in time to just deny that play. Still, though, not enough. We have seen Apes with Keyboards make a fantastic adjustment to respond to Munich, but still, Munich is able to finish off Dorado here, and now we've seen them defend. They look so good, and they're opting with double bubble for this defense on Dorado.
Man, I love this. Munich Esports, again, doesn't change up their composition so much, but they're able to adapt to the situations. They realize Apes with Keyboards is only good and the tight fights when they dictate it. Stays back, gets some picks, throws in good damage, gets Trust to go around the outside, get in some nice pick or burst damage in there, get some sticky bombs laid down. And Apes with Keyboards, when they're fighting on their terms, this is the strongest showing we've seen from them so far. Unfortunately, they were so close to holding at 1st point. They were so close to holding at 2nd. Even on 3rd point, had just the minutes to defend, but not being able to get anything out of it. And now it's up to them. They've got to do the entire map yet again just to be able to take it to the next round.
And Apes with Keyboards come out of the spawn with the Sim TP rotation to get up to this high ground. Shoes has so much work cut out for him, denying Keo on the Widowmaker on the other side of the map, and then bouncing over to deal with the front line of Apes with Keyboards. And it looks like he's just not quite able to do enough here on the Winston, as Alex is brought down first, followed by Choose. The tanks for Munich are finally being dealt with very well by Apes with Keyboards, and it is not easy. These are some of the best tanks in the entire tournament. We've talked so much about Choose and Alex, but right now Klein and Depsy are playing their best.
Yeah, that was big. The fact that they used that Sim TP to get up onto a more close range engagement there. Apes with Keyboards has a very distinct win condition. They need to get in there and take the fight as close to Munich as possible. They get up on there, they fight it out, they brawl a Klein up to nearly 90% on that ultimate just because of the amount of space that he got to swing that hammer around and get some nice work. Keo actually going down very low in the backline, peeled very nicely, gets the shot, turns around and hits the Mercy at the beginning of this fight. This could be it. Beautiful capture of the 2nd point.
And if the Matrix wasn't there, that's not a one-shot. So what an ultimate right there we saw from Karad, because, again, if that's not there, the Mercy doesn't die. Maybe a res comes through. That's a completely different fight. Instead, we see 5 minutes up on the clock for Apes with Keyboards, and they get to take full control of the street space here as they just try to pounce on these high grounds early. Getting Klein up there, though, is not going to be easy. This is when the Reinhardt composition could start to look a little bit shaky as we see them take this rotation out to the coast side.
Yeah, and again, a really nice choice here. Oh, the stick from Olav gets a nice opening pick here on Crook. And again, this really nice awareness and mentality from Apes with Keyboards. They've got just the Baby Diva sitting on the payload, pushing it forwards. Does manage to get the mech back up. The rest of Apes with Keyboards taking them the long way around and being able to find some off angles here means that they've given Keo some space and they keep the payload moving forwards.
Yeah, and Apes with Keyboards just finding a way to make it work here on Dorado. Munich does respond with 3 kills as Melio starts to come into the high ground and just claim it for his own. With those 3 kills right there, he's able to just swing this fight back. This was a lost fight. His team was down 3, and he brought it all back only with the help of a Mercy. And this team is back in the fight. They're defending this point. We're seeing another horrific stagger on a Baby Diva, and I'm about to be brought to tears.
Oh no, she's got knocked off the edge there. Depsy is taking the longest, getting slept up as they were running for that major health pack. And so Apes with Keyboards finally getting staggered out. This is, we talked about it in the break off air. I'm a dreamer when it comes to reverse sweeps. I have a dream that we get to see as much Overwatch as possible between these teams. And Apes with Keyboards has looked strong so far. But Munich just always having that mentality behind them to be able to reinforce. And now you got Melio with one of the best stalling ultimates in the game. This is a time bank that's going down very quickly for Apes with Keyboards.
Yeah, 5 minutes turned to 3. It still seems like a lot of time up there, but that 2 minutes is so crucial, especially going into the latter points of this game. Trust me, trying to close in with the duel onto the Widowmaker, and he's able to take down Keo with that melee. And it looks like the 2nd point very close to being finished here. The pressure could be on. If Apes with Keyboards get a touch, it's very dangerous. They'll be in a shooting gallery. They've got to control the high ground first, and they're just not able to do it this fight. Closing in so fast is Munich Esports with the Wrecking Ball, with Alex on the Diva, and Trust Me on the Tracer. They come from 3 angles at once, and they just squeeze out Apes with Keyboards every time they try and take that height.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Apes with Keyboards is showing good innovation and good priority of where they need to actually take the fight, where their strengths lie. But unfortunately, being denied out by Munich Esports, putting in so much damage before Apes with Keyboards is able to get into position, means that Apes with Keyboards has lost the fight before it even starts. And now we see them coming in there. They're going to try and have to get something out of this Earth Shatter here, especially if they want to keep anything on the time bankers. Again, Milio coming through with the big plays, being able to counter-snipe out here. And here comes the Earth Shatter. Finally, we get one that hits.
It only hits the Diva, though, and Alex is able to get up back in plenty of time here. And the Diva Bomb here for Apes with Keyboards does find a pick. Alex however, finds nothing at all. We do see Choose getting that kill onto Kara, taking down one of the supports as Keo makes his way back into the fight. Up on the high ground, he's finally up on a very advantageous perch, and he's able to take down the Mercy Aussie. This is looking good, but shut down! Milio in response, landing the headshot onto the Widowmaker, keeping his team alive on second point. And this is the winner's semifinal. We are so close to sending Munich Esports to our grand final weekend, but still, they're not out of the woods yet. Apes with Keyboards has put up their best fight yet here on Dorado, and they still have 1 minute and 20 seconds to get second point.
Worries me, though, that Olav, the only one close to any sort of ultimate. Apes with Keyboards basically used that as their last fight. They tried to throw everything that they could add to that fight. They threw it, and again, Keo goes down very early into this fight, just constantly pressured, and everyone knows how big this is. Again, now Munich Esports going to control up the place. They want to take the fights where they want to, on their terms, and now just avoid it. They run around, they just waste the time of Apes with Keyboards, and 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 fights, and Milio actually just spamming out damage on all sides. And now look at this kill box that they've surrounded Apes with.
Yeah, this is the shooting gallery here. Keo onto the Sombra just to try and stay hidden on these attacks, land a crucial hack ability in. And Aussie, the only one with an ultimate on the side on Munich, has that Valkyrie to try and keep the team alive and supported. Pops it now. The window comes through from the high ground, and Apes with Keyboards look very dangerous here, but still struggling to find these kills. Munich, in fact, responding well. The one-hit fire strike scorches, trust me, but is it enough? The beat is dropped. Apes with Keyboards with 15 seconds left. They need to capture this point to stay in the game, to stay in the winner's bracket, but Choose denies the area on point. With that Wrecking Ball minefield in, it looks like it's over here. These kills should be cleaned up in the backline. Everyone's so separated for Apes with Keyboards. One by one, they start to fall, and Helmer is the first. It looks like Munich has so many resources to finish off this point, and that is Dorado, just about to go the way of Munich Esports and send them into the grand final weekend.
That said, a clean 3-0 from one of the strongest teams that we have seen so far in this competition, if not the strongest. This is a team that you can definitely watch. They've proved themselves in the past. They've got the experience in their individual plays, and this is Milio picking up the triple headshot kill here. It's got to be this play, being able to come around the side, and what you said was that basically lost team fight, pushing in. And this is not the first time Milio has taken it straight into a fight there. Actually, not the triple headshot, just taking that fight straight to the players from Apes with Keyboards, constantly being a consistent threat. And just seemed like Munich had the cards to play at every stage. They had the resources in the bank. They had the positioning. They always knew what was coming from Apes with Keyboards. And no matter what Apes with Keyboards tried, they just were not able to dictate the pace of the game like they would have wanted to.
No, that one moment where it looked like they were able to finish off the second point of Dorado. Just such a fierce play from Milio to get that 3K, landing that flick shot after coaching away onto the Tracer. Just an insane DPS play we saw from him to keep his team in position to move on to the grand finals, at least for the winner's bracket. There's so much more left to play here for the Invitational Altruism. Again, talking about play of the game, player of the game. Who do you got? What kind of moment do you have there? I love that Brig blocking the shatter. That was pretty flashy.
And that's what started it all off, right? And I'm sure our player of the game is going to come from one of these highlights. Guys, we've got so many great moments to look back on here. Both teams being able to come out with some flashy plays, some great accuracy, some great control, some fiercely fought brawls between both these sides. And eventually, I think it has to come down to this. Choose getting the triple Primal Rage kill to Apes with Keyboards. And Apes with Keyboards, this is where they actually look their strongest. They were indoors. They had their close fights. And Choose gets 4 kills in total on that play. That was huge. And he probably also picks up my player of the match. Yeah, I'm such a good player at dictating the pace, such a good player at creating opportunities for his teams, and obviously backed up by so many people. This is not a single person who ever won this for Munich Esports. I don't think you can get a 3-0 at this level with just a single person, but that play right there with only 44 seconds left, that was what determined that they could actually push it to the end and really led the charge.
I would have to agree with Choose as the player of the game. Of course, Melio and Alex did so much in support. They're definitely not a supporting cast. This is a team of A-listers. Alex, the 3-time EU Contenders champ, off-tanking for Choose definitely helps him out, but Choose made his impact felt. His primal rages found multi-kills time and time again on Dorado, that 3K, and able to finish off the Baby Diva to get the 4K. I mean, just a fantastic piece of work this tank line put on. Choose definitely a good bit for player of the game.
100%. I cannot wait to see these guys. If you're just seeing this now, please make sure you understand that we've got more Overwatch for you today. And then the big round, the grand finals coming up next weekend. That's where the prize money is waiting for the victors. Yeah, Munich going to be going in with all the momentum that they could possibly want. Really excited to get to see them next weekend. I hope that I'm one of the guys who's privileged enough to get to cast that, because that is going to be some extremely high level Overwatch. These are the names that we really want to get to know. And if you guys haven't heard of Munich Esports before, where have you been? There's so much potential here in this EU scene, and I'm sure you're going to have some respect for them in the future.
Yeah, coming up, we've still got some more invitational action, but we are done for the day. It's been a pleasure working alongside you, Altruism. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
for the first time, we got to witness such a fantastic first game. And then, of course, watching Munich Esports, one of the crisper teams in the tournament, putting on a tank and DPS clinic through 3 maps to make their way to the Winners' Grand Final. But don't go anywhere. After a short break, we will have more Overwatch.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, friends. We are headed into the lower bracket semifinals. My name's Jeff, alongside my good friend Ocean over here to guide you through. We got a couple of good teams coming up here, Ocean.
Yo, this is going to be interesting, right? Because we're in the stage of the weekend where we have to, unfortunately, well, even the stage of the day, we've already eliminated some teams yesterday. We're in the stage of the day where we're eliminating teams, but we're also deciding who will face in our championship weekend, right? Who is going to be in our championship weekend next week? That's where all the action's going to go down on the Will English IV channel. We're going to see some contenders teams in there, and they're all going to be fighting for a beautiful $2,000 prize pool.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. That's the thing to focus on. I mean, winner here gets to really prove their mettle next weekend. We start seeing some of these top teams. As you can see at the top of your screen right now, we've got Apes with Keyboards coming in, just coming off of a hard loss versus Munich. But I mean, this is a roster that has seen mixed success in Tier 3. What are your thoughts on Apes with Keyboards, Ocean?
I think, honestly, right, they're 50-50, right? Because I actually remember when I was at Owner Incendia, we played Hostile Takeover in the first Open Division of the year, and we reverse swept it, right? We reverse swept it. It was an awesome moment for us at the time. They've been quite inconsistent this year, right? They also had a great top 8 result with Regen, and this roster's kind of like flipped around a couple of different organizations throughout the year. Here as an individual kind of pug-esque name with Apes with Keyboards for this tournament, they've got an interesting challenge, right? You know, this Beaumont cohort team they're playing against. An all-Icelandic roster led by Hafacool, ex-British Hurricane and Envy player. So, like, is this kind of... feels like to me a bunch of Tier 3 players looking to prove a point versus one individual trying to lead a team into a championship weekend. I have no clue which way this is going to go.
I mean, and Hafacool's have been competing since 2016, right? Since the inception of Overwatch. And like you mentioned, some of these top tier rosters got gold medal back in 2019 with Envy, also played on Eternal Academy after that. But we hadn't seen much. I mean, it was kind of spotty in 2020 as far as playing or not, and we haven't seen much of anything out of Hafacool in 2021. So I'm curious to see if they still have that championship mentality and can lead this squad. And well, they're going to be leading them as we look at our map pool for the day. Let's see where we're heading. This is a fixed map for map 1, and it's going to be Nepal. It will be loser pick from there, and we are still in a first to 3 series.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting? I'm excited for this one, right? Loser's pick is always a fun format, but also like we have the ability, right, where if you win the first map, you get to decide if you defend or attack first. And I feel like in this sort of situation, like this is the last game of the day. These teams have been playing for a while. I think if you could defend first, right, where you don't really have to set up every attack or whatever. You've kind of got a pre-plan going into it, right? You don't have to adjust too much. I feel like winning this first map and getting the choice of defending first is actually only really this beneficial because we are in our loser semifinals. I don't know how you feel about that sort of thing.
I mean, it varies. I've heard differing opinions on this. Depending on the maps, some maps are easier to defend, some maps are more defender favored. But you also have to have a good read on your opponent's compositions, because your attacker can just easily go back to spawn and counter swap against you. So if you have a good read, then yeah, I think defending first is the way to go. But if you have an opponent who is apt in varying styles of compositions, it can be tough, and you get bowled over early. Put up a good time gets put up against you, and then you're staring down the barrel of a huge time bank, and that can really hurt the mental. But a full hold can swing that momentum the other way.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting. Map 1's also going to be really important for these teams because again, long day, right? You take that first loss in the first map, you're going to be pretty beat up, I'd imagine, right? Because you go home if you lose this, right? And both of these teams wanted to prove a point. We talked about yesterday how the group was set up where we had 4 big teams and we could see a shock. We actually did see a shock yesterday. OT Pog going out in group stages in Group A yesterday was a massive surprise. But today, it's been completely different. We have like 6 or 7 teams that could all get out of this group, right? And now we're here, they're finally in a situation where if they win, they go to championship weekend and have proven a point already and have an even bigger opportunity next week to prove a point and get set up for that. The pressure on these teams, right? Like the pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, because as I was just starting to say, that the next weekend is where you start going up against the big dogs, right? That's when we're going to start seeing some more of our competitors. They give these tier 3 teams a chance to really test what they've got.
Yeah, shit, Gold are gonna be there as well, right? Like,
Right.
even the opportunity to play a team like Sheer Gold, right? When you're a tier 3 roster and get that valuable learning experience, right? That, these teams don't have that opportunity too often. And let's talk about, what we're seeing here in Nepal Village. Both teams going for bowl matchups on what is usually in the Western region what you would see to be more of a brawl favorite map.
Is that I'm taking sharp notice of the off-tank difference here. Depsy on the Diva, be able to peel and protect a little bit more versus the raw burst damage coming out of Okbakar on that Sigma. You've also got a little bit of shielding to help protect the back line, but Crizzy's gone in early, found the wrong side of a Brigida flail. A little revenge in there, but without the Tracer, that is a big chunk of damage gone. We'll see if BMC can move in and take down Karat as well. They're going to find Emily. That's a good pick. And they're going to move on to this point. Start building first. Cap. Nice opener for Beaumont, finding that 2-piece. But they lose Oklar along the way. That's a big pillar of their composition. Now gone. Now absent. Sidri's going to fall. Apes with keyboards in a position to take this back with a quickness.
And that's so critical is because Sindri was getting close to that EMP. And now that EMP is not going to be built up for the rest of this team fight. And, of course, Apes with keyboards have an opportunity to come in and retake this point. They already have.
And it gives Carrot time to get the rest of this Transcendence. Will easily beat Sindri to the EMP. So you've got that nice defensive win condition. Good kill there, though. Able to hunt down Kyo. Nice follow-up onto the Brig. And though the flip comes through, this is going to get quickly turned the other way. And Carrot has to pop Trans early. This is going to leave a window open for Sindri when they return to this fight. And Carrot falls immediately. As soon as the Transcendence is gone, there goes the Omnic Monk right back to spawn. Nice 2K for Grizzy on the Tracer.
I don't really see how Apes and keyboards are getting their supports into the fight. They always seem a little bit isolated. They always seem a bit far away from what's going on. And I feel like that's why Kara was kind of easily forced into that Transcendence, even though they were already too down. They weren't involved in the fight, so Dempsey has got to do a better job of getting the supports into the fight, especially now they have to deal with this EMP that Sindri has got here. Watch this Sombra player.
Yeah, going immediately for the back line. That's going to find 4. The rally does come out beforehand, though it's not enough to save Carrot. But it means that they're separated. Emily and Q are going to fall on the other side of the fight. BMC in firm control of this important high ground right now.
This is really dangerous, right? Because if the keyboards AWK, they lost their rally, one of their main support ultimates. And the problem is now, right? This is in danger of snowballing. There's a lot of momentum running for Beaumont Brewer here, right? They've got the gravitic flux. They can combo that with a minefield in this small room. This is getting dangerous.
Very. It's going to be a self-destruct out to try to buy some space, get him out of that small room, and pick up a pair of kills. Dempsey placing that one with absolute precision. What a way to open the fight for Apes with keyboards. Olaf's going to follow up with another kill, has the duplicate ready for next fight.
You know what? That's a hero play, right? That might just flip this entire round, just flip the script completely, right? Because gets a Sigma. You that big ultimate, you're looking for the opening ultimate that's going to start this team fight. Gravitic Flux, it's not able to be used. You're dead. Now, this next team vote, why is the Flux not going to get as much value? One, Olaf could duplicate and maybe try and take that Sigma out of the air. And also, Carol is really close to Transcendence. Alright, so it's like they've got a quick tech issue, and honestly, right, they still get value out of the Gravitic Flux. Harold aren't able to build that Transcendence in time, looking at 95%. This is definitely a control map of margins right now. 96%, like one headshot on that Zenyatta would have changed that team fight. Now the problem is, they got to deal with the EMP, and realistically 91% when this team fight was starting, and it's already done. Realistically, both supports are going for IWK. I'm not sure if it's possible for them to get back into it. Definitely not now. Village, definitely looking in favor of Beaumont cohort. I mean, they even have a Transcendence on the point as well, just to rub it in. The all Icelandic team taking the advantage here on a chilly map of Nepal. Just to slow things down and kind of analyze that round well. We kind of hope Bolska can get back in here ASAP. AWK, they opted with the Diva, and they really struggled to get their supports into the team fight. Is that because of the Diva swap? Or a Diva change compared to the Sigma? I mean, maybe, but like, you're still an alt tank that has the ability to get the supports into the fight. I think Dempsey individually was just poor, right? And you can't do that. In the last round against Munich, well, fine, winner's bracket, you still have the next chance, right? But loser goes home, winner goes to next week, championship weekend. You cannot be playing like that in this important of a match. You got to get your sports into the fight, because right now, a player like Oklahoma who's playing, for a Beaumont cohort team that, that individual isn't really recognized, they're getting more value than you, and that can't happen right now for AFC boys.
All right, made it back in here. Nice job, Ocean. Thank you so much for covering a little tech difficulty. Africa will open it up with that first fight. Yeah, the BMC are continue to roll this advantage. Looking into dislodge, nice shield bash, sends Halford back. Not quite able to gain the space that they're looking for, but a couple kills come through nevertheless. You had Sigma up there just putting down all that damage. A little follow-up from Numbling as well.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting here? For me, the Tracers, right? One has pulse-ball running, right? Crazy is doubling the ult charge of Olaf, and Olaf has been a consistent tier 3 Tracer for a long time. So Crazy, a player I've never really heard of, building that ult charge is particularly impressive.
Yep, and dropped that pulse bomb there. Unfortunately, he's going to fall to Keo. I believe you cursed them on that one, I'm afraid.
Just unlucky, isn't it?
It's a little bit unlucky. Hey, it happens to the best of us. It's just, it's part of that caster curse. We have that power, Ocean. We have that power. Speaking of having the power, it's going to be Hofkool with the mine. Sindri has the EMP after a nice manual onto Emily. Emily's going to fall. And BMC are able to just push the issue all the way back. Man, Apes were just struggling to get out of this mega room.
Right, yeah, I feel like Dempsey, I was already talking about this after last round. Dempsey is really struggling to get these supports involved. So either they need to get off a Zen break and, just play Rush or something like that, or Dempsey needs to get these supports into the fight because it's not happening right now.
Oh, EMP comes out. The tack visor is still in full effect, though. Grizzly's going to fall. And it's going to deny a lot of follow-up on that big ult from Sindri, and they're down as well. No more deeps on the table here for BMC. Faffy's going to respond with mines, and Numling's even going to invest the trance into this fight. Now down by 1. They've crossed the 70% mark and continue to try to brawl this thing out. Dempsey's going to move on to the objective with that Gravitic Flux, but here comes the DPS back into it, and a nice whip. He's going to send Dempsey into, the depths. BMC take this thing right back.
I have to be really honest, Bolskunk. I'm quite disappointed with AWK. I'm not gonna lie. I thought they looked really good in the last map with Munich, right? Who is a team that had Alex2704 on their team, right? Looking good in a map against that sort of player. I expect a lot of Beaumont cohort. They've been playing fine. Apart from that EMP from Sindri in the last team, they've been playing really, really well. But this isn't good enough for AWK.
You gotta give BMC some props, able to pull that out without the deeps, and here the DPS are just gonna prevent any touch. Apes just don't even get onto the objective, kind of lost track of time there, it seems. That's a quick 1-0 here from Beaumont cohort.
I mean, these are experienced free players. They had a Transcendence available. They easily could have touched the point and got another team fight to at least keep this map alive. And now, they're kind of at risk. Like, yeah, they'll get map choice, but, you're 1-0 down in this series. And technically, right, even if map picks go your way, you win your map pick, then they get the map pick, right? It's not a great start to this series. They need to play better. We expect better from them. And even if they kind of win this series, right, they cannot let this happen at all in championship weekend.
And I can't help but think that maybe they lost a little bit of focus after losing 0-3 to Munich. Like you said, there's a Transcendence ready. You better waste. It's better to use a Transcendence to touch point than to just end the round with it. You're not taking it into map 2 with you. So, give your team an opportunity to try and fight back. Yes, it was looking dire. They were already a couple players down in that final fight. But fight till the end. I can't help but feel it was just a lack of focus there.
I kind of agree. Like, even kind of a pretty big opening, right? When Sindri use the EMP and you had the attack visor going, which stopped all follow-up. That's an EMP gone, really.
Exactly.
So I think it was their only EMP of the round, or like important
True.
EMP of the round, and you cancelled it. So that Sombra mostly didn't get too much value. So how on earth is it 106%? Like,
Yeah,
what?
6 or 7. Yeah.
Like, it's not good enough, and we expect better from this roster. They've been tier 3 all year. They've had top 8 in open division before. Like, it's got to be better. But let's talk about Beaumont Cohort, because I was quite impressed, in particular, with their backline and how they got involved. A stark contrast to what IWK Sports were doing. That backline was firmly involved. I think that whip shot at the end was awesome on the Dempsey. So, you know what? Credit to the backline of Beaumont Cohort.
I can't argue with that. Can't argue with that in the slightest. And being in BAP's end is not always easy to play. You got to be very careful. And they weren't just hiding away. I mean, they were thoroughly in the midst of those fights. Both of them Futhart and Numbling were finding frags. They were heavily involved. It was great to see. And I mean, of course, some credit to the tanks for paving the way. Oklo and Haffy were certainly doing a great job of creating a lot of space, putting a lot of damage down, winning a fight with no DPS. I mean, that's gotta give a little credit to that front line.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's slow things down here, because I believe our next map is gonna be Holywood. So, why do we think AWK has picked this map? I believe they had a difficult run on this map against Munich. Maybe just comfortless in the day.
That would be my guess. Maybe it's the ones they've had the best results on in scrims. I mean, you nailed it. Like, they chose this map in their last round and got full held on point A. So I mean,
exactly
maybe they're
well, does it?
Yeah, it does not bode well, and it can't help but wonder if they're going to change up their strategy. Yeah, or are they going to? Was it just an execution thing? Sometimes when you're in the heat of the moment, it can be tough to decide whether it was a composition error or an execution error. So I'm very curious to see if they come out with the same comp as we move into this map. But hey, Beaumont Cohort, get that choice of attack or defend. Can be equally important as to the flow of this map. And with this kind of momentum, if I'm BNC, I might choose to attack first.
I mean, yeah, but also we got the other psychological side of things, right?
Sure.
You know, and
Mind
they
games.
got full held last time, right? You know, if you could like full hold them again, their mental's gone. You may as well pack up your bags. You've already won the series, right? Maybe play with like, one hand, right? You know, sip on your dinner. Wait, that's not how that works. Sip on your drink, eat your dinner with the other hand. That's not how eating food works. But anyways, right?
Maybe if you're having soup for dinner.
I mean, potentially.
I don't know. I won't judge. I won't judge.
Yeah, I mean, leave me alone, right? It's been a long day. But yeah, that's what we kind of have coming up with this decision. We will get that shortly. We will see once we go into game. But last time we actually, just slowing things down, we actually saw Double Bubble coming out from Ipswich Keyboards, right? You know, it's Double Bubble sort of mirror matchup against Munich. Do you think they'll go for that again? We've got 5 seconds to see what they're going to run on their actual defense. So Beaumont Cohort actually taking your advice and going for the attack.
I had a feeling. I could feel it in my bones. And yes, definitely we're getting that Double Bubble again. I would have assumed that just from the fact they chose Hollywood again. Oh, Emily making a last-minute change. Looks like they decided that they're not going to just beat their head against the wall, come out with something a little bit different, and we're going to get the Orisa-based composition.
I think if they play Double Bubble, Dempsey would be in a lot of trouble. Dempsey already hasn't had a good series. And, I mean, playing Zarya into a Tracer Sombra composition with a Balls and Brig, like, I could not... I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, right? So Balls...
Oh, no, you just get run over so quick.
Yeah, I'm not rushing that. I'm not wishing that on you. I just called you my worst enemy.
But
yeah,
hey.
I mean, especially when Hafaku is like the leader in this team, right? And they're on the wrecking ball. You're going to be isolated 24/7. So I think I like to swap up a more poke-based composition. You still have the mobility with the Diva as well and the Echo. So you have a lot of options here. It's kind of like a hybrid comp.
Yeah, it very much is a hybrid comp. Can kind of go brawly, can work at range and poke down as Beaumont are trying to close the gap. I mean, that's if you could lock down this elusive flanker duo of Crizzy and Sindri, who are working around the back line with Haffy now. Haffy's going to try to go in pause drive. No, having none of it. Halt, bashed. All the CC, and in the meantime, Kiyo's picked up too.
Yeah, so they set the kind of front line, which is weird to say, which is the Tracer, Sombra, and Wrecking Ball. And round the left hand side, I would have actually sent one of those players, either Tracer or the Sombra, with the backline, which is their Sigma, their Zenyatta, and their Brigitte. And that meant that anyone that tried to walk on that backline could potentially be punished, right? They went for the Sombra or the Tracer, they could either peel back, or they could have the Sombra hack the target that tries to go for the backline. Of course, Numbling was the first player to go down in that team fight. So maybe that's an adaptation they can make for this next team fight.
In fact, they do. Happy is going to go ahead and just go right up the front. They're going to send the Wrecking Ball in, and Oaklar are able to find the most important pick you can against this composition. The BAP is gone. The legs have been cut out from underneath this bucket cop, and the rest fall like dominoes. BMC, second try, are going to move in and pick up point A. They're going to walk into point B with a whole hefty chest of ults as well.
You know what? If they could actually claim high ground positioning on point B, which I think Captical's on his way to do right now, this could get dangerous, right? We talk about, how snowballs are awesome on assault maps, but I can see a snowball here on high. Well, we say King Zero is a very snowbally map, but you get this high ground here and you get almost getting the kill onto Emily as well. That could have been absolutely brutal. But now, the important thing to focus on is this EMP. Sindri will probably EMP them on the high ground and maybe a minefield.
Oh, they're all stuck together as the mines come out. Sindri doesn't get the EMP off just yet. It's going to wait till after the Deadeye. Hopefully they don't wait too long. Kio's already picked up 2 in this fight. Are BMC going to choose to try to bring it back? It looks like they're dropping down and backing up at the moment. They're giving up control of this high ground that they fought so desperately to take. Happy with a nice response, and I feel like this is still anybody's fight, though BMC don't look to be investing ults in it just yet. Manuel is going to prevent Depsy from getting back into that mech. The circle back around, but the front side of this attack has been decimated. Happy falls.
I feel like you should have let IWK complete the rotation of the high ground, then like EMP minefield, then all the cooldowns would have been gone. I feel like that would have been a better approach, but hindsight is 2020. And it's now 2021, and let's look forward. So, like, next team fight, right? You still had that EMP, you also have both of your support ultimates, and half the call is back up to the minefield, so you could try this again, right? You could try EMP on the high ground with a minefield, and even, like, potentially trans your Zenyatta there to get clean rotation, and you have an Antmaker to potentially spam damage from low ground at different angles. This is looking really good for Beaumont Cohort. However, if they lose this fight, ult advantage will go to the other side.
But they did get the EMP off first this time. The self-destruct comes through to try to prevent too much follow-up. But once again, the focus on Dakara. The Baptiste is gone. Now Oklo free to move in with the Flux to clean things up. Keo has continued to make life difficult for BMC on this attack. But Oklo eventually deals with it, and Keo can't hold them all off. Can't find all 6 picks. BMC finally get this car rolling.
Are they going to try and chase Depsy? No, they're not. That Matrix is going to force them away from the AWK off-type, but also means you'll have the Amp Matrix to start off the next team fight. And Beaumont Cohort, guess what they have?
And just deployed. The double damage coming out from the attackers. Sindri does fall, and nobody's really sitting behind the window. Not able to get that extra damage out. Created a little bit of space, kind of forced Ace and Keyboards into the saloon. And now trying to loop around, but here come the Torb and the Brig from the outside. O'Clock deals with it nicely. Now has an Orisa in their face. Crizzy working around from the outside. Dragons coming across the front. Able to pick up 1. Beautiful Dragons creates enough dissonance where BMC can clean up that fight.
I mean, look at these changes, right, from Beaumont Cohort, right? And they've went to Hanzo, and they've went to the Baptiste instead of the Break and the Tracer. So this means they're not going to look to die their opponents or isolate them anymore. It's time to poke. They want to play at a distance. They want to play against this Torbjorn, trying to break the turret, break the Orisa shield, and then go in when the time is right. And also, EMP, again, almost online. They've got Transcendence of Fox as well. This could be dangerous for IWK. What I'd like to see from IWK is a proactive Deadeye or a proactive Molten Core to try and stop this snowball for Beaumont Cohort.
Yeah, don't let him set up. Oh, that's disastrous. The Brig out of the fight. Now the Baptiste Carrot is going to be vulnerable. Sindri with a prime opportunity now if they can strike in the next 10 seconds. Looking for targets, though. Apes with Keyboards have kind of got a divided defense here. You can see the tanks on this left side while the Ant Matrix is being thrown over main. Molten Core does come out, but the EMP from the other side finds 5. Now coming in with the Flux. That only finds 1, but it's enough to get that pick. And slowly but surely, BMC are winning their fights on all the fronts. Their composition way better at dealing with these separated individual duels, and they are winning them all.
I think this is going to be done and dusted. I mean, NWK, they'll be able to get out potentially? No, not even, right? And this is looking bad. This is looking real bad for AWK. One of the teams, you know, maybe you could expect them to go through today, get through this group. I mean, you kind of looked at, you know, the teams that sign up for group stages, and you probably would expect them. But that kill onto the Brigitte at the start was beautiful. And then the EMP to finish it all off. Brilliant for Beaumont Cohort, but I do expect more from AWK.
I feel like there was certainly a missed opportunity. I mean, they had the Deadeye, like you were talking about. Even had an Ant Matrix up, so those skulls come up lightning fast, and they failed to capitalize on this while the tanks of BMC were distracted trying to fight Emily and Depsy on that left-hand side from the attacker's point of view. There was just simply a missed opportunity, I feel, to really put some hurt down, really drive back the supports and perhaps even the DPS of BMC while that fight was initiating. Keo, unfortunately, I don't think ever got to use that Deadeye.
And you know what's worrying for NWK? We're going to Brawl now, which is an adaptation, and maybe an adaptation that'll help them in the series. But what is worrying is this is probably the fourth different composition they're going to attempt to play, right? They tried to play the Sigma Diva, or sorry, the Wrecking Ball Diva poke composition. They then tried to adapt it to a Sigma. They wanted to go out in double bubble, and then they went for the Arista Diva. This will be the fourth composition that they've tried today. And is it even a good matchup in a Ball of Sig? I mean, if Hafako gets these engagements right, I think they'll be in a lot of trouble.
I think so as well. I mean, who do you lock down on this BMC composition? Apes with Keyboard wants to close the distance, find an individual target, and pounce on them. I don't know who that is. I mean, if you can make it into the backline, if you can get through Oklo and make it into the backline, maybe. But at that point, you're surrounded. Okay, they're going to use that teleporter, of course, to quickly move into the cafe, looking for a target. But BMC just scatter. Oklo falls all the way back into the streets, and the DPS are making their way around him. Here comes Haffy on the front line. Immortality out. Diva is demech'd. And I can't but feel Apes have just pushed themselves into a corner. Now they're just getting smashed into it.
They had like a situation where there were 63 there, and they decided, you know what, let's walk back into this cafe. And that gave time for Hafako to come in and get that power drive. And from there, that team fight was done. That was an awesome power drive from Hafako. Emily looked kind of lost as well in that fight. I just don't know why they didn't keep pushing the Zen or the Sigma or whatever. To answer your question, I think they should go for the Sigma, right? I feel like the Sigma is easy to isolate. You can maybe isolate them with the Mayo or force positioning with the Symmetra teleporter, and then go after that Sigma. The problem is if you get caught on rotation after the Sigma, and you die to the Tracer or the Wrecking Ball. And
that's the second time the wall has come up and not... That wall was used to protect the teleport. The previous one was not able to catch Oklo, who is now coming up on ult. Transcendence from BMC to keep them in the thick of it, why they can build up the rest of these ults. Now rally, and here comes the Flux. Flux up in the air, that's going to fly Baptiste. Carrot is gone. Numbling's dead as well, but their job has been done. They initiated this aggression, allowed BMC to press the issue and play at their tempo.
Yeah, and AWK, just based on their ultimate economy, are going to have to play this fight slowly, right? Because they have to build ultimates up, right? They either go with the Photon Barrier and then set up the Blizzard, or wait for Sound Barrier. Like, they have to wait a little bit. The problem is if they wait a little bit, they could either get pulse bombed by Frizzy, or Sentry will build up EMP. So that there's a very fine margin. If they get the margin right, they win the team fight. If not, they're probably getting full health.
Yeah, and the longer the wait, the more BMC just sets up around them. And you can see Pulse Bomb already being thrown in. They're having to look in all directions. Keel's throwing turrets up behind them just to make sure that the Tracer can't come in, or at least try and stop Grizzy from working that flank as they move around through the alley. Photon Barrier is going to get tossed over the point. Then they're going to try to build up the rest of this Blizzard. A tiny little objective. The Blizzard will cover all of it. Try to deny any contest. There it is. The hunt down onto Sindri. Finally, Emily is able to find a target and pounce on him like this Brawl Comp is intended. And one tick has already been picked up. Olaf waiting with this Blizzard.
Yeah, but that kill onto Emily might be able to force it, but no. This team fight is AWK's. And you know what? Thank God they had a good team fight. I was getting a little bit upset. Like, genuinely upset, because we know there's potential in this team, and they just hadn't shown it so far in the series, right? They finally isolate the backline, force them back into that small room because of the rotation they took, And they get Sindri, right? They get the player that Beaumont cohort are looking to win the team fight with. They have the EMP. They still have the EMP for this next team fight. So this is going to be interesting. How is Sindri going to set this up?
It was Happy with the pile driver, and 4 are hacked up with it. Immortality field is out. Health bar still looking very low up on that top left. Shatter comes down, only finds Happy. Krizzy's taken out of the fight by the beam Akio. It's going to be Oklo with the Flux, trying to make something happen. He gets frozen out of it. Oh, the Blizzard there denies the Gravitic Flux out of BMC, and it seems like everything they're trying to throw at this fight is just getting thrown away like waves against a wall of stone. BMC are coming up with nothing in this one.
I mean, they got 2 kills now somehow. They kept their backline alive. There's Zenyatta is getting awesome Discord, so Numbling is getting tremendous value. They might be able to walk back into this. Maybe now that Tracer's back. They've got Crazy ready to go. Happyco could go on engagement once they get the Mega Health Pack. And honestly, AWK, now they've got their members back, they might be fine, but it's not looking convincing, right? That BMC got a 2-minute time back. They've got to be a little more convincing on their offense here at AWK.
See if they can find this pick on a Happy. That would be a great start. They're trying to chase him down, but nope, that ball is just too elusive. Just out of there, lightning speed. Discorded Emily has to hide inside the saloon, waiting for the opportunity. And it's going to be this photon barrier to try to create that opportunity. They get pounce on Oklo. They finally take you up on that suggestion and find that kill immediately. So trying to get another EMP. This one finds 5. Go Immortality Field this time and carries out of the fight. Emily's able to strike back on the other side, but I can't help but feel like BMC are in a prime position to swing this the other way, and indeed, 2 quick picks come through, make it 3. The hold is here.
Right, and setting up this next team fight. Look at the flex supports, right? This next team fight, let's have a look at Carol, let's have a look at Numbling. They both have support ultimates. Why are both of these ultimates critical? Because if the fight goes long, Numbling's Transcendence will get a lot of value. If AWK gets some early value at this amplification matrix, maybe even get Numbling on the Zenyatta, then that Transcendence is going to struggle to get value. They're probably going to be forced to use it in a situation they don't like it.
Shattered used just on Happy to start this fight off nicely. It's going to be up to Crizzy to initiate, has the pulse bomb, perhaps try to get Kara down before they can even throw down that animation you're talking about. No, Kara doesn't even need it to get the kill onto the Brig. And it's a good start here for Apes. Brig down. Happy just now starting to come back in this fight, and BMC have to hide until they do.
And Matrix is going to be on for this next fight as well. They didn't even have to use it previously. If they can get it done and capture this point before the EMP comes online, it would be brilliant for AWK.
Of course, of the Transcendence, but Olaf has used Blizzard, so Dumbling's just going to roll out in the middle of it and try to find value, but the Transcendence is gone, and it's 2 kills the other way. This cart is going to roll on into the film studio, $1:37 on the clock.
And you know what, Beaumont cohort, they've decided to make changes. They're going to go like pretty much full poke. So every single time Hafical gets an engagement, right, or with a battle drive, or Sidra gets a hack, Crazy has decided, no, I'm not going to walk in with you. I'm just going to poke from distance and try and get those kills. And potentially even, you know, just you can spam a lot against this brawl composition in this more narrow point C. That's maybe another thought process. And additionally, you're going to be able to build up your Dragon Strike with this EMP.
Well, the sound barrier is there to prevent that EMP. And Cindric gets picked off the back, as does Happy. They don't have that extra reinforcement of the Tracer anymore. Now Emily getting aggressive onto Oklo once again. The Sigma's so vulnerable. Even with the Discord, Oklo's not able to do anything to Emily on this Reinhardt as they pave the way for a take on point C. And good thing for AWK, because they're running out of time.
They gotta try and get it to overtime now. BMC, that's their shift. Waste some time off the clock, and that's exactly what Hapaku and FitHawk are doing.
Oh, but they lose Crizzy and Numbling. Mines are out, but they're on the left-hand side. It's not stopping any progress on this card. And AWK have 30 seconds to spare as the stall starts to come through. BCM in desperation time, but Happy throws it up, deleted. Crizzy back to the Tracers, able to stall for a little bit longer, but not enough to get it to OT.
BMC, I mean, waste the opportunity, really, to try and put the series to bed, right? You could have force that down to overtime, definitely, right? You know, you had Doomfist to stall, you had the rally going on for your backline, Hafical was there at the minefield, I think you even got a kill with that minefield as well, right? Wasted opportunity to put the series to bed, but honestly, AWK, they probably deserve that, right? You know, to actually have the mental strength to get back into this map after BMC, you know, won the first map, and of course, they decided to have an awesome attacking couple 2 minutes plus on theirs. The actual mental fortitude it takes for IWK to go and cap that with a composition change and actually getting held on point A for a long time is pretty impressive.
I agree, especially when they looked a little lack of focus. I don't want to call it boomed. That just sounds too harsh. But like they looked like they had lost a little bit of their focus on Nepal. And I was worried that they were going to get downright boomed after that fantastic attack. So it is really good to see them come back here and make it work. You know, they weren't able to win the first couple fights with this brawl composition, but they make it work. They make the right decisions, chase the right targets, Oklo in particular, and they're able to continue to do that throughout all 3 points. Now, with that said, they're still at a pretty big deficit in this time bank.
Yeah, I think the shift in focusing Oklo has helped them a lot, and it actually meant that BMC's support line didn't get as much value as they were in map 1.
Now we're getting a little bit of a change yet again, going to the McFlurry variation of the brawl, so they're not going to have that SimTP to close the gap. BMC is still highly mobile. Are they going to be able to avoid this composition? We'll see if Helmer can speed him in and isolate Oklo, who's taking a position on the second floor cafe. Big slam in. It's going to be BMC getting aggressive first, trying to drop onto that May. Gets frozen up, but Grizzy back on this Tracer. You've got the 3-prong attack of the ball, the Tracer and the Sombra, and they're able to find a great opening pick. All the damage that goes with it, all able, and now all the healing of Carrot is back in spawn as well.
When you have a player like Hakuko, you get players like that. I don't think anyone's gonna understand how important that play was. That pile drive, that pile drive single-handedly ruined that push, right? Half the players were already on the Kappa high ground pushing the Sigma, which is what they needed to do. And half he just takes 3 of them away, pile drives them on the point while they're rotating. And from there, AWK, they can't get resources onto the high ground to kill Oklo. They can't give defensive resources to the players who've been pile drived. And BMC full hold here. And now only need 1 tick of point A to win map 2.
And that's that veteran presence that we were talking about from Haffy. You posed the question at the top of this series, will Haffy be able to lead this squad, this Icelandic squad, to a W? It's that impeccable timing that only comes from 5 years experience in competition. I mean, that was perfect. Catching that rotation, you're 100% correct, Ocean. I mean, that was vital. That was map winning.
Yeah, it is map winning. And you know what? It could send you to the championships weekend. It actually could send you to the championship weekend, a Will English Invitational 3, right?
And it's at least got you in a prime position to be on match point. That's for sure.
I mean, yeah. But the question is, will they do it, right? You've got 2 minutes 46 to get a tick of point 8. You should do it. You've got a Sombra as well, so you've got an easy win condition in the end. If you can get your supports involved, they're always win conditions, because Numbling and Footheart, when they're involved, have had a great series. When they're not involved, on their defense, or Hollywood, meh, whatever. But honestly, who cares? If they get their supports involved, they will win this map.
And Oklo's done a great job of keeping them in the fight. Apesol Keyboard's trying to make some adjustments on this defense, and we certainly don't want to call it too early. I've seen stranger things happen than a 3-minute hold on point A, even with Depsy on the hog. Trying to look to shut down Haffy and get that instant pick potential. You can see Haffy and the 2 flankers are just setting up shop on this back mega. Got it hacked up, ready to go. Haffy not deterred by the shield bash. He's going to go ahead and slam down, build up some ult charge. Speaking of ult charge, Sentry's already 65% towards that EMP, despite the quick little cat nap. With Footheart down, though, I think they're not going to have to reset and just take another stab at it.
I mean, really, I think this is all about building MP, right? You know,
yeah.
You've lost a couple of players. Sidri's still in the fight trying to build that ultimate. You're also going to post them as well, so both DPS ultimates are going to be available in this fight. And with Depsy on the Roadhog, Numling's not going to be too far away from ultimate either, right? That's pretty much an old battery for Numling, right? Just a poke at from far range. Oklo doing a good job as well, poking at that Roadhog. Those ultimates are going to be on fast, and this is why Roadhog is a questionable pick here.
Oh, nice pressure from Crizzy allows Oklo to move all the way onto the objective and find a good pick, and that EMP is out and finds at least Himmler, but Himmler's able to get the rally off, and the Nano goes on to Depsy. Dempsey is discorded, taking a lot of damage despite the reduction from that nano boost. Now Oklo looking to close things out, put the nail in the coffin and slam it into the ground with authority. The hook comes through and Oklo goes down, but in the meantime, the rest of Apes with Keyboard's reinforcements are falling one at a time. Olive trying to bring it back, lands a pulse, but now has mines to contend with, and nobody can touch the point. It's BMC taking Hollywood in a 2-0 lead in our lower bracket semifinals.
Wow. This was meant to be the tight group, Skunk, right? Yesterday was where we meant to have the easy runnings. Today was meant to be the tight group. But BMC, they've had a fairly easy run of this series so far. Not what we expected from our loser semi-final game. We have a spot in Championship Weekend up for grabs here. Let's see if AWK can pick it up.
Did we not send the teams the script? I don't think they got the script, Ocean. Because they are not following what you were talking about. Like, we had the 6-mapper yesterday. Apes with Keyboards, I mean, that was off stream, but won a tight 6-map series, super close. Now, they are struggling. I mean, that was the best we've seen them look today between the 2 matches we've seen of APK. That's the best we've seen them was there on Hollywood Attack. Still not quite enough. But we're going to take a look at these highlights and see, just some of the star plays here that got him. I think this was really kind of the turning point. That attack right there is where they kind of started to figure out a little bit of what BMC was doing. But by that time, I mean, the time bank was still just working against them, and Sentry was building these EMPs so quickly.
I have a question for you, right? Usually you don't get to do too much analysis on play-by-play, but while we're watching these highlights, who stood out for you so far? Who do you think's been making the difference?
Oh, man, that's a tough call, to be honest, because the coordination has been there. I mean, you have to look at the experience of Haffy, and the timing of these engagements has been impeccable. But I think Oklo's ability to get the Brig and the Zen involved and to put down a World of Hurt in their own right has got to be my front runner so far as player of the match for BMC.
I also think what gives Oklo a strong case is Dempsey's really struggled this series, right?
Fair.
That's why they were on Hulk, right? You've got to be desperate if you're picking that hero in the current state of the game, right? You just farm where you actually force your opponents to farm so many ultimates, right? That's not what you want at all. Dempsey really has struggled. Oklo, even when kind of put in what I would like to call the graveyard shift, right? When they were trying to force their supports into the fight on the defense and they were getting focused on and isolated, they still did a pretty okay job, and they've still been getting the most value out of the 2 off-tanks so far, and I think that's the difference.
I like that. I like that graveyard shift. That's very, very apropos. Well done. Well, it is now Apes with Keyboard's map pick. They chose Dorado in their last series. Will they choose it again? We're going to take a short little break, get a word from some of our illustrious partners, and we'll find out where they want to go when we return.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Well, we have an interesting development going on here. Apes with Keyboard have their map pick as we head into Escort. And, well, we are headed to Junkertown, Ocean. Do you think this is based off of comfort pick for them, or are they trying to counter the ball compositions that BMC has been dominating them with?
Well, we already know, right? BMC, they're led by Hafiko, right? Hafiko has been playing this ranking, will be playing the main tank role, which I don't really think I remember Hafiko playing main tank too much before. I know Hafiko's played DPS for Team Iceland, and also has played off tank. So he's on the main tank to lead today. That's why Hafiko has been on that role. And Junkertown is a map where you're going to see poke compositions, and I do not see Hafiko playing Orisa.
No, I can't imagine that one either. And so in lieu of that, the adaptation has already come through. We're seeing Oklo being subbed out, Steel coming in, who is much more experienced at playing the Warhorse.
Yeah, we imagine Steel will play Orisa, or what this might mean is they don't want to play Sigma here, or maybe Hafiko could play Sigma. I mean, it's always an option. Hafiko is a very flexible player. I mean, the heroes I know Hafiko for are Diva, Tracer, Sigma. Like, what? Where did the Tracer come from? It's because Hafiko is such a flexible player, right? So, I mean, Hafiko could play Sigma here, but I imagine, just based on what we're kind of thinking, it's probably going to be some sort of Orisa Diva composition for most of Junkertown. Maybe Orisa Sigma or some sort of double shield on point A.
I think you better add Wrecking Ball to that list, Ocean, because Hafiko was doing outstanding on the ball. Just really well timed as far as the engagements and when to punish the rotations. So yeah, might want to add the Wrecking Ball to that list. On the other side, this pick surprises me in another regard because I feel like the best AWK looked was when they were running the Reinhardt, and though you could run Reinhardt, I suppose, through at least point C, perhaps point B if you path it right. Point A. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's like you say, it's all poke based. There's just too much range to work with. There's too much ground to cover.
Well, this is interesting, right? Because they've got their main support, which is Helmer. Helmer's been around a while, and I'm gonna be honest. I've watched Helmer play a lot of tournaments, and every time he plays Brig, they lose, right? Genuinely, every single time I see Helmer on Brig, it's not great. Helmer is actually a pretty decent Mercy player and Lucio player, right? So they play Brawl. You're gonna be pretty comfortable in the fact that Helmer can play the Lucio. Helmer now is going to play Baptiste. That's a hero I've never seen them play. I was imagining they probably play some Mercy Zen, right? That's what I was kind of thinking with this choice. But now I'm not so confident in them. I was thinking, getting Helmer on two mids where they're actually kind of good at, but I've never seen them play Bap.
And I mean, we kind of hit the nail on the head with BMC's comp, who have chosen to go on the attack again, by the way. But AWK? What? I was not expecting this one.
Depsy on Roadhog. I mean, how is Carrot going to get involved at all? Like, is Depsy just going to body block Carrot around the map? I don't see that happening. And then we're also running the Genji here with like Diana.
I mean, without even an Orisa for a supercharger or a Mercy for at least the damage boost of a Valk. It's going to be dry blades all the time. And furthermore, what is going to protect Carrot from that right there? Sindri and Krizzy are just going to have open sight lines into the supports. And Carrot is first to fall on Junkertown. And it did not take very long at all. Now, the response is there. Dempsey with a nice hook. But BMC, I think, are winning the comp war at this moment. So far, I don't see much that's going to slow down this card.
I don't see this hook pick working at all. Like, we saw it in Hollywood, and it did absolutely nothing, really. I don't understand the pick. I mean, maybe Dempsey will prove us wrong.
Well, Emily's able to move in and find the backline DPS. Sindri, after swapping to a Tracer, also falls to a hook from Dempsey. So far, so good, I suppose. I mean, it's the best Apes with Keyboards could hope for, as Dempsey is finding value with this Roadhog.
You know what? We might take the statement back, but we'll talk about that at the end of the map, depending on how much value this Roadhog gets. We won't know until this map is finished, right? We could see Beaumont Cohort get held until like the very end of point A, and the Hulk might, still feed and cause, a massive snowball. But that starting pick onto Krizzy is definitely going to help them a lot. And I don't really think the winner is going to get value here. I think maybe going over to Tracer Somber or something a little bit more mobile might be a good idea. Yes, you have to deal with Keo as Widowmaker, but I mean, I'm sure Sentry is more than up to the task.
I will see. This does seem like a practice composition coming out of the defense, as Olaf is easily able to deal with Chrissy, who is looking for the shot on Keo, and the Genji just comes in from the side and just takes their dome right off. Depsy finds yet another big pick, and Sindri cannot deal with Keo in return. Keo's able to respond with another great shot. 3 sight lines with those DPS out of the fight.
Ooh, the crazy switch onto the Cowboy. Do I like it? I don't think I like that, because well, you're not very good against either Widowmaker or Genji. You're still pretty immobile, right? So Emily on the wrecking ball is still going to be a problem for you. And I really don't like that choice from BMC. Probably the first decision they made all series long that I really went, ooh, I don't really like that.
I mean, I thought the double sniper would get value since there's not a whole lot of shielding and they can punish the backline. But, you know, we'll see if Grizzy is able to get some value out of that flashbang. It's half cool with the flux to start things off, and they do find that pick on Emily. Half he had gone low, but is able to get healed up. Duel in the back as Sidri is going to go try to deal with the Widowmaker, but Dempsey's gotten that whole hog out, is forcing back the front line, finds a nice 3-piece, and now the dry blade is there, whittling down Steel. And there's the finish. Keo with a nice headshot, able to take out 2 before it's all said and done.
If Sindri can't get onto Keo's just going to pop off, right? At least when Crazy was on the Widowmaker, they could at least duel and we can have your typical Widow v Widow on Junker time. But now this is a problem, right? We have 40 seconds left. What are we going to go in with? I mean, I guess we at least have Transcendence. That will help us path a little bit better.
Emily right in the back. Oh, a ton of shielding and displacement. And hey, there you go. 2 quick picks. As BMC just continue to push forward, using that Transcendence to get aggressive and finally deal with Dempsey, who has surprisingly gotten a ton of value out of the Roadhog thus far. But it looked like your early prediction might just come to fruition, as BMC got held for the majority of the time bank, but they are going to go ahead and make their way into point B.
Well, this is not the test. Do they stay on this composition? Have they played this composition on anything other than point A? I don't know, right? We're going to find out the answer shortly. We're going to find out in the next 5 minutes or so if this whole pick was worth it. And I still don't know, right? I'm not going to try and guess. But what I am going to say now is the Cowboy that BMC are running is going to come more into play on B. There's a little more high ground to try and challenge the Dead Eye Ultra. It's going to be a little bit better. And the Widowmaker pick isn't as strong. And that's definitely a plus, because Chrissy playing Widow would only be to counter the other Widowmaker. Now, you're playing the Cowboy and you're getting your own distinct value.
I was thinking the same exact thing, and just the tighter corridors suits the range at which the Cowboy wants to fight at. So Chrissy, I mean, should be able to just get more and more increased value. BMC really want to take this high ground. They had to wait out the Infra site. And now Sindri moved in with the Pulse. Keo is out of the fight. But Emily had made their way onto the supports of BMC, and Numbling is down. BMC need to win this quickly. They have run out of sustain. They're able to find the picks, and it looks like they are indeed going to close this fight out with a swiftness.
I'm also intrigued why they made the sub for Steel. Steel, of course, not early that team fight. This is why we're making the point now. But I thought Okla was having an awesome series. I think we both mentioned Okla when we were watching the highlight reel, and you know, it was Okla kind of versus Dempsey, and Okla was beating Dempsey. Now Dempsey's getting quite a lot of value on this map despite playing the Roadhog hero, and Steel has a chance to prove their spot on Chapter Time with a supercharge of this next team point.
I mean, and clearly it was for the Orisa, but I couldn't help but agree with you. Oh, nice move. What Amp Matrix? Your Amp Matrix won't save you from Sindri. Now the Transcendence coming through, but there's only 2 other people prepared to heal up. And it's not going to be enough. That's going to fade. Furlark's just going to clear off these mines and push this card on into point C.
Now, what's intriguing to me, right? So, while we're talking about the Roadhog hitting value, and we want to kind of build that narrative for after this map finishes, let's watch how Half-a-Cool Steel and Sindri build their ults off of this Roadhog potentially, because that could also give us great insight into how they're building their ultimates off of the Roadhog potentially, and why the Roadhog could be a negative pick. If they're not building their ultimates too fast, we could actually potentially say that Dempsey didn't really lose a lot of benefits that you have by not playing Roadhog.
Olaf pulling out the katana. Trying to cut him down to that small hallway, even an immortality field to keep him alive through that, but no real value at the end of the day. Still does fall after some initial damage from the Dragon Blade, but now the rally is out to reinforce the rest of the team. And I mean, I'm seeing Halfical and Sindri are just building those ults off of that hog, even with the reduced ult charge that you gained from shooting a Roadhog that came through that patch a little while back. I mean, you could just see their ults just charge it up. Now, speaking of ults though, Depsy's able to respond, find Steel, who's gone down twice in this fight now. BMC approaching the 60-second mark, and they're looking a little bit staggered.
Havical's having a great team fight. They've got their supports in different positions in this team fight. They're picking up kills. They've been nullifying the value of the DPS and tanks on AWK. Havical's having a great map.
And now has that Gravitic Flux ready to go to open up this next one. There'll be the Supercharger to go along with it. And the trades continue to come through. BMC continue to just inch this cart forward one step at a time, despite the best efforts of Depsy, who's been able to find a pick here or there. And but now Happy's gone down before they could use the Flux. What great focus fire from Emily. And the Supercharger was even used in anticipation of it.
And now you have to question Steel coming in to play the Orisa. That Supercharger was not good enough, and they needed that ultimate to potentially win this. They will have some other win conditions. Hapical is the player to keep an eye on. Gravitic Flux is online.
And now Steel has to go Wrecking Ball just to ensure the touch. Going to do a little roll through, move on to Kyo. Ant Matrix out from the attackers as they emerge from the pit, and Happy's going to drop the Flux up onto the top of the Spinny. Transcendence comes through, and Carrot's able to top body off, and Depsy gets yet another whole hog. Drops down low, trying to knock everybody off of this cart. There's mines out as well. A lot of space control from AWK, but here comes the clapbacker. Is BMC able to find the kills? The pulse goes wide, the Tracer falls. It's up to Crazy to put the hurt down alongside Happy, who's able to find that kill in the back. Keo falls as well as Numbling gets in on the action. There's still the two tanks left standing on this cart that BMC have yet to deal with. And that overtime wick has been going for a while. It's going to evaporate with a quickness the moment there's no more jerseys left on it. A couple more kills, and it looks like April Keyboards will make their stand here on the back of Point C.
Yeah, definitely. Sindri's going to try and build up the pulse, but then touch the point. Not going to happen. And you know what? We questioned the Roto. And to be fair, not at the end of the round we can kind of judge it. It did all right, didn't it?
It did all right. I mean, great value in the beginning. Didn't really get any value on point B, but there towards the end, okay, you know, little redemption. So we'll say it was a good. I mean, that's kind of the textbook compliment sandwich right there. You had great stuff to bookend that defense, and at the end of the day, they're able to prevent the cap onto point C.
Now the question is, BMC, or even actually, I want to ask a question first before we even look at BMC. AWK, do you remember something similar? I mean, maybe. It's probably the best Overwatch you've played so far, then a little bit of Brawl. And the answer looks to be yes. And now the kind of question to respond to that is, what's BMC do to respond to that? It looks like they've already got an answer. There's Sindri on...
they are rotating.
It's Mystery Heroes now.
Yeah.
Really didn't help. Really did not help. Sindri's going to play Tracer. And probably try and get on the back of Keo and build lots of pulse bombs off of Depsy. And Chrissy is going to play the Hanzo. Now, I like this, because if there's anything Roadhog or Roadhog compositions are weak to, it's spam, right? Because you build up your ultimates better. Roadhog doesn't have any sort of like defense matrix or whatever, so Roadhog can get caught out on rotation pretty easily. Like, a Discord Arrow plus a Storm Arrow should do it, right?
And on the attack, Depsy doesn't have the luxury of just hiding behind a corner and rotating between a couple of corners to pop out and get a hook. You've got to press the issue. You've got to cover this space, and you're way more vulnerable to Crizzy on this Hanzo.
Yeah, so again, we're still watching the Roadhog. We're still watching the adaptations to deal with this Roadhog. Crizzy is the main player to watch out for. Crizzy on the Hanzo. How do they out-spam this Roadhog? How do they limit this Roadhog's value?
Numbling gets another great pick. It's the second time we've seen Numbling pop in the feed at a nice moment onto a crucial hero. Both DPS out of this fight for the attackers. And Crizzy's already got 43% charge. 30% came in like the opening 5 seconds, and they were just spamming down onto that tank line. Looks like BMC... Oh, I was going to say they're going to press this corner. They do lose Sindri. who had made their way well into the back trying to duel the Widow, but Keo able to find that headshot. Maybe that was difficult headshot for a Widow to make onto that elusive little Tracer. The brawl is breaking out on this corner. And Happy Cool and Steel are under a lot of pressure. Sindri as well. It's actually Fothark who takes out the Widow in the back. Nice rotation to catch Depsy. There's the Storm arrows. Depsy falls off the top, but Depsy able to get the kill with the fadeaway shot. That could actually be disastrous. BMC needed that Discord to help whittle down these two tanks. And here comes Depsy off the side. The Great Hawk, the whole hog indoors. And April Keyboards are continuing to find value with the surprise pick.
I don't know if you saw the pop up from the screen, but I don't know who Phantom is. But those Winston stats, they've got to be improved. Right? That's not good enough. They're not going to even pay attention. Right? And you can't play Winston at the Depsy's Roadhog. It's not good enough. Disgraceful from Phantom.
I disregarded that personally, but I like how you handled that there. Well done. Quite funny. And now, I mean, separated and it looked like a couple of stagger spawns. BMC are just getting picked apart. They're not going to be able to plant their feet on this high ground, Ocean.
I mean, yeah, this is what's so important, right? You know, on the defense, you want to, take control of this high ground because that limits the pathing opportunities that the offense has, right? If BMC can actually take control of this high ground with double shield, it's going to be so hard for not only Depsy, but even like Emily and Carol to path their way around the map.
Emily's making their way up top, try to at least deny Happy some of that high ground, but eats too much damage and has to back out thanks to the supercharger from Steel. Able to control a lot of space, and it does buy them that precious high ground back. So, worthy investment despite not finding really any pick. But Keo lands that headshot again, this time with the help of the infra side. Emily's Mind's able to boop Happy into him. Now going up for Numbling, who's forced to use both the Immortality Field and the Amp Matrix just on themselves and not getting any value out of either.
Just a side point. Sentry has lost a couple of these 1v1s to Keo in a row. I think BMC need to think about adapting. Maybe not adapt yet, but think about adapting to dealing with this Windmaker. Maybe Crazy has to help their DPS show a little bit more.
That's a good pick. I mean, Sidri's just like, okay, I'm not gonna try to dive the Widow. Let's just go dive the Zenyatta. That Zen is vulnerable. Why not? This Carrot's now out of this fight. And honestly, on paper, you'd think that the Tracer would win against Keo. Oh, that's one way to win the fight against Keo when they're popping off as well as they are. Just drop the Pulse Bomb. Get both DPS out of the fight with one click of the Q key.
Oh, Steel's hope for that was absolutely beautiful. Do you know what? I'm watching that before I go to sleep tonight because I'm going to get sweaty dreams watching that. And also, this Dragon Strike is going to be brutal.
Oh my! Chrissy, seen that one before. That was ready. That was prepared. Just looking at that one, going, "There's no way. There's no way they're actually going to walk into this, right? There's no. Oh, that's a quick double kill."
You know what? That is probably the best Dragon Strike spot in the game. I heard the key. I was like, oh.
Keo, look at this again! Pop Sindri in the dome. That's 3 times. That's 3 headshots from Keo on this Widowmaker. And like I said, on paper, you'd think the Tracer would win that, but Keo's so accurate right now. And it started off this team fight so well. They have 3 minutes. They just got to get around this corner.
I mean, maybe they can shift their attention away from Keo. I mean, it looks like they're going to shift their attention on the Keo, half a cool going over to the Wrecking Ball. But I think you could shift it away and maybe go for the supports, because they're running with a Roadhog as off-tank, right? That's not going to be, helpful for your backline. So maybe shifting the focus to Carol is another idea for BMC.
Yeah, I think that was, Sentry did that at the very beginning of Point C, and I think it worked. There you go, and Happy's going to be the one to go dive Keo. And that one got the job done, but the Discord Orb was too much to overcome. Now Supercharger and Transcendence out for the defense of Beaumont cohort. And there's another double kill Pulse Bomb initiated by a great Halt. Steel landing these Halts perfectly.
No, I am convinced. I know why Steel's on the lineup, Bosco. I'm thinking about the memo. It's to get more clips for the montage of Sentry. That should go in there. That should go in the montage.
You could just make a highlight reel of Keo shooting Sindri in the dome. Like, Sindri's got to be getting frustrated trying to tackle Keo. And I think, you've got to wait for Happy. You've got to make that a 2-prong effort, because Keo is just winning that duel consistently against Sindri. Happy chasing.
Sindri just goes away from that duel.
Yeah. Seriously. Oh, but you can't let Keo run free reign either. Because now you got Futhark out of the fight, and you need that Transcendence to come up sooner than later. And speaking of, Carrot's going to go ahead and drop one. AWK getting aggressive. They just need to win one more fight. They're already halfway there. I don't see any red jerseys on the field right now. Oh, there's two hiding in the pit. One of them already back in spawn. Haffy, the only one alive, still makes the swap to Winston to try to come touch. Mines are out from Haffy on the back of this point to try to hold off for a little bit longer, a little bit of breathing room, but the pressure is on from the Amp Matrix. Finally, with a swap to 76, Keo's out of the fight, but you still have this Roadhog to deal with. And it's just kill after kill coming through. Yeah, Karen's gonna fall. This has been mostly blue in the feed with less than 2.5 meters. The whole hog comes out. That 2.5 meters is gained. And Apes with keyboards gets rid of the 0 in the map win column.
It's time to reflect on an interesting map of Junkertown. We talked about this map selection as, potential turning point in the series, and even just an interesting mindset change from AWK. It's definitely worked out, right? You were kind of playing to BMC's weakness. They forced Oklo out of the lineup for Steel, right? That was forced by the map pick. And Oklo was having a great series. Steel played well, right? But you still forced probably the best performer in the lobby so far out of the lobby, essentially, with a map pick. And also, now we have to think about Keo. How are BMC going to stop Keo? Keo's not on great form.
I think the answer will be in the map pick coming out of Beaumont cohort. I keep tripping over that name. I am so sorry. BMC. They've got to pick a map where the Widowmaker won't be able to find that same level of value. So that's to me, that's the only answer. And pick a map where you can get Oklo back into this fight.
Yeah, and now we kind of think about what maps are available. They've got Dorado, they've got Route 66, and they've got, I think, Havana's the other one. Let's not pick Havana. That would be a really bad idea.
That would be a bad idea.
What about we go to Route 66, right? You can play a Wrecking Ball Sigma composition there. That's really good, really valid for that map. And I feel like that might force Stepsy off the Roadhog, right? Because Dorado is quite good for Roadhog. You got a lot of natural cover. Sorry, no, we're not going to Dorado. We're going Assault next. I got completely wrong. We just played Assault. Yeah, we just played that. So now you want to go on a more open map. Anubis would be a really bad shot. And it looks like they're going to go away from that. We are going to go to an open map, and it is going to be Volskaya Industries.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. And it'll play to BMC strengths. I don't know if we're getting Oklo back into the lobby or not. I'd be very curious to see that. Des just got confirmation is coming back in as we take a look at our map pool screen here. Apes with keyboards, the great hold on Junkertown, looking to pull it back, looking to continue the sweep. They finally got some momentum. It's the first map they've won in 2 series, Ocean.
Yeah, it's positive, right? Because that map pick, you know what, we had to have some questions over it, right? Because we didn't know if it was going to be good for them. Because we saw them play Brawl and they were pretty good at it, right? But it was a great map pick. It forced Oklo out of the lineup. It forced Keo on the Widowmaker. It forced their own player to pop off, right? So it really did work out in that sort of sense. Yeah, their composition they played was... I didn't really like it, but...
It was weird.
Right? They got a map win.
Sometimes weird works. Like, there's just no two ways around it. I mean, I seriously doubt BMC had prepped for that. I don't think they prepped for a Genji Hog and a Widowmaker just on absolute fire. So, hey, maybe you caught him off guard. But, for the more legitimate reasons we talked about, as you were just mentioning, stellar map pick. Now to keep their tournament hopes alive, they want to go to next weekend. They want to go to championship weekend. They have to win on BMC's map pick.
Yeah, so BMC have went to Volskaya Industries. This is a great map for Sombra Tracer, right? Because Sombra can get the Mega Health Pack control just next to the point.
So important.
And we've actually seen Sombra be used as a flex support previously. Like, way back in the day, 2018, you used to see Sombra in the Overwatch used as a flex support on this map, right? It was like Sombra Mercy, right, was your backline, was your support line on this map. So, yeah, that Mega Health Pack control is going to be awesome. Also, just the fact that it's really open. Tracer and Sombra have a lot of flanking angles that they can take, so that's cool for them. And just going back on your thought process, sometimes weird works. Is that what I said when I picked just to cast this game?
Hey, it works. It works. We got a good game. We got a good game, so I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did because hey, it suits us as well. There's nothing wrong. Normal's boring. All right, normal can be boring. If anything, that composition was not boring. The composition was a lot of fun to watch. Depsy, I think, definitely surprised us. Probably surprised y'all at home, friends, with that hog pick. And as Apes with Keyboards now choosing to defend. So we're going to maintain them with first on the defense, and we're maintaining this Roadhog pick, so it seems.
Yeah, they're just going to go with the exact same composition. But it looks like things, Kara's probably going to play Zenyatta. I would be a little bit worried because obviously we're going to see Tracer's number offense, right? Roadhog's very easily isolated, and there's no D.Va really to protect Helmer and Karod. Keo is quite easily isolated as well. I mean, yeah, the composition worked for you last map, but again, that was Junkertown. This is Full Sky Industries. They are extremely different maps. Now, Oaklu's back in the lineup. We know it's going to be Sombra Tracer. If one of these players gets isolated, they're in trouble, but if they position well enough, they might be fine.
I mean, this is a completely different composition from BMC. Depsy, I think, is really going to struggle. I mean, you got Discord. Brig is really good against a hog. Sigma's really good against a hog. You can block that hook in a heartbeat. And Keo not only doesn't have the same sightlines to work with, but you're going to have all three threats from Krizzy, Haffy, and Sindri all diving on Keo. Now, particularly knowing that they're on that Widowmaker, here comes the hack on a Depsy. Depsy can't heal. Depsy can't hook. All you got to do is turn and run. Somehow manages to find some healing, waits off the manual hack, and is able to take that breather. But the carrot goes down, Keo goes down, which was their threat from the high ground, and the rest are just easy cleanup for BMC.
Yeah, the way I said it, they isolated a target. AWK would be in trouble. They isolated two targets. They got Keo and Depsy isolated. Both DPS coming in clutch there. Krizzy isolating Keo on the Widowmaker. Sindri isolating Depsy on the Roadhog. Two of the massive threats they had to deal with last map of Junkertown. And it might be snowball time because I'm looking at the ultimate charges. Sindri's almost got that EMP.
And Depsy's got to go off the hog. It's on to the D.Va. And just try to stop this, realizing it's not going to work. Oh, no! I'm guessing Himmler was trying to cross the gap and went down, but that's not a good start. This is just going to further increase the likelihood of the snowball. There's no supports left. Himmler may have been just trying to do a late swap because you can't have the Lucio and the Zenyatta, but it may have been too late. Now Sindri has built up the rest of that EMP, and they are ready. They're able to just take down at least one with that. I think maybe got two with that. Yeah, that did give Olaf as well. Wrecking Ball Tracer out of the fight, and that is a lightning fast cap. Holy cow.
We were just very complimentary of AWK, and well, shock horror, we're not going to be very complimentary of AWK for that, right? You can't play that composition on Volskaya defense. I tried to be a little bit optimistic, right, because it worked so well for them in the last map. But you know they're going to play Sombra Tracer here. They picked this map because they want to play Sombra Tracer Wrecking Ball with the Zenbreak backline. You're going to get isolated. Not only did the Hulk get isolated, but the Widowmaker as well. And then Helmer, no clue how they end up on Lucio. There was no way they were going to get another fight on point A, which is why I would imagine they were on the Lucio to begin with. And then the reset was too late anyway. At that point, stick it on the Lucio, try a team fight, at least get some time off the bank. 1 minute and 47 seconds was the time that Beaumont's cohort took to get 2 points in Sky Industries. I thought that was really poor with AWK, and if they go home after this map, it's their fault.
I mean, yeah, that's a minute and 47 second take. Like, I'm still just reeling from that myself. I can't imagine the mental of AWK right now.
I mean, it's their fault, really. They only got themselves to blame. You cannot play that composition on Volskaya defense. It's not possible. Especially when you know BMC are going to be running Sombra Tracer. I think it was a very poor decision, and they've got to step it back up now with the composition they're running. They're going to keep Keo on the Widowmaker. The rest of the composition has been switched up. Really going to keep close eyes on Depsy now. Back over onto the D.Va. Can they get Karod and Helmer involved in the team fight?
I mean, who's going to go in with Emily? I feel like Emily is just going to be an easy hack target. You don't have any high mobility DPS to go with them. You're relying on Keo to hit shots, which they have proven themselves, and they're able to land that one there. So maybe they make me eat my words on this, and Emily is able to just knock people in the air and do a little skeet shoot. with Keo and this Widow. Oh, they're going to dive onto Okla. Nice finishing, and Keo finds their second headshot of the fight.
When you're not playing the Tracer here and you're playing the Echo, I feel like, and the Widowmaker of course, but I feel like you just gotta play it more patiently. I feel like if IWK are gonna take initiative and any sites, they gotta just play slow and kind of just wait for Keo to get a pick. That's a lot of pressure on your Widowmaker though.
Keo's been rising to the challenge, that's for sure. And I was worried those initiations would just get punished, but Keo able to take the Tracer out so quickly. I mean, that was such a vital kill. And, I mean, they're gonna cap point A eventually. I mean, I see reinforcements showing up. Happy's able to stall long enough that there may be a recontest here. But Kara this time landing the headshots, not allow Sindri to build up towards that all-important EMP. And Keo's just sitting up here on this high ground, totally uncontested. Will eventually land some shots. There's a nice contest. Oh, no, never mind. Keo just...
That was a nice shot.
just grapples right back up there and lands the headshot onto the hamster.
It was actually a really cool shot, you know, just
that was.
A Depsy, right, is at a lot better map. You saw Carrot and Helmer were able to stick on that high ground, and that's because Depsy got them up to that high ground. So credit there to Depsy. A much improved performance so far in this series, maps 1 and 2. Go and review them. It wasn't good enough, but you know what? Other than that, been a lot better from Depsy.
It's up to BMC now to take the initiative and try to put the brakes on this momentum. They've got to find Carrot with this EMP. That's got to be of prime importance. You can see Emily looking to initiate, try to start off this fight on their own. They're going to go ahead and drop those mines across the high ground, deny some of the value of that backline. Crizzy's going to move in and drop the pulse bomb first, and Keo is out of this fight. Duplicate goes onto the brig immediately, taken out of it. 0 value out of the Duplicate ultimate, and Sindri still holding onto this EMP. He's going to take it right back to the grave as Carrot's able to land that shot. Self-destruct out. It's going to buy enough time to... I mean, there's just a hair before one ticket permanent progress comes through. But contest is there. And BMC may have just done enough work as Apes with Keyboards are doing a soft reset.
Yeah, they got the call the Tracer though, which will help them, you know, kind of set up this next team fight. Carrot's going to go up to the high... Never mind. Carrot's going to be able to get up to the high ground now. And they're just kind of waiting for Keo to get some burst damage. And there you go, it's go time again. EMP offline once more.
Oh my goodness, second time Sindri has died with this, and now the progress starts to come through for a second time. This time reinforced by a Brig Rally and the Transcendence, and Olaf's able to make good on it. Keo continues to land beautiful shots, putting red arrows into the kill feeds. The EMP does come out finally, but only catches 2, and I don't know if there's enough reinforcements to follow up on it. 2 ticks already picked up, and Apes with Keyboards not going to be as fast a time, but if they can finish this cap... That's a reasonable time. I mean, that could have been a lot worse.
Apparently, I'm not going to have anything positive to say this about. It's just not going to happen. So apologies. BMC, right? You know, you see them playing the Widowmaker variant, and you know what? Point A, right? You probably don't expect them to run out in that sort of competition again after they kind of struggle with it on their own defense. But once you see the Widowmaker variant, you know they've got to play slow, kind of wait for the Widowmaker to get some sort of value, and then they got to take their initiative. I think, realistically, you know they got to play slow. Why don't you just go for it yourselves? Like, why don't you just go on to that Widowmaker? Why don't you put everything on there? Because once that Widowmaker's done, once Keo's gone, most of their composition is going to fall apart. Depsy did a better job that round of getting their splits into teamfights, and maybe that's what you're worried about. If you go and approach Keo, their splits might kill you. And that's a fair concern. But if you say they have to play slow there, they have to rely on their Widowmaker to build anything up, why don't we just engage? Why don't we just go? Why don't we make it difficult for the Widowmaker? I think that would have been a much better of a game plan once they figured out what AWK were doing. But alas, it's time for a new round of Sky Industries. Both teams running similar compositions. AWK will attack again, so we'll see if BMC will make the adaptation this time around on their defense.
I mean, I anticipated BMC to be more aggressive.
Yeah,
and so yeah, definitely looking for that aggression onto Keo this time. I mean, just get the 3v1. I mean, you send Sombra, Crizzy, and Haffy onto Keo, get rid of that damage threat, and it opens up the whole map for you. But look at this rotation coming through, and that's step 1 for AWK. They're able to make the rotation completely unhindered. Haffy's just watching them, but now Keo's in a prime position to start popping off. There's the engagement up top.
Nice.
Olaf goes down. Keo gets knocked out of the air. And that was that coordination we saw on maps 1 and 2 between Haffy and the rest of the team. Just popped him up in the air, numbly picking him out of the sky.
A lot better. They get on Widowmaker. No, not really where I expected. I thought they would try to do it right at the choke, but they did it. As soon as they walk out of that doorway, they get it done. That's the most important thing. And it's going to be a long time to reset. They probably only one more team fight, really, for IWK, unless it's a really, really short one. And during this one team fight, look what's on line, boss. It's going to be that EMP. I don't really see why IWK win this, unless the EMP is kind of scuffed, right? And they kind of weather the storm for the EMP and then come back in again with some Discord and Herald. That's probably the only way they can win this.
And I think you try to catch the rotation if you're Sindri. Because
Yeah,
I would anticipate they're going to do that same pathing through the garage and then try to make their way to the high ground. Yeah, Sindri's looking for it, but the EMP is not quite ready. The ideal spot for this EMP would have been right there as they're crossing, but Sindri is still a handful of percent away, so they've got to wait for the move up top, but Numbling and Keo trade out. I think you take that if you're BMC at this point and move in to try to finish off what is left, as there's 3 check marks up by the 3 engagement DPS. Sentry's forced out, no longer in the fight. Mine's thrown up top, and it's going to force H15 Wars down off the high ground. The time clock, I pretty much done that already, but Haffy's able to pick up 2. Now Emily trying to make their way back in this fight, but there's no more supports left. Dempsey is super low, gets D-maxed, and that overtime weight goes bye-bye. BMC not allowing any percent here in the extra innings.
I miss Half-a-Cool. I want Half-a-Cool back in tier 2 properly.
Right?
Half-a-Cool is so good. Like, genuinely, I'm not just stargazing. I'm looking at Half-a-Cool because that man is a bloody star. They are leading this team to this victory. Right? Honestly, once there's a yacht went down, once the EMP goes off, right, you're relying on Discord to finish off kills because, well, you get more damage, right, more focus fire. Half-a-Cool got the kills on his own after the EMP went off. Took the initiative, right? You need that in a leader. And you know what? Half-a-Cool might just lead them right into championship weekend.
We were worried that Half-a-Cool might be rusty or maybe lost their stride a little bit. Nah, not missing a beat here. Doesn't look like they've missed a day. Haffy has been on point leading the squad and is now just 33% of point A from taking this squad into championship weekend here in the Will English Invitational.
IWK making some last-second adjustments to try and force a draw and bring us to map 5. Olaf is going to go to the Torion. This is a good swap, right? Because you're going to limit Crizzy, you're going to limit Sindri, and you're going to limit Half-a-Cool. 3 of the players who have been on their A game today. I mean, Sindri has had some poor moments and some great moments, but I like this Tor swap. But 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Realistically, we expect BMC to capture a tick here and send themselves through next week.
I mean, they have almost the same amount of time that you walk out of spawn with initially. And obviously just need that third. We'll see how they're able to deal with the Torbjorn and the anti-dive capabilities. I mean, with just that armor alone makes it so tough for that Sombra Tracer to do anything. Haffy setting up just outside of Mega Room right now, trying to get a read on where they want to pounce. Knows Keo's up on that high ground. Is that going to be the target? Yes, going right up top. Big pile drive. Keo's trying to get out of there. No, Haffy not letting you go. And that's 2 quick picks. This is looking like the beginning of the end already. Didn't need to wait for an ult stack. Just send Haffy up top. Find that kill. Now, Emily and Olaf are stroking back, but it's 4v2 favoring BMC on this point right now, and they're starting to get progress coming through already. Olaf is gone. DMEC is there. BMC will move on to championship weekend. Just got, well, I don't want to call it too soon. Helmer's able to move in just out of nowhere, finds a kill. And as Akio has come through, Emily was there for a moment, but only a moment. And then BMC gets that cap. That is the 3-1 victory. BMC indeed moving on.
They go for Olaf on the Torbjorn for an anti-dive, but yet again, the easiest way for Half-a-Cool to get in there and get on Keo was a dive, and the Torbjorn didn't stop that. So did the Torbjorn do its job? No, not really. BMC won't care. They're for the championship weekend, for the leadership of Half-a-Cool, and the brilliance of their team today. They really stepped up. Congrats to them. We'll see you next weekend but what a disappointing performance from AWK.
Particularly in the first half of the series, they just kind of put themselves at a deficit. They looked, reinvigorated after halftime. Looked better here on Volskaya. Put up an attack that would have been very formidable had they not given up a 5 and almost half minute deficit. So that's it was that poor choice in composition. You can't help but think that they're going to look back and go, why did we do that on our Volskaya defense on point A? Because that was the opportunity just kind of thrown away to reverse sweep this. Looked like they were building some steam, building some momentum. I mean, yeah, that final moment right there, that was pretty much the nail in the coffin on this series, despite the best efforts and great work coming out of Keo on this Widowmaker.
Yeah, and you know what? I actually think, the 3 minutes 44, that's no guarantee. And they looked defeated in that round already, didn't they? Right,
Right, so.
They played the Torbjorn, and they couldn't stop the dive from Hafiko onto a Keo. And again, well, that wasn't really distracting with anything else. I mean, probably should have been, right? They let the Brigitte and Zenyatta from BNC just kind of walk onto that high ground, walk freely onto their team as well. They didn't really look like they wanted to accomplish anything. They didn't really think they could get that draw. And once you lose all belief, you're already sent home, really.
Correct. It's so true. I mean, it was like just a formality. I'm afraid it's the way it looked. I mean, we could be wrong, but that's certainly kind of how it appeared from our eye test. But hey, tip of the hat to BMC. A heck of a showing. The Icelandic squad coming out on fire. That is a little bit of fire and ice there for you. But anyway, you slice it. BMC, we're looking really good. I can't wait to see what they do next weekend.
To be fair, you could have went a little bit crazier. Iceland's pretty well known for their volcanoes. You could have said they erupted in the championship weekend. Just coming up with things for you for next week when you're casting them potentially.
I like it. In fact, we're just going to go to break on that. I'm going to leave it on that awesome analogy you just made, Ocean. We're going to get our next match set up for you. It's going to be the other end of the losers bracket semifinals. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes after a word from our friends and our partners. Y'all don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
It is time for our final match, at least to the EU side, to see who moves on to championship weekend next weekend and who gets sent home. We've got another fantastic one for you here. It's Altera Azerbaijankar versus We Like Koalas.
You know what? This is extremely interesting, man, because I look at the We Like Koalas roster, and it's like alphabeti spaghetti of tier 3 talent, right? They've got two main types, so I think genuinely could get into trials, right? Julo and Demi are both on this roster for whatever reason. Look at their support line. I think that's what we want to highlight here for We Like Koalas. Mark and Disclosure have been tier 3 main supports for the longest time, the entire year. And realistically, I'm looking at the We Like Koalas roster, and Altera they're going to have to work hard out for them. If they get a result today and get into championship weekend, you know what? I'll be so impressed. But it's going to be a long road ahead.
It is indeed, but hey, I mean, they've paved the way this far, and to start their journey to make it championship weekend, well, we're going to have the same fixed map as you saw in our previous lower bracket semifinal matchup. We're headed to Nepal here for map number 1. This is a loser pick, first to 3 series.
Yeah, so loser's pick. I mean, if there's anything that's actually going to help Altera Azerbaijankar, is it that they could, have a map that they have a specific strategy on that these tier 3 players might have not seen before, right? They could shock them. And I think that's something that we might look to later in the series, but for now, let's focus on Nepal. Obviously, we've got Julo in the lineup. I think Julo prefers heroes like Winston and Wrecking Ball, which means I'm a big fan of them, and I think that's something that we might see. March is also very comfortable on break, so I have a suspicion that we might see some Brigitte and Yata with some Wrecking Ball here on that one.
I mean, who doesn't love Winston, though, right? Like, everybody loves Monkey. Like, there's conflict and discrepancies about most heroes. Some people like them, some people hate them. In the entirety of the 32 heroes available in Overwatch, Monkey universally loved. Everybody loves Winston, but I think you're right. We're most likely going to get some Wrecking Ball, Brig, Zen, dive-centric compositions, perhaps out of both sides. We haven't seen a whole lot out of We Like Koalas on stream, so it's kind of hard to speculate. Altera, on the other hand, I mean, they've been on a tear. They've had a fairly good run. They did get sent down a lower bracket, but they're able to win their last matchup, and I mean, hoping to carry that momentum in next weekend.
You know what? When we kind of actually looked at the bracket for today, I really thought Altera, Azerbaijankar, 2 easy crit farmers were gonna get crit farmed. They were both gonna go out early. That was kind of my expectation. The rest of the teams in the tightest group that we have for both regions, we're going to have a really hard fight. And you know what? Fair play to them. If they win this game, they go to championship weekend. If they lose this game, you know what? I think they could still go out their heads held high. This is more than they would have expected.
Agreed. All right, great. And Altera coming off the back of a 3-1 victory over Frog, and looking to carry that forward. So it's. I'd like to see that one on stream. Unfortunately, we just can't physically cover every single game, at least not here. So I'm curious as to how they want it. I want to know what strengths they're relying on to push forward. It seems to be very Wrecking Ball heavy, but this meta is so open. I mean, you can really play to your strengths. So we kind of got that rock, paper, scissors. We're in that nice little balance of rock, paper, scissors between dive, brawl, and bunker.
You know what? I actually think we're in one of the best states Overwatch has ever been in. Not in ranked. God, no, not in ranked, right?
No.
You get one whole player on your team and that game is over. It's just not even fun for either team, right? So better pray you don't queue to Depsy, because Depsy is on a Hulk tear right now. Don't think they're switching in comp anytime soon. But right now, let's kind of talk about the state of the game, because I think it's in a great set. You play a lot of heroes, and you know what? I think that probably suits me like koalas in this tournament. Maybe not just for this weekend, but for next weekend as well, because they are so flexible, right? That tier 3 alphabetic spaghetti team, you know, you've got a lot of options.
Certainly, I mean, you can fit any mold necessary, change shape, and just play chameleon and fit in with whatever composition you needed to play. So it's we got some interesting looks. Speaking of Hog, both teams showing us Roadhog right now. There's no way they stick on this. I imagine Hidden and Julu will swap. Yeah, there we go. It will be some brawl compositions. This was pretty much indicated by the May and the Symmetra we see coming out. Now the question is, do they hold on to Symmetra? Symmetra can be so good at defending the point. Looks like we like koalas are opting in to try to just speed down and get those turrets up, while Vital has moved over to the Edge Lord.
You know what, this isn't a good matchup for Altera, because they need to get that Reaper close to personal, but how do you do that when there's so many symmetric turrets slowing you down?
And not to mention the threat of the May wall splitting you off. You've got to play around that. You've got to get that all-important cooldown out. These entrances are the perfect size for that May wall. And the moment Hayden tries to step in, they're just going to get toasted. Oh, and it's Azure themselves getting picked off 1% away from the Ant Matrix that could have broken this thing wide. The May walls are up. Eden indeed gets split off. Even had their own May wall at their back. Not a great start here for Altera.
Do you know what's annoying? Altera spelled Azerbaijan card wrong. As far as I'm aware, Azerbaijan has an I in it at the end. And I'm a little bit annoyed at that, right? Because it makes me doubt the pronunciation. Let's hope the ultimate's going to the next team fight. Azerbaijan card, they will have an amplification matrix to work with. It's up a little bit earlier, the disclosures, which means they have a small window, no pun intended, of advantage in the sport ultimates, but then later on, they've got to deal with a Photon Barrier and a Blizzard.
Oh, no. Blizzard just gets squished to start the fight. Vital is just going to try to Wraith out, but nope, the moment the Wraith is gone, Fire Strike is down. And no, he's able to get one. It is able to block the Shatter. Azerbaijan is the only one to fall, and he strikes back. Even able to avoid the Blizzard from the other side. Eden got mad. Reinhardt angry and coming in and picking up quite a few picks. What a swing back. Altera were on the back foot, and then they strike back with a nice haymaker.
You know what? I was scared that I thought Hedden was about to find a new Reinhardt ultimate called Primal German or something like that, Primal Crusader. Right, new ultimate, kind of like Winston's ultimate. Next team fight though, Koalas have both of their support ultimates. How will they match up against Blizzard Star's Blizzard? Those are the two things to keep an eye on. Support ultimates for Koalas and the Blizzard from the Blizzard Star.
Teleporting Ed. We let Koalas are met by a self-destruct, but the Photon Barrier comes up and it's easily avoided. Vital trying to work her way around to the backside. Catch Koalas off guard, perhaps even with that Death Blossom. It's the Blizzard to come out first. Sound Barrier does make it out before Mark gets frozen. Is it going to be enough? So far, yes. The Immortality Field and Ant Matrix come out, but the Shatter comes through, laying out 4. And Hidden continues to try to make life difficult, but reinforcements falling all around the big angry Crusader. Hidden continues to try to pick up picks, but I think it's slowly losing this fight. The death of 1,000 cuts from We Like Koalas at 95%. They're threatening to take round 1.
Yeah, even if they get back into this fight, Azerbaijan card, they will have to deal with a Blizzard eventually. And you know what? Koalas already have a little bit of a classic quality. This is going to be really hard for them to get back into it. I think that's going to be Village down.
Oh, overtime wake very slowly going down. And just, I just want to clarify, I'm going to refer to the team as Altera and the player as Azerbaijan. So just throwing out a little clarification out there for you at home, friends. Otherwise, this can get real confusing.
Yeah. Why did they do this to us, right? I reckon that's a troll, right? They've done that on purpose.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. We are a nimble casters, Ocean. We are quick on our feet. We're not caught off guard by little things like that.
Even at your old age?
Hey, you hush.
What's that record you held for a little bit?
Yeah. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
You don't have it anymore, to be fair. Your casting partner took it off you.
It's true. Hey, I'm spry for a boomer. All right, give me some credit.
I'll give you that credit. I mean, I've heard some legendary Bullskunk gamer stories. I heard you were really good at Ninja Gaiden. But speaking of gaming stories, what is about to unfold here? Both teams looking with some more Brocoms on Sanctum, something you don't typically see.
I mean, really the exact same compositions as we saw before. The only exception being Lutu is on the Cowboy now, and Vital is the one picking up the Symmetra, the Edgelord off the battlefield. Mark's just sitting up high waiting, but this is Citrus. Both Lucios just waiting up in the rafters for somebody to get in a booping position. Ritter almost found themselves into the pit. Fortunately for them, they're able to keep their feet on dry ground. Vital with a nice teleporter. This is going to allow Altera to control both of these very important aspects on this map as Heaton moves in and gets the better end of the Rhine duel. And now I feel like Altera are just controlling this entire area, this entire space. Lutu looking to take some of it back. Nice headshot. We like Koalas are closing the gap and doing a lot of damage. Azerbaijankar doing their darndest to top off a team, and it's enough healing to get an early Ant Matrix out. Lucid with a beautiful Eat of the Blizzard as well. I don't know if it's going to have to pull it back. Lutu just continues to put so much pressure down that we let Koalas grab first control.
You know what? To be fair to Altera, they start team fights off quite well in this series, and do you know what? That's enough for me against a pretty solid tier 3 roster. For Altera to be doing that, I'm quite impressed. It's when it's mid-fight. If something goes wrong with a team fight isn't going to plan, they seem to struggle with what they want to do mid-fight. Okay, we've killed whoever we wanted to kill at the start of the fight. Who next? That's an issue for them. And then what ultimates do we use? Oh, crap. We can't get Blizzard off. What's our next backup plan?
Another plan is just to back up. Trying to avoid that May wall. Blizzard almost split him in half. But Heaton was able to very carefully keep the shield up while they found safety. Now moving on to the point. Eden cautiously looking for a place to use this Blizzard and throw the Shatter. Shatter gets blocked. It's going to be a Deadeye from the outside. That's a lot of skulls. They try to emerge. Blizzard goes down. Cannot get the ultimate off. And we like Koalas just smashing down in that small room.
Dueling Blizzards for next team fight. Let's check Bullskunk. Have you been responding to your coaching well? When's the best place to use a Blizzard?
When's the best place to use a Blizzard?
Yeah.
I mean, I would opt for it early in the fight, personally. But, I mean, you got to freeze up the Diva or put a May wall up to ensure that it doesn't get gobbled.
Well, you want it to be when the fight just so started. Here's the perfect opportunity.
It goes out, but nice speed from Citrus, and they're the only ones caught in it. Trains come through, sound barrier out, and Julo throws down the hammer. We like Koalas proactively using their ultimates to take control of this fight, setting the pace, setting the tempo, and sending Altera back to spawn.
Positives for Altera is that they have both of their support ults remaining. They probably will get another team fight if they can get the ball back. They will get back onto the point. Can they put the support ultimates to good use, though?
Give me from the outside. It can't touch. Oh, taking the time to drop the sound barrier. Just was that split second Altera needed, and the nice boop from the other side. They're not able to get onto the point. This is gonna be that shatter from Julo. This was it. This was the difference maker right there.
And you know what? That Blizzard on paper didn't get that much, but you know what actually set up that Blizzard? You're the opposition Deadeye. You're the Deadeye from Altera. You know that? Remember that combination we used to see like back when Standard Brawl happened? You used the Deadeye and slowed the fight right down for a Blizzard, right?
Yeah, sure.
They did that in reverse. The Deadeye was set up by the opponents, and then they set up the Blizzard. You know, that was kind of awesome. And just as we were kind of talking about when the place to use it, they actually also... Yeah. The pacing was perfect, and they also use it proactively, which is what you said. So we got the best of both worlds. Well done us. Pat on the back for both of us. I like it. See, I told you I was spry in my old age. Both mentally and physically. I'm just saying. And so are we like Koalas. They were quite spry, able to adapt, able to take that first map,
And now, well, it's Altera's map pick. They looked pretty good on the Brawl. They opted for the Brawl, and in fact, both of our teams opted into the Brawl matchup for both of the 2 sub-maps we saw on Nepal. So Altera looking to keep it fairly close range as we take a look at map number 2. They have chosen, drumroll please, Blizzard World will be our hybrid map for this final series of EU.
That tells me more Brawl, and it's probably the best Brawl option of the hybrid maps that we have available. No King's Row in our map pool, so of course you can't really have your destined Brawl map pick, right? If you wanted to play Brawl, you pick King's Row. Blizzard World, you can be a little bit more flexible. Double Bubble's been good on this map previously. You've seen poke compositions like Double Shield, and of course your Sandbreak, Wrecking Ball, Sigma composition. You can see the Diva here, really, but I prefer Sigma because there are some better sightlines for some poke damage.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. One thing that does not make sense to me is why we like koalas have a picture of a raccoon as their logo. I just
look at that now.
Yeah. I did. It took until I saw it big. When they won that map, you had their logo nice and big over the map, and it's a raccoon playing cards, perhaps poker. They had 5 cards in their hands, pretty indicative of poker. Anyway, that does not make sense to me. But hey, I still like it. Cute raccoon, little bandit animal. But I digress. I am curious if we're going to get more of the poke or back to the Brawl here. The pathing can be a little bit more difficult on Blizzard World. Because particularly on point A, really point A and B. Point A, you have long sight lines to deal with. Point B, you have high ground to contest.
Yeah, I think both of them are quite difficult. Point C is where the Brawl would really come alive. I think
correct.
They probably are going to play Brawl, and this, I kind of have the idea because this is the best Brawl map in our hybrid pool available. So probably going to play a Brawl, but wouldn't be surprised if we see anything else. You know what? How did you notice? I know you're instinctive, but the raccoon thing. Do we want to make up a story real quick while we've got a little bit of time about why it's a raccoon and what the team would be like? Well, so we want to pretend something here, like maybe the raccoon's trying to find love. Their true love is a koala, something like that.
I like it. I like it. It's a hopeful thing. I imagine the raccoon. The raccoon can clearly play cards. Writing love letters to their friendly koalas, perhaps envious of the environment the koalas get to live in, while the raccoon is busy eating out of dumpsters and trash cans. The koala is feasting on eucalyptus and high up in the trees, feeling the breeze, feeling good.
I like it. Oh, well, how about we expand this further and say the raccoon will meet their true love, the koala, in championship weekend if they do you take this series? Do you like that setup? I think that was pretty good.
10 out of 10 segue, sir. This is an interesting composition coming out from the defense. They're going to the old zombie comp.
Yeah, some sort of zombie comp here. Known as kind of 6-man in like the Scrim community teams that Scrim will call the 6-man or Rush. I prefer Rush because you can kind of generalize it. Although this Rush composition is also quite good at rolling, right? Brawl compositions can Rush compositions can Brawl. It has a small advantage against Brawl combos because the Winston Chaser works further away than the Reinhardt Swing does, but we're not going to see that matchup. We're going to see the Wrecking Ball. The question is, this Rush composition is going to be really fast on rotation. These fights are going to be pretty quick. Can Julo catch them in that small rotation moment? Or if Ashpertan and Card don't get it right, it might be difficult for Julo.
Oh, and that's exactly what Altera we're looking for right there. Fast picks. The hack comes through. Everybody just pounces on Julo. Not even going to get a chance. Neither does Ritter. And that's it. That's that fight done and dusted. We like koalas. They got to try again.
You think it's not going to even? No. Okay, so Ritter's already seen this. He's like, okay, I'm going to do a Cowboy.
Yeah.
Not a CC potential here. But we've actually seen that the Cowboy hero is actually not very good against these Rush comps, right? Because it can be easily isolated. So Lutu on the Widowmaker is also a questionable one. I feel like I'd be more comfortable with Ritter on the Cowboy if Lutu was on Tracer, but that's not the case right now. So what is the plan here? I feel like JLo has to go alone, and then they just might get hacked up. This is not good.
And there's the hack. There's the pounce. Bubble out. Julo dead. Second fight in a row. Julo just gets hunted. Just marked for death. And Altera, they claim that bounty. And now are looking for more. Julo's going to go ahead and swap on over as Altera just get right back in their little hidey hole in the stable.
I just don't think the pump's the ball, though. They're going to go for the EMP engagement here. I think it's the DPS. I don't see why this Widowmaker and Cowboy's being played.
Oh, man, that was a beautiful engagement, too. Altera all emerged simultaneously and pounced with a vengeance, even using an EMB just to take Lutu out of the fight. Now Lutu's going to go over to that Tracer that you were asking for a minute ago, but they've already burned through half of their time bank. They're down to 2 minutes, and Altera have ults to use, and they're using them to great effect. Coalescence and the Pulse Bomb coming out to help them win this fight.
Yeah, I just think you can put the Tracer with the Wrecking Ball, and then Julo doesn't get that far isolated.
Oh my goodness.
They
This is
get
going
the
from bad to
Trams out
worse,
as
Ocean.
well. Yeah, they get the Trams out as well for what a Primal. And these Staggers are going to come in as well. I think Disclosure's going to die. David's going to follow shortly after. This is horrible for we like Koalas. I don't understand the Cowboy pick either. I still think you're easily isolated. And I don't mean to kind of take away credit from Altera. They're playing really well, and this is really distinctive. They look awesome on this 6-man composition. But we like Koalas. You kind of get the sense this is over just based on what we like Koalas are playing. Julo's isolated again.
Oh my goodness, it falls first yet again. Altera are moving fast and furious, and well, they're going to drift right on into a map win and a full hold at this rate. Julo going back over to the Wrecking Ball. This will work a little bit better. Let's see if they can find the coordination necessary. Here comes Rally. Self-destruct is going to force Altera out of the stable, but they just drop a sound barrier and they come back and they're going to pounce on Booga, who's overextended a little bit, trying to get back in mech. Fortunately for them, a couple of picks do come through, one on the back of that self-destruct, and we like Koalas are able to force the issue, press this advantage, and at least get some progress going here.
The first team fight we see Julo and Lutu on Wrecking Ball and Tracer, they win. Well, why did we not just do this from the start? Genuinely. I think they were trying to play with their foot a little bit, but like, Altera played that really well. They burst down the Koala's time bank. I'm really impressed with the rush composition. They've been really instinctive. They've got good identity. They were actually unfortunate to lose their Sombra early in the last team fight. They probably would have had an EMP, and they probably could have full held off with that. You know what? They were quite unlucky. We're Altera, and you know what? This has been a good map for them so far.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, if we like Koalas are playing with their food bit back. Now Altera have a target in their sights inside the small room here. Disclosure gets that Transcendence forced out yet again. That's 2 Transcendences, no value from Disclosure. Now Blizzard Star is just salivating looking at this, ready to press Q, teleporting in, and it's going to find 4. Marked immediately deleted. Disclosure suffering the same fate, and we like Koalas falling apart at the seams.
Kabuka, though, trying to set the fight around.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. Julo's able to get 1. Booga's going to get demeched. I mean, they do get the Primal out just to ensure that we like Koalas get nothing, so... You know, some value from the late stagger, I suppose, but...
What? Okay.
I'm done. You start talking.
Lucy gets a stake onto the wins as well. Where did that even happen? I mean, the EMP got tremendous value, right? And that actually got them in the position to win the team fight after losing 2 players, but... Nice starting up and back up. And, yeah, this is getting a little bit interesting here for we like Koalas. Luca's got the self-destruct, looking to set this one up. Healing for their backline right now. Wondering what they're going to do with the self-destruct. Maybe use it for a bit of space?
Perhaps. I mean, it would make sense. As, well, it looks like our names got swapped up at the top, so y'all don't pay any mind to that. We did not suddenly just switch our series. Lutu push it in. Not sure quite where the self-destruct went. Booga's hacked up. Not able to get back in mech. Ritter is able to find some value as we like Koalas just kind of muscling this thing through. I feel like this was just pure tenacity to push this thing into the back of point B. It was not clean and it's not done. There's still some straggling members of the defense left, but Heaton does eat a pulse bomb and finished off by Booga in pilot form, I believe at the time now. Maybe back in mech by then. Here comes Ritter back on the Doomfist, hoping to finish this thing out in what has been a very scrappy point B.
Yeah, but this is still a lot better for We Like Koalas. Their point A was absolutely disastrous, right? And coming back from an EMP team fight where they were, I think it was very, very even, right? But coming back from a difficult EMP team fight and a difficult point A, they still have a little bit of time on the clock. They have Transcendence. Could be interesting to see if Disclosure can get proper value out of this ultimate this time around. Blizzard Star has the EMP, so it's even more critical that Disclosure gets full value from that Transcendence. That's the battle to watch. Blizzard Star's EMP versus Disclosure's Transcendence.
And so far, Blizzard Star has had phenomenal EMPs on Blizzard World. Have won every team fight where they've dropped it. Coalescence over the top, start things off. Countered by the mines from Julo to not allow him to press forward, but Lucid self-destruct is able to find Lutu, and that's the flank off the table. Nobody to go in with Julo. Julo does have Azerbaijan car caught in that small room. They're able to fade out. The Moira stays alive. Blizzard start making their way back in with the EMP. We'll be able to get it off in time. The Moira eventually goes down. Transcendence comes out early as We Like Koalas want to make sure they close out this fight. They're running out of time.
I mean, they want to try and get it time, Mike, but honestly, they just need to get it done. They just need to get the point across the line. Blizzard Star still has this EMP, and they no longer have the Transcendence. I think Mark needs to use that rally 9. There we go.
Perfectly timed. EMP does come through. Finds 2 on the end. Ritter trying to deny follow-up with the Deadeye from the back. As Lutu invests the pulse as well. We Like Koalas are invested in this, and it's finally starting to pay some dividends. There's the rest. Investment returned heavily, and We Like Koalas even have a little time left.
Wow, 2.6 seconds on the clock. That might come into play in this map. I very much doubt it. I think We Like Koalas 9-0. They can't really not take their opponent seriously. I think they know that. So We Like Koalas on their defense should be running something a little bit more like good. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. I have no clue what that Widowmaker pick was. Yeah,
we'd like to see more good, no doubt. Yeah. Hey, you know what? They made the adjustments. It took them a couple minutes to make it happen, like you said in the very beginning. Why not just roll out on Ball Tracer? They were able to get some work done, despite some questionable ult usage. You know, investing heavily early in fights, but they're able to eventually turn it on its head, essentially in the neutral. And you know, they did neutralize some ults from the other side. I'm thinking, you know, the mines coming out so that Altera couldn't press on the Coalescence, the Deadeye coming out so they couldn't follow up on the EMP. So all in all, not a bad showing for We Like Koalas, but I mean, it was sloppy, Ocean. It was sloppy.
Yeah, it's sloppy. And you know what? If they were to go for the championship weekend and find their true love, they got to do a lot better than this. If they want to do well in championship weekend, I want to go and see them thrash Altera, and that's no disrespect to Altera, but if I want to see We Like Koalas do well next weekend, I need to see that they could go and beat this team comfortably. And to be fair to Altera, I like this rush composition from them. I want them to develop this identity even further. I want to see this in a month's time. Well, I want to see them play this again in a month's time, and maybe they'll be closer to these tier 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, get out of my head, Ocean. I was thinking the exact same thing. Because they were coordinated. They were vicious on this rush comp on the defense. We'll see if they can find that same efficacy on the offense. Trying to path around through the right side. Didn't like what they were seeing. Just a little poke from Blizzard. Trying to build up some EMP and working all the way around. But took a little bit too long to decide where they want to engage. Vital gets picked off. And now they're kind of scrambling for a hidey place.
This is interesting. Do they want to go fight Vital? I mean, I guess they could take a team fight, just build EMP and lose, and then go in next time around. I think that's probably what they would want to do.
I think they're just trying to build it up and waiting for Vital to get back in as we see the engagement come through onto the high ground. Blizzard falls just as the manual hack was going to go on to Julo, but alas, the ball continues to roll around and wreak havoc. And this attack is I mean, if they don't get kills quick, it kind of falls apart. And you're seeing the result now as Vital goes down for a second time in a row.
So the thing with this rush competition is you can do it as much setup as you want, but the actual engagement needs to be fast. And they haven't really had an engagement yet. The setup's been fine, but the engagement needs to come soon, and when it does come, it needs to be fast.
My concern is just against the Wrecking Ball Tracer, that if you take too long to set up, you're just going to get surrounded and pounced on. And even with the EMP, We Like Koalas are able to position themselves around it so not everybody gets hit. They've got the Deadeye to help fend it off. Lutu's able to go in and just do Lutu, things like that. Just do Tracer things. Clean up the kills nicely.
I think the problem though was I don't think it was that they were taking too long, right? I think like the Tracer got caught out twice, and that made it so they were taking too long, right?
Truth.
I think the actual setup would have been fine. They lost the EMP as well. So what do they really have to get themselves back into this map? Not much. They only have 1 minute 45 on the clock. Do they go for self-destruct and maybe try and build another EMP later on?
I mean, they used Cole in that fight as well. I mean, I think you have to use the sound barrier aggressively in this case. Going up high, it's going to be dual self-destructs on the higher ground. Everybody's cleared off. Lucid can't get back. And Mac! That is not what Altera wanted to see. As this is not looking good. Ritter is continuing to put down shots, and Altera continue to lose people early in these engagements.
This is what I want to see from We Like Koalas, though. I want to see them go and beat this team comfortably. Because then I have a lot more faith in them in Championship Weekend. You know, when the competition is gonna get a lot tougher, right? It's gonna get so much tougher next week. We're gonna go from Altera, Azerbaijan card to Sheer Cold, right? That's the level of increase we have next weekend.
The competition's compositions will ruin your disposition. All right, I'll stop.
Okay.
Moving up to the high ground, Altera trying to give this high ground attack another go, and this time using that sound barrier to make that engagement. But they're able to find one. Heaton takes a lot of damage despite the primal rage and drops, and it just starts to fall apart. They don't quite find the initial picks. They get one, but it's not enough. Coalescence is out, but everybody's scattered all over the battlefield. Azerbaijan just struggling to find anybody to even look at with the Cole. Gets discorded, has to fade all the way back, and is now getting hunted down by Jula. Jula's going to give up that attack and just fall back with the rest of the team, knowing they just have to hold on for a few precious more seconds to move up to match point.
This is almost done. Ritter's got the Deadeye, and this could end it right here, right now.
Yep, great flashbang, the Deadeye. Oh! Ritter! Oh, says, oh, you hacked me? I can still shoot you in the dome. My Peacekeeper works just fine when I'm hacked. And that is done and dusted. A big full hole from We Like Koalas. They're on match point.
If it's any consolation, that dodge of the Deadeye into the hack looked kind of cool, and it did some good observer feeds. So thank you very much for that. You know, that's going to look absolutely awesome. But yeah, We Like Koalas, after sort of playing with their food in the first round, and their offense is looking pretty poor, they picked it up for their defense. And again, I still want to see a bit more from them. See this next map. If it lasts any longer than around 10 minutes, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. I need to see We Like Koalas at their best. I need to see them like that. Otherwise, I'm going to have no faith in them for Championship Weekend.
I mean, it's not like we're walking into map 3 super confident that they're just going to go in and dominate. I feel like it could still go either way. We saw enough weaknesses that I have little bits of doubts. Though, I mean, that was an extremely strong defense. And once they got done playing with their food, after they got their hands bitten a couple times, they took that defense very seriously. And I have a feeling we're going to see a couple of highlights from that big hold. Right now, we're looking at their attack, which they struggled. And I was worried for them, particularly in the beginning. They did adapt. They did make the swaps that we wanted to see and eventually finish the map. And here we're looking at point B. This is going to be the EMP over the top. Blizzard, I mean, it had some wonderful EMPs on that defense. There was another one there, although the overwhelming force does eventually win the fight for We Like Koalas. But it was, again, I can't. Sloppy is just the only one that comes to mind, Ocean.
Yeah, I think actually just while we have Altera on Showcase here, I think it's only fair because of their performance so far today. You know, we didn't expect them to make it this far. Is there a player you want to highlight? Because you're the guy who loves the big plays. Is there a player that you want to highlight who you think's impressed today? Not analytically or whatever, just there to make plays.
Just there to make plays? I mean, I'm gonna. There's a little bit of main tank bias, but I'm gonna go with Heaton right now. Despite both the first two map losses, I thought there was strong leadership on when to engage and was finding the value out of both the Winston and the Reinhardt from the two maps that we've seen respectively. And if not for a good Winston, that rush comp just doesn't look good. If your timing isn't on spearheading that charge, it never looks good. And I thought they actually looked pretty darn good in that rush comp. So right now, he's the one sticking out to me.
Perfect answer. You know what? I would have went the exact same way. I mean, you could make a case for Blizzard as well. I thought Blizzard had okay map as well. And I feel like a lot of these weaker teams, if they have a good flex DPS, it gives them a lot better of a chance because Sombra, May, you can play those heroes, you can win team fights, and if you can win team fights, you can win maps.
I mean, you just got to take it one step at a time. And, Altera will have to do that if they want to come back in this series. Before we get to find out, we're going to have a quick little intermission, a word from our friends and partners. When we return, Map 3, Altera's map pick. We'll see you in a moment.
The Overwatch Invitational 3 is brought to you by Elo Hell Esports, turning passionate volunteers into working esports professionals. For more information, join the Discord today at discord.gg/elohell.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
We Like Koalas up 2-0 at the half over Altera, one map away from punching their ticket into championship weekend. They got to beat Altera on yet another one of their map picks. You think they can do it, Ocean?
I think they will, right? I think that's kind of out of the question. What I'm looking for these two teams now, right, is I want Altera to show me what they got, right? I want them to, prove a point here. They've already kind of impressed me with how far they've made, but I wanted them to prove a point on their map pick of Dorado, which will be our escort map for our final series of the day and our final series of group stages. But when it comes to We Like Koalas, we know what we want to see from them. We want to see domination. We want to know what they could do next weekend.
We want to see the koala find their true love, or the raccoon, that is, find their true love. I guess both, for that matter. And then meet each other in championship weekend. But hey, we also want to see some great Overwatch. I want to see Altera come out and perhaps bring us that rush composition again. Definitely viable here. I mean, you can struggle a little bit. You can't get your supports up to the high ground on point B. But I still think it's viable on this map. I mean, it is their map pick. It means We Like Koalas chose attack or defense. And, well, they are going back on the attack once again to start.
Interesting. So when we kind of heard it was Dorado, I was a little bit concerned because I don't think 6-man or any sort of rush comp is that great. Although just because that point B you mentioned, it is so hard to get your rotations right, to get control of that high ground and those sort of compositions. And I mean, there's other maps they could have picked. They could have picked Havana. They could have picked Route 66. Route 66, I think if you want to run that 6-man rush comp is probably the best choice in our map pool. So I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried about what Altera is going to do here. I think they're going to try something crazy on Dorado. I hope we see that rush composition, but I'm a little bit doubtful.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking as well. They've got a special plan. I mean, clearly they like something about this map. We'll have to wait and see what composition they decide to roll out with here. But I'd have to agree with you. I mean, I think that I'm skeptical. And we'll wait and see if they can remove some of that doubt from our brains. But it's all going to come down to that composition, because right now, We Like Koalas are looking pretty unstoppable. The rush on the defense was the best we've seen from Altera yet this series. Well, we don't have to wait long as we head into beautiful Dorado. It took me forever to realize that the point C, that's a power plant. Like those pyramids you see all over these maps, it's a power plant providing power for whatever city that is Dorado in Mexico. And well, Altera could use some power right now. We're looking at some rush.
I don't know how you didn't get that. This is one of the places where the Vishkar company operates, right?
I know. I don't know. It's just like when I see pyramids, I don't think power plants.
Oh, you're just not creative enough, right? You're playing the Pokemon games, right?
Now that's just kicking below the belt, all right? That's just kicking below the belt.
Well, no, think about it, right? You're not playing the Pokemon games, right? Like a rock Pokemon could be like a nuclear explosion, right? That's what it is, right? You're not playing the Pokemon games.
Okay, well, that's valid. You are true in that. I don't play a whole lot of Pokemon games. Speaking of games, what game are We Like Koalas playing right here? Look at this.
Oh, I don't like this. They did this on their attack on Blitzworld. They kind of messed around with their food a little bit. Luchi never really got value on the Widowmaker, and Ritter is instead trying the Bastion instead of doing this time around.
And with not a whole lot to back it up, Lutu with a beautiful shot there finds Vital right in between the eyes. And now has some room to push up onto this high ground. Altera are just falling back. They want to take the fight in courtyard? Question mark as they try to press high ground. But here comes Ritter. Set up. Defense matrix used. Everybody's got to get out of there. That's all the cooldown spent from Altera just to retreat back to courtyard. An opportunity for We Like Koalas to pounce.
Yeah, but they can't really walk. They have to deal with this Bastion, like, kind of carry them everywhere. And they can't really push. They can't really, they can't really take advantage of their advantage in that team fight.
And now this card's just drifting in as Altera are in the rearview mirror. We Like Koalas looking back with a giant Gatling gun pointed that way. Citrus, I mean, that just might as well not have existed. That was just a free bump and ult charge. As there's now a 1 in the checkmark column here for We Like Koalas.
Okay, so what happened there? I'm the color commentator. I meant to tell you what happened there. But when we were watching the Bastion, right, we saw them on the left-hand side high ground, and We Like Koalas, they got a lot of the cool around to Altera Eye, and then somehow the Bastion was on court, and we switched sides. The problem for We Like Koalas was that they didn't really have the composition to push the advantage. Altera just gave it to them. They just handed it over.
Yeah, they just ran away. I mean, it was a bit of a merry-go-round act, and Altera wanted the high ground. We Like Koalas said, fine. You want high ground? We'll take the point. Done.
They also just took a team fight win. Like, they just got free everything for no reason.
And aren't changing the compositions. I mean, they're sticking with this Bastion. Ooh, nice kill. Citrus able to finish off Mark just as the rally had been popped. Now Disclosure with yet another interesting transcendence. Not quite sure. I mean, they were just holding the door with the transcendence with nobody else around. Seemingly, I mean, Booga was up there, but now Disclosure is dead. And I mean, my eyebrows are furrowed at this moment. What is going on here, Ocean?
Let's just call it Tier 3 Overwatch. That's the way I'm going to describe it. Ritter is on the Bastion. He's going to activate the configuration tank. He's going to somehow get the D-Back and the right heart.
Self-destruct available for Lucid, so they're going to get back in mech. And it's a 3v1 against the ball while Vital deals with the Bastion. Ball eventually goes down.
This is going to end up in one of those weird, like, Overwatch videos where it's like, oh, professional play is so great, or something like that. That's going to be the title. It's going to be this clip of, like, Ritter on the Bastion. But now Ritter's going over to Doomfist. Here they tried to make work on Blizzard World. It didn't really work out well for them. To be fair to We Like Koalas, they will have a self-destruct for this next team fight. That's probably their number one way of gaining space for Ritter on the Doomfist.
Oh, and Ritter's able to get a very important pick. Baptiste is gone. Nothing but Lucio heals, which may force the Sound Barrier out early. Lines over the point from Julo as they try to close out point B, and Blizzard immediately falls, holding that Blizzard in their pocket. Meanwhile, Vital gets their pulse bomb eaten, and ults are just falling left and right. Ajabahankar returns with the Amp Matrix, but doesn't really find much value out of it. Now it's the Shatter and the Sound Barrier coming out. Altera throwing everything at the kitchen sink in this fight, and they're getting very little in return.
Yeah, it's not quite going to work out for Altera.
I'm sorry, Booga was standing on the ice block.
That was
made me laugh.
He got the Rayback on the ice block as well. I've never seen that before. We'll capture more observers.
Trying to break it open.
Do you know what? Oh. You know what? I don't really like this showing from Like Koalas. I wanted to see them at full power, right? I think that's what you wanted to see as well. I think that's what everyone wanted to see. We wanted to see what they could do next weekend. I guess we're going to have to wait to Championship weekend, but I'm not impressed by what we've seen from We Like Koalas at the moment. At the moment, I would predict a top 12 exit.
I mean, it almost feels a little intentionally sloppy at this point 100%. From what we know that they're capable of. We've seen them bring it all together and just stomp. I mean, the full hold on Blizzard World, I think, was very indicative of that. And Ritter's clearly finding more success on this map than we saw on Blizzard World as well. Altera going back over to the Winston Rush variant as Ajabahankar moving back over to the Moira, coming off of the Ana. A little bit more survivability, but doesn't seem to help. Trucking on in, half the defense is gone. The rest following shortly thereafter. There go the other three. Here comes the Cat. 3 points on the board.
This is interesting now.
This has been an interesting series.
I say this is interesting. It's been interesting all series. Why am I saying this is interesting now? Because I want to see a little bit more. I still want to see more, right? And do you know what? We like koalas. They've had a long day of Overwatch. I expect this is where we're going to see more. We saw a little bit more on their defensive Blizzard World, and this is where I fully anticipate we like koalas to go fully at it, get the full hold, end their day of Overwatch, and confirm their place in championship weekend. This is what I'm waiting to see.
They're potentially 4 minutes away. 4 measly minutes to move on and really get the opportunity to face the big dogs. We'll see if their hubris is rewarded, because I feel like that's what it's been a little bit. They've been trading a little bit of time for just to be able to enact some hubris, trading time for some mental games, perhaps. But that ain't gonna cut it next weekend.
I don't know why you would waste your time here, trying some different things. Like Julio's on Sigma now for some reason. Disclosure's playing Brig. I mean, if you get the full hold, who cares? But we want to see more from them. We want to know what they can do. And honestly, you know who else wants to know what they can do? Other orgs who might want to pick these players up, right? Because Overwatch 2 is coming soon. You know, people look at this order and they say, okay, they're kind of trolling, they're not taking this game seriously. These players might not get picked up.
Yeah, I guess only time will tell there. Hey, maybe they're just keeping strats under their hat. You know, they don't want to reveal everything just yet. But Ritter, in a bad position, tried to get aggressive and was immediately punished for it. Lutu, the next on the chopping block, and he won't allow them to pick up that mini. Claims that mini for themselves. As that's both DPS out of the fight. Lickety split.
And the DPS picking weird picks. Well, we like koalas, and you know what? It might just end point day right here, right now.
And going back to a variation on this rush comp, sure, you got Vital to cover some sight lines with that Widowmaker. I mean, I think that's more space control as much as anything. Maybe, you know, want to get a little bit of an ego duel in with Lutu. But, I mean, that's a lightning fast time. I mean, they're equaling the pace set by We Like Koalas on their attack.
Oh, I thought it was going to be interesting to see We Like Koalas at full strength. I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest. But to be fair to Altera, they're not letting that phase them. You know, they're getting as much value as they can out of the series to make it as close as they can. Nice kill
shot
from Vital. That's awesome. And you know what? I hope that Ashby and Carr can learn a lot from this series and on how they need to develop mechanically as players. And you know what? They showed good mental resolve today in all of their series. And you know what? They can be firmly proud of what they've done.
I agree wholeheartedly. There's no reason for them to have heads held low. Keep those chins up. Disclosure? Where are you going? Disclosure, just full send on the Brig. Like, I got him, don't worry, fam. This one's on me. No, unfortunately you do not. Now your team has no supports. Altera gonna take advantage. They're gonna push forward. They've got Primal available to use. Eden can be extremely aggressive with that get out of jail free card. Needs to pop it fairly soon. Nah, just gonna turn the corner. Not gonna waste Primal just yet.
Ooh, Tiva has to use the Salty Shot to get the remake, but we'll get the remake. So honestly, not too much damage done there, right? You know, the kill happens on the Ritter. Ritter now going over to the Cowboy. And you know what? I wish they took this more serious and Solace Team Full Strike, because then we can also get more value out of this for Altera. You know, they got to scrim are playing essentially glorified scrim against a tier 3 team, and they get to learn so much more. But it's whatever. This is what's happening. This is what the reality of the situation. Blizzard Star's gonna have EMP next fight. This could send Altera into point C. And if they get to point C, they're in with a sneaky chance of causing an upset.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for them, it was a nice shot from Lutu that took Eden down before they could pop Primal in that last fight. And everything just kind of fell apart from there. And that's a long walk back to the end of point B. We'll see how Blizzard chooses to approach this, but you can't lose Eden on the approach. Uga caught him off guard, moving into Courtyard, able to land that Hawk, and there's a pair for Ritter.
That was like a super ban. I can't believe that. Like, Lutu would just get away with the grapple shot. They chased and then right into a Hulker.
Julo. Oh man, they're just trying to beat down the middle now. Throwing a Flux into spawn to kill a pilot. Diva just camped up on top of the catwalk above the point A arch.
I mean, that wasn't very nice, but you know what? It got value at least. And they still go support ultimates for next team fight.
Dropping the Deadeye just causes Altera to scatter a little bit. Did actually pick up the DMAC on the Lucid, and Heaton's going in kind of by themselves. Eventually, he's going to pop that Primal. Here comes the Coalescence to back him up. Trying to control the street, the rush composition, pushing all the way to the objective, and they're able to regroup a little bit despite being Sans Diva. Soundbarrier comes out, only finds 3, including Citrus themselves, but it's enough to push in and drop down this EMP. That was a sound barrier canceled onto Mark, and Aja Mahankar is able to find that kill, but Bugha and Ritter strike back. It's a lot of damage coming out from those 2 heroes, and they're able to chase Altera away.
Yep. 2 minutes left on the clock, potentially 2 minutes left of Altera's Overwatch Invitational run. However, they don't want it to end just yet. The fairy tale could continue. Heaton advancing very strongly on this Winston.
A great bubble from Heaton. He's kind of able to save that. Bugha getting a pick there, I think, would have stopped this, but the bubble comes out, blocks that, and they're able to 3v1 Bugha, and they've turned that into a cap.
I think Disclosure has had enough of inting on Brick and has decided to int on Moira instead. So, yeah, they're going to go after the other Moira. What epic Moira 1v1 right here. This is content.
This is the slowest duel in the history of man. Both Moiras, get that vulture or that vampire lifesteal. Yeah, so they're just slowly gaining life while equally as slowly doing damage. It is the 2 supports of We Like Koala who int the hardest. They win the inting war. Altera now choosing to push forward and see what they can find on the back of it. And it's going to be a kill onto Ritter.
This is interesting. I don't know what Marked and Disclosure's plan was, but it wasn't a very good one.
Yeah, that's a full send on a Lucio Moira. Julo just doing a little spin over top, looking for a good place to drop these mines. It's hard to predict. We like koalas. I'll give them that. They're being quite unpredictable, but you know what? That was good prediction on Bugha's location and a nice self-destruct. Blizzard goes down, unfortunately, though, and Altera were really hoping that Blizzard could build up the rest of that EMP for this fight.
Disclosure's in the back line again. Heaton goes down to the rifle, so this fight is essentially over, right? I mean, Lucy could try and get some value here, almost kills Ritter, but yeah, this team fight's done. Uh-oh. You're a second maybe, Diva? Ritter's running low, getting the killing. Oh, wow!
And Blizzard shows up. You gotta love the teamwork. Blizzard comes in to save the day. At least get a couple of picks for it. At least punish it. Yeah, Lucy does eventually fall, but Blizzard has an EMP online now. This could be just the ticket to send us into extra innings.
Yeah, Disclosure goes down again. Disclosure's really struggling to build up this coalescence. I wonder why.
Can't imagine. Where's Disclosure now? It's an EMP coming out, but the follow-up's not quite there. 2 kills come through the other way. Markak is able to get off the sound barrier, and Citrus responds in kind. Down 1 in the fight. Aja Mahankar equalizes. It's a 4-4 on this objective as we approach the 1-minute mark.
Lutu's in the spawn of Altera right now, not getting any value whatsoever, and Altera pressing their advantage on the objective right now.
Yeah, they're riding this card in, and you just see little red outlines scattered all over the map. Now that they're approaching the 5-meter mark, self-destructing coalescence out creates a lot of space. 2, 1, with less than a meter to go, Julo comes out to stall, take a breather used, and can be focused down quite easily here. That kill comes through. And it's just a pesky Lucio left to go. We like koalas. Well, I'm not even quite sure what to say about that one, Ocean. I definitely... Okay, I'll say, well, we're not seeing their full potential. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, definitely that. But you know what? If I was that koala, I'd run away. They're not committed to this championship weekend relationship, are they?
I mean, you know what?
Better.
There may be some doubts in the love life of the raccoon and the koala.
Sad.
Very.
Like my life, to be honest. Yeah, you know what? Disclosure. At least had fun in the last map, and also, you know, if we do figure out that the koala has left the raccoon, we could change the team name to be like Inting. That's definitely an idea.
Hey, it's fun to watch. I'll give him that. I've enjoyed watching it. You know, it's unexpected once again. I always enjoy the unexpected. Normal is overrated.
Speaking of unexpected, Altera, I thought they were going to go for a nanoblade combination in this 1 minute they have. They do have 1 minute, so the idea here is that they're going to go for some sort of win condition. And is they on the honor here that also makes sense? Because Nano Winston could be a pretty good engagement tool, and you could sometimes win a fight just off that.
It does change the nature of how they want to engage, though. They can't just all rush in. Okay, yeah, that's... I was going to say, the Ana didn't seem to fit the playstyle of everybody else they had. Oh, and Vital just gets their head taken off immediately by a flurry of orbs from Disclosure. The engagement is kind of missed. I think Mark was able to get a boob, or maybe it was a rock from Booga, actually, I believe is what it was, but he, either way, did not land on the high ground, and Lutu is able to get free reign, some shots down, and one lands right in the Dome of Heat.
Yeah, and that's not good, right? Because now we like Koalas already a pretty spammy comp. Now, the longer approach for Altera is not going to help though, although Booga is running low here. Can they get the kill? Potentially no. Both their supports are dying. Even if they do get this kill on the Booga, it's not going to be much.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They got the kill, but Booga did such a good job of staying alive. It took way too much time, and the rest of the Koalas are able to move in and take advantage of the 5v4. Now we're approaching the overtime mark, and there's just not a whole lot of blue jerseys left on this point.
Just an epic gameplay here from Ritter. Hammering the turret. 55% to ult.
Just hammering that turret like a champion.
Can we check that that's Ritter on the account and not Ritter passing the keyboard to the little brother while they go eat dinner? That technically counts as account sharing.
I love how our replay is Ritter just hammering away. Ritter tried to hammer their way into championship weekend. Oh my goodness, that's replay of the day. Thank you so much, production team. That was good for a laugh.
Huh. Well, we like Wallace.
Been working on the turret all the live long day.
Definitely got a career in music ahead of you, Bullscout.
Thank you. Actually, I went to school for music as well as animation, but yeah.
And now you've ended up casting Overwatch.
And now I am casting Overwatch. You know, life doesn't always go as planned. But hey, sometimes it's for the best. I know that attack didn't go as planned for Altera. Segue 10 out of 10. As now they're going on the defense and hoping they can put up a better one.
Yeah, nice. Well done, us. You know what? We've done a really good job with those segues today. Yeah, we like koalas. You know, if I highly doubt they don't get this point, but once they do, they will join the other 7 teams qualify for Championship Weekend. Kiseki no Sadai, Granite Gaming, Mind Goblin. Oh God, who else? New 5D. What other teams have we seen? We also seen Ad Friend go through. You know, they will be joining that list of teams in Championship Weekend. They'll be joining our contenders teams as well next week for that $2,000 prize pool. They just got to finish off this last little bit of Toronto. Ritter, where are we going?
Ritter is doing some Doomfist parkour out in the back. So, you know, just give us a nice little tour. This is the bank. You know, beautiful design. You have this pretty mega in here. Oh, no. Oh, Ritter.
Oh, no!
This is just dirty. Careful, Blizzard's right behind you, but he gets the pick out of
hello. Oh, dear.
I mean, up on the front, like, Altera's actually been able to hold. Yeah, they're chasing off anybody who dares come up to the cart, despite Ritter's antics back at the spawn door.
Ritter's not ready to go, but we'll see a replay. This is me. I hope we get to see Disclosure Ritter just take a look. Oh, no, we don't. Anyways, back on the point here. Ritter is back in action. Presses healing right to the death, and then this should be it.
Yeah, that's enough playing with their food. We, like koalas, have decided to finally land the killing blow. Send their prey to the afterlife. In this case, send Altera home. And we, like koalas, will
just cap.
Eventually join the ranks of those illustrious teams you mentioned before, moving on to Championship Weekend with a not so clean 3-0 sweep over Altera Ajabarankar. Again, tip of the hat to Altera. I still stand by. There is plenty for them to hang their hat on and be proud of in this series, despite a little bit of trolling coming through from the other side. Let's be real, friends. But we saw some great things And I agree with your sentiment from earlier. A little practice on that rush comp, and they'll be a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely, and I want to see them in the future. I want to see them
Agreed.
in the future of Overwatch Invitationals, just for curiosity. I want to see how they're getting on, right? That sort of thing is what we love to see. This is what these community events are for. But with that, we have to talk about as they join. Let me get my list up. Well, the highlights are going: Granite Gaming, Mind Goblin, Kaseki no Sedai, Fifth Dimension, Ad Friend, Munich Esports, Sheer Cold, African Typhoon, and oh yeah, in our playoffs next week in Championship Weekend.
I mean, that's quite a list. That is quite a list of star-studded firepower indeed, for We Like Koalas to be playing amongst. Their mettle will certainly be tested then, and we will not be seeing any shenanigans against any of those teams if they want to continue on. So I can't wait. I can't wait for next weekend, Ocean. It's going to be so awesome. And just these community events. These community events are so amazing. Big props, big shout out to Will English for putting this on, as well as yourself and Captain Jack and all the other people who've helped organize this event. It has been a wonderful time. We get to enjoy some fantastic Overwatch like you're seeing on your screen right now, with the great coordination. This stellar high-level gameplay with Ritter working on the turret. You know what? We've had some laughs. We've had some exciting moments. There's been some tears and everything in between. And it's all thanks to the wonderful staff here at Will English, and a big shout out to our partners as well. Pull up said list. Yep, we got Crusader's been helping us out. Elo Hill helping us out with some techs. ISU Esports was helping us out. Opera GX, one of our partners, and which, by the way, put the command Opera GX in chat. Go install that. It goes all back into the tournament. And then Project Get for helping us with production. So wouldn't be possible without any of these.
Yeah, and it's definitely important to recognize all the work that is going into this community event. But with that, we have to draw this to a close. Don't forget to see the stories next weekend. It'll be on twitch.tv/Will English IV. Don't miss it. It's going to be awesome. We still have NA as well later on today. And we also have a post show in a little bit. But I think that's it for myself and Bull Skunk, I believe. Do you have any closing thoughts?
No, just thank you for everybody for hanging out with us. Big shout out to Cinzia and Sky behind the scenes with production and ops respectively. And with that said, we're going to take a quick break, get that post show set up for you. So stick around. We'll have some closing thoughts on the EU group stage. Otherwise, we'll see you next weekend.
welcome to the Will English Invitational. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch Invitational 3. My name is Williams IV, and we're closing out the day for our EU division, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a crazy amount. We have the final 8 that are going to be moving on. But first, Ocean, you got a chance to this Castle Bullskunk. How's your experience today?
You know what? It's extremely stressful. See, this weekend, right? I have never really actually experienced the production side of things and the TO side of things.
Yeah.
Until this weekend, I tell you what, massive respect for any producer, observer, or tournament organizer. Like, it is genuinely so hard. I've been talent managing, giving narratives to talent all weekend, and even just doing that, I'm exhausted. I can't wait to go to bed.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Right? Like most between myself and Captain Jack and Sky and everybody else that works here, we put in long hours, man. It's just like, we're putting 14 and 16-hour shifts just to bring you some Overwatch, right? Like this whole broadcast was 10 hours, and I feel bad for it. And imagine back in IV2 when you were casting, you were just jolly rolling along, right? I was up early after doing it the day before. And it's just like, just because I wanted you guys to have it. And so I'm glad that the guys are here. And like I said, this is to anybody. It's not easy. Like I said, when we make mistakes, understand something. There's a lot going on. It's not just simple as like, okay, I can press a button. I'll get off my soapbox in a minute, but I just don't want to say it's not easy, people. This is not easy to put together. And so, if you think you can do it better, please come help us out, like make it easier for us. By the way, yeah, so once again, we got our top 8. We just saw we like koalas, kind of pull this out. Now, I also did notice the same thing that you did about the Azerbaijan car team, and then the player name Azerbaijan car on there, and I was like, wait, I just noticed that as you were talking about that. I was like, wait, well, what? This makes no sense to me at all. So I feel bad for you, but like Bullskunk did it right. He just said, nope, we're gonna refer to Altera as the team and Azerbaijan car as the player. That
was a good call from Bullskunk. That was starting to confuse me myself.
Yep. So we got our top 8, and again, we don't know who's going to be playing against our 3 contender teams just yet. So again, it's going to be the 8 teams we have here, and then they're going to play an elimination round, right, to get the last 4, and then the 3 contenders teams will pick who those teams are left. So from this weekend, from the 22 teams that started this weekend, we're down to the 8 that are going to be moving on. The graduating class of the group stages, ladies and gentlemen. We have Granite Gaming, who came in on the winner's side. We have Mind Goblin, who also came in on the winner's side, the contenders trial team. We have Kiseki no Sadai, a surprise. Look at that. That was a miracle, but that was a surprise, Ocean, right? Like, we didn't expect them to make this way.
No, OT Pog going out to Kiseki no Sadai in a map 6.
Yeah.
OT Pog, one of the 4 giants in Group A, gone.
Yeah, gone. Yeah, just like that. And so we continue on with new 5D, but I'm just calling 5th dimension. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I think they were called new 5D somewhere, and I'm like, no. It's 5th dimension, people.
You're 5D. You're 5D.
This is 5D. It's okay. Yeah, and then on top of that, we have AdFriend, so that was the Group A. 4 teams that made it out, and again, Kiseki and 5th dimension made it out on the loser side. And then for today, we have AdFriend, who we saw earlier, Munich Esports, which I'm very happy about actually, because they didn't do too well last time in the EU Invitation, the last set for 5v2. And just like I kind of see it go up and work on the winner's side. That's actually good for them. And so I'm happy that they made it through. And then of course we have Beaumont. So I'm gonna mess this up, but I was like, it's Beaumonde or is it Beaumont?
I think we went Monday. Monday.
We
called them BMC on broadcast. It was just easier.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So like I thought it was a French name. It was speaking of also too. Can you imagine we had the whole caster nest thing too? That was really awesome for today. Like they kind of had a lot of matches going on the entire day, and it just hearing that in French, and they're like, I'm trying to speak my broken French to those folks, and I don't remember jack about it. So anyway, so we have AdFriend and Munich Esports were on the winner's side. We had Beaumont cohort, so it is French. And finally, we like Claws, as you just saw. So those are the 8 teams that are going to make it out. And again, they get to play next weekend. They get to play on Saturday to see who, and once we get into next weekend, it is a single elimination bracket here, ladies and gentlemen. So again, it's all seriousness from here. You think you're on the Razor's Edge, now coming out of losers, and now it's win or go home all the way until the grand finals, which is going to be next Sunday. So that's going to do it for us. We want to close this out on a high note here. Ocean, do you have any final thoughts before we do?
Honestly, I just want to, I've been talent managing this weekend. I want to say thanks to all the talent. Like, they all did a great job. They were all given narratives. They all followed them really well. They all worked with their observers and production extremely well. Talent did awesome this weekend. And yeah, if you can, viewers, can you go and, thank them on Twitter. They did a great job this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. So, but before we continue, thank you, Ocean, for coming out and setting this up and talent managing all weekend and stuff like that. It's been amazing. Thank you to PKG and again Skyscraper on the background, brewing production for all weekend long for the EU division. Also, we got another thank you list coming up. And again, like I said last time, I'm going to read off the list. It is not personal, people. I'm not looking away from you, whatever. It's just like production in the background is trying to get me a list here so I can get that going. But either way, thank you, and then also the Caster Nest folks for Disco Devil. I believe it was Disco Devil was one of them, and I forgot the other caster name. I think it's 12, and those folks over there, that's just amazing. Like I said, I've told people that no matter what happens this weekend, we got recasted in French people. So I mean, like now I have a challenge to somebody. If somebody wants to come in and do a German cast, I we have the infrastructure people. Like, it's just as easy. You saw Casters Nest do it. I'm giving them a challenge that we can get a German cast as well. I think that would just be the tip of the iceberg here as teams go on, especially with Munich and esports coming in too. So now I've got the list in front of me, and again, I'm going to read it off of my computer screen here. So, again, thanks to production for getting this doing. So, our casters for today: User Intel, Jace, Alt Charge, Altruism. Yes, I had to make sure I enunciate both of those. Bullskunk, and of course, Ocean, you're on the cast with me. Thank you so much. Our observers today have been GK Ninja and the Goat Observer, coming down from their perch at Contenders. Cynthia, thank you so much for multi-observing the whole 9 yards. I appreciate everything. Producers, Pasty, and of course Skyscraper, and then of course your Ocean, you're on here twice. So
yes, get in.
TO's in support. It's gonna be Ocean Casts and Fire Trucky.
Fire Truck.
Fire
Sky spelled it wrong.
Fire truck. See. Again, we're allowed to make mistakes. And then Misty as well for TO and support. Last but certainly not least, our sponsors for today: Skulls merch, ! Merch in the chat should get you a link to skulls.com and the Willings Invitational, classic jerseys and everything else. All the merch that we have this weekend supports the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. The money is going to go back into the prize pool and some production support. So please support us. Hella Esports that are going to have our stats later on this afternoon. Of course, Opera GX, which was funding the majority of the prize pool, along with Challenger Mode, and then of course PKG with all the EU action here you saw this weekend. And so this is kind of bittersweet for us, because it's going to end, kind of the group stages. We have our graduating teams, and now next weekend is all champs all the time, and so everything should be back to we'll be back on the Will English IV channel for next weekend for champs. And again, I'm just excited just to see what is going to come out of it, right? Because we still have to talk about the three contenders teams that are still in, right? And just like is there going to be any shakeups here, right? Or is it just kind of like just like I don't want to say we're offering these teams lambs to the slaughter, as it were, but considering what we've seen today, considering some of the surprises we've seen today, I mean, especially Kaseki for me, I got to cast that game yesterday, and it was just an amazing sequence of events. Do you think there's any of these teams have a shot at just upsetting the apple cart here and just kind of making a name for themselves against these contenders teams next weekend?
You know what? I'm gonna kind of go against the grain here. I have a suspicion that Mind Goblin and 5D are gonna at least get top 8 and show us what they're made of. Those are the two teams I'm watching out for next week.
Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, it's same drill. I mean, if any team has a shot, right, it would be 5D and Mind Goblin, and of course they've played against these teams before as well, right? They've had some practice and some time against these teams in the Path to Pro system. But either way, this is gonna be amazing for us. Thank you so much once again, Ocean. This is gonna do it for us. We've got the North American division. I mean, I know this has been a long day for EU. We're still going strong, ladies and gentlemen. We still have the NA division after this, and some very special surprises coming up from I have on a good authority. Which if I'm being honest, I'm already nervous about this, and so I gotta get some rest of some. So thank you so much, Ocean. Once again, thank you to everybody in the background, and thank you to the Overwatch community for all the support on the EU side of things. I hope you guys had a good time. We will see you in about 20-30 minutes or so for the NA division. But for now, I'm gonna wave goodbye. Production catches the act and just cuts us out. See you guys later.